I think they trimmed it. Was this the lunch break? Yes, that was the lunch break. Good morning, Telegang. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. So, y'all, why I call myself doing a roller step, right? Did not turn out the way I wanted to. It was actually pretty cute yesterday, but this morning when I took it down, trying to get my curls back busting, no, comb that mess clean out. So you got ponytail Tay today. Ponytail Tay today. All right, y'all. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. So we're gonna get right into it. We are watching ASAP Rocky. Now we are going to be watching Friday after lunch, and then hopefully that'll take us to today, to the start of today. So it's a rewatch in the beginning, and then y'all know how we do it over here. We're gonna go until I have to stop. If I have to stop, we'll see. So let me know. Let me know what y'all think about this testimony that we heard. Let me get it started for y'all. I got a lot of work to do today too, because I've been slacking. I've been slacking in my gig. So I'm gonna be here.
In the video. Everybody on board? Yep. All right. Where is Mr. Okay, can we have him come in and then have the jury? Oh, also,
No.
any exhibit that is going to be shown to the jury, I want counsel to show it to each other first. If both of you agree that it's permissible, then I'm fine. I don't need to get involved. If there's a dispute, I want to see the exhibit, and then I'll make a decision.
So Judge Ron, one of these we talked about, the second one was like potential videos.
Oh, you know what? Let's hold off on the jury, because we need to, you want to deal with the Instagram photo first?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Hold off on the jury.
Yes, sir.
We got to do something outside the presence of the jury.
We also, on this issue, please check the camera on this issue, because it's involving, I don't want to say that I don't think that this is an issue, this hearing that's supposed to be away from the jury needs to be captured on the video. Meaning, this couple of questions for the victims.
Why? The jury's told they cannot review or see or watch anything on electronic media or print media. So what?
Your Honor, this is.
No, tell me.
These efforts to focus on the witnesses, particularly when it broadcasts across the nation, have resulted in getting the victim, handmail, death threats, etc.
Okay, how about the Instagram photo will not be shown to the public? It will only be shown to Instagram.
Well, if that we're discussing what's in that Instagram photo, so I think would be that I don't know that there's a pressing media interest in this one couple series of questions right now, and there is a compelling issue in terms of the safety and the concerns that the witness has expressed regarding himself and his family members and meeting his daughter. So we just feel like we have to make sure.
All right.
Would you feel more comfortable if some of this was not on video? Does it matter to you? They're gonna ask you some questions about whether or not whether someone in an Instagram photo is you, and it looks like there's some firearms in the person's waistband. They want to know if that's you, and if it is you, when was it taken? That's what they want to go into. Do you have a problem if, do you have a fear for your safety or your privacy if that's filmed? Because everything else is being filmed so far.
You guys, my Instagram or anything pertaining
So this was really saying he didn't want us to hear or see his Instagram because he has a fear for his safety. The interesting thing about this is that we know that a few days ago, while he was on the stand, he told us what his Instagram name was, really_boss. He confirmed that was his Instagram, right? And now he's upset about, or he has now this fear of his safety about his Instagram. The funny thing is his Instagram is public. I don't know if, he took a peek at it this weekend or not and changed it, but you know what? I am more than happy to get on her and see if he decided, like, you know what? I need to check. I need to make my profile private. So I'm checking it right now for y'all because I'm very, very curious if he decided to make it private. He did not. The profile is still public. So what does that tell you?
Had to wait 35 minutes. All of us apologize. We don't want you to have to wait. But sometimes, as I keep hearing myself say, sometimes it happens. But we have discussed what we need to discuss. We are ready to proceed now. Our jurors, we're back on the record. Our jurors, and parties and counsel are present. Mr. Efron is on the stand. And Mr. Tacopina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. Efron, at the preliminary hearing last November 20th, 2023, you were asked questions regarding whether you own firearms. Do you recall that, being asked those questions? Okay.
You have a page in mind?
I do. Straight.
You want
Zoom in on it. Okay, page 113.
All right, hold on.
Did you get that, Norm? Did I even say it?
Yeah.
Goes to line 13 earlier on, I guess. Eventually go through.
Can you speak the question back again, please?
Mr. Efron, at the preliminary hearing last November 2023, you were asked questions regarding whether you own firearms. Do you recall that, being asked those questions?
And what was the
I don't recall.
If that was the question, and this is the answer, then that's fair.
Are we talking about lines 9 and 10?
Yeah. Hold on, want me to go back up to line 5? That's some time. Let's do
Just
this.
because I don't think 9 and 10 have anything to do with that.
Hold up.
I agree. Yeah, that's true.
Want to go up to 5?
All right. What has nothing to do with the question is what is asked and answered on line 10 and lines 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, how about this? We'll go back to maybe we'll use 112, lines 11 through 13. Okay.
Much better.
Oh. Sorry, is that from November? What, I'm good.
No, you're just, what was the last, you said 2 what line? Okay.
Okay, preliminary hearing back in November 2023. Question, actually, Mr. Efron, let me clarify that. Did you ever possess a 9mm gun? Answered by you, I own a bunch of guns. So I guess the question now again today is, do you own a 9mm?
I own a bunch of guns.
Right. Is one of those bunch of guns a 9mm?
It's a staccato. Yeah, I guess it's a 9mm. I don't really know too much about guns. I only got it because I moved to Florida.
Okay. And you posted a picture on your Instagram in December of 2022, before that hearing.
Your Honor, at this point, the question would be irrelevant, given that he's answered that he owns firearms. I agree. You could inquire about 9mm. Ask that, let's hold off on the exhibit.
Okay.
You know, the witness just testified that he had a 9mm firearm. So the issue of the access is now demonstrated. He says he has a 9mm.
Okay. So you own a 9mm Glock.
Staccato.
Is that a Glock?
It's just staccato. I don't know the difference between a Glock. Glock is the name of a gun.
Yes.
No, it's just staccato.
Okay. Is this another 9mm?
I don't know the difference between what you're talking about. I
So
just
you
know
are-
it's
Yeah, the people would stipulate, the court conditions, you notice that 9mm firearms or some kind of firearms. Court take judicial notice, absolute stipulation, absolutely.
All right, not
For
one.
how, so for how long has he had the 9mm? That might be,
Okay. Well, you're interested now, but I'm interested in something else. Could I ask if he's publicized himself with 9mm?
Your Honor, it's irrelevant, but it is relevant and you can ask that.
Thank you.
But for now, do not show it. But you can ask him. And the question will call for a yes or a no.
Mr. Efron, have you published pictures of yourself with a 9mm?
You know what he means by publish?
yeah. Like with my Instagram.
Anywhere?
I guess so. Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, let's move closer to the time of the incident on November 6th of 2021. A few weeks before November 6th, 2021, and a few weeks before you testified that you found shell casings at the scene, 9mm shell casing, you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct?
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
You heard me. Definitely not. I own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later, and I showed you that preliminary hearing. We went down this already.
Okay, so that would mean in October of 2021, October 19th to be specific, you definitely would not be shooting guns, including a 9mm semi-automatic gun at firing range.
I don't know.
Well, no, you just said
The only
definitely.
relevant inquiry is whether he was firing a 9mm. He was firing 22s,
Yeah, I don't know.
45s,
No,
24s.
no.
No, you
Oh, I
weren't.
got it. So that was actually, hold on, checking the
The question is limited to the firing a 9mm.
58306.
Was I firing a 9mm?
That's what he's asking, in October of 21.
Like in a shooting range, you're not, like, I don't understand.
At all.
No.
St. Louis was
Okay, Ron, with that, then we're going to show a specific video from October 21st, 2021.
Are they gonna show us?
Oh, sure.
Stop, no. You,
We discussed this.
yeah, no, what I said was, if something is gonna be shown to the jury, you have to share it amongst each other first.
So they've already, just so it's clear,
Stop,
they put up the video so that
it
you.
was not up there now.
Well, they saw it, it was,
They're gonna see in a second.
I mean,
Calm down,
if it's got that poster.
come on. Is there a way to look, can you look at it on the computer there?
Without it going up there,
That would be nice.
what do I do?
We usually want around
You think the name of the community that you oversee to do?
so
It
about
shuts that,
500.
accidentally do the thing, so it shuts that off. That we don't want you to do, but we want you to do.
Yeah, I mean, we're in service.
So we shut that off.
Oh, if it's shown there, it'll show
I don't
there.
know, that's just one thing, change.
Just one.
Is it pull up? Okay, we're good.
Don't have to do it?
No, you don't have to do it, so don't do this.
You know what? Let me just take a look. I'm sure I'm gonna have to take a look at it.
I know.
I mean, we could be there at 8 if that's the time. I mean, we're right here. We're not. It's not that's time. It's not-
Can you play it?
You gotta.
I'm saying we did that. Just show it.
Yeah, we can see how it works out. Do you generally have anything coming out of there? Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, we'll take this one, and then if you got something else for tomorrow, his boy will call back, or you call us.
Say no. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Just wait. Just say. We can do it.
You can show it, and you can ask, what is the issue? He said he hasn't fired, he didn't fire 9mm. What is he firing in the video in October 21? Let's find out, is that him?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Thanks, sir.
I don't know what I'm shooting. That's a fire. That's a range.
Okay. Well, first of all, you have other photos.
755-8.
Mr. Efron, what you just told this jury.
I don't know what I'm doing 365 days out the year.
Hold on, please, sir.
I'm talking about,
Hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. Because you didn't have your license. You didn't tell that to this
I
jury.
said unless I went to a shooting range.
No, you said.
I just said that.
16.
But I'm not.
Okay, stop. All right, he's clarified, accepted a shooting range.
Oh,
Ask the next question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
take a look at that, gun right there. To the
Our
right.
driver is Nicholas.
And when's the date of this?
Oh, we'll do that in a second. Take a look at the gun to the right.
Okay. That's not my gun. That's out a shooting range.
That's what?
That's not my gun. That's a shooting range.
Okay. That gun you use to shoot.
That's not my, what gun? To shoot who? What do you mean? At the shooting range?
We're saying
Yeah.
So.
Well, guess what? He said, yes, guess what?
let them use shooting range. So my
I
question
think
is,
she said it's
that
for
right
Jerome.
is a 9mm automatic, right?
I don't know.
You don't know, okay.
I don't know.
In the video, did you see shell casings ejecting backwards as you fired? In the video we showed you? Did you see it? It's all messy.
I guess.
Okay, just, I want you to guess, we'll watch it again, go ahead.
That's what they do when you're in a shooting range. What's wrong with that?
Judge, you want to jump in or you want me to? I asked the question, do you see the shell casings being ejected?
And I said yes. It's a
You
shooting
said
range.
yes.
No, he said that's what they do, what's wrong with that?
It's a shooting range. I don't.
All right, the answer is yes, you saw it.
Yes. Yes.
Oh. The date, by the way, you asked for the date, we have a stipulation on the date,
Yes, what was the date again?
we have a stipulation,
October 19th, 2021. And where is this video tape again?
It was a tape from his phone, he
Right,
tried
so we have a stipulation on that date, that this is outside of California, correct, counsel?
I don't know where it was taken.
Well,
You
Do
said
you know
that's-
where that was taken, sir?
Is this the picture where you, let me see? I mean, if I got it off my phone, it should say. You make, I mean, I don't know what it is.
You don't remember where you
I
were?
mean, I should have that, it's timestamp.
It is timestamp, we have the
Timestamp,
timestamp.
and it should show where.
What they're asking you is.
No, I don't know, I don't
Where
know.
is the range?
I don't know.
You don't know where the range is.
It's like probably in Jersey or something like that, or like,
can
I
the,
don't know, I want to guess. It's not LA though.
Maybe New Jersey, but you don't know.
can the witness be asked, does he know if it's in California or not?
Why did the witness just said he doesn't know, he doesn't want to guess?
I wasn't in LA.
Can he be asked if it was in California, Your Honor?
He said he doesn't know it, maybe it was New Jersey. That's the answer. Ask another question.
Okay, take that down now, please. You told law enforcement after the alleged shooting that you called an attorney named Brian Hurwitz, and he told you to return to the scene and retrieve the gun casings. Is that right?
I don't remember, I don't remember something I don't remember.
Let me ask you a question. You have a recollection more about it. Is that fair?
It was 3 years ago. You're asking me something I told somebody one time.
Okay, so you don't have a recollection. Is that fair? Okay, let me just back to refresh your recollection. That's what we do. Hold on. That group will. Okay, Mr. Yeah.
What? No.
I'm going to show you something, Mr. Efron, see if it refresh your recollection. Just read it to yourself. When you're done, look at me.
What am I supposed to be reading?
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Just read this sentence, starting with the after, right at the end of there. And when you're done, look at that.
Who is this from?
Just read it and look up at Mr. Takakini when you're finished reading it.
into it.
Should, come back up, should. Should, yeah, should. So, before that. Okay, just, okay, all right, let me know.
Now, what am I supposed to do now?
Okay, no. So you're right. Okay. So what I'm gonna do now is I'll ask you a question. My question would be, having read that, does it or does it not refresh your recollection that you told law enforcement when you went to, you spoke to law enforcement that you called an attorney named Brian Hurwitz and he told you to return to the scene and retrieve the shell casings? Does it refresh your recollection?
I don't think I'm allowed to tell you what I said with my lawyer.
Just you?
Answer the question.
I'm not asking you what you said to your lawyer, I'm asking what you
So
said
what's
to
the
your
question?
police.
This calls for a yes or a no.
What's the question again?
Sure. Did you, having read, does it refresh your recollection that you told the police, not your, to the police, that you called an attorney, Brian Hurwitz, that night, November 6th, on one, and he told you to return to the scene and retrieve the shell casings?
He's asking, did you tell that to the police?
He was there with me. Right. I don't really remember. I don't remember. But the lawyer was there with me in the precinct.
No, that's a different question. That's on November 8th, right? At the precinct.
What are you talking about?
You just said the lawyer was there with you at the precinct, right? That's November 8th, sir. My question is, did you tell the police that on November 6th, your lawyer told you to go back to the scene and retrieve the casings on November 6th?
Why would you tell me that on?
Is the answer yes?
I don't know, it's kind of confusing. I don't get what he's trying to say. He's kind of confused, okay?
I'm not trying to confuse you.
What,
I mean, what you are.
what was supposedly the date of the fall?
This was a call with the, interview with the police on August 5th, 2022, with Detective Forbes. And you understand my question, Ron?
Do you
Wait,
know,
what's your question?
do you know Brian Hurwitz?
Yeah, that was my lawyer, my previous lawyer.
Right after the shooting, did you call him?
I had my business partners reach out to any lawyers and I let
Did
he
you,
answer.
did you call Brian Hurwitz that night or immediately, the night of the shooting or the next day?
He responded the next day.
Did you speak to Brian the next day?
Yeah.
But you didn't speak to him that night?
No, I didn't speak to him that night.
So you didn't have.
All right, so now, you told me that you didn't speak to Brian Hurwitz until the very next day, which was November 7th. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
yeah, so that's right. Yeah.
He's gonna ask you now about whether you did or did not make a certain statement to the police when you were interviewed in 2020. That's all he's asking you. Did you tell the police that?
Anyway, well, I'm just gonna keep moving on here, so.
You're ready to move on about whether we did or did not call Brian Hurwitz. If you don't need to
The record is.
explore it, fine, I'm good with it.
I think you just established, you didn't have a lawyer that night on November 6th at 10 or 11 or midnight. You didn't have a lawyer yet, right?
After the shooting, no.
Okay. So you would agree it wouldn't make sense that a lawyer would tell you to go retrieve shell casings that night because you didn't have a lawyer yet. Agree? You agree?
I don't get what you're saying.
Based on what you just said, you would agree Therefore, that a lawyer did not tell you to go back and treat the shell casing.
I don't know what a lawyer told me, it was so long ago. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh. No, because I didn't speak to him. I didn't speak to him, yeah.
Now, I think we just established, I don't know what fact it was, but you didn't report this to the police until November 8th. The incident happened on November 6th. Do you agree with that?
It happened November 6th at 10 o'clock at night, so it was like basically a new day. I was waiting for a lawyer to respond before I take any.
Hold on. You're not answering the question. Ask the question again. Is it just gonna call for a yes or a no?
I'll even be more specific. We agree the altercation happened on November 6th, 2021 at about 10:17 p.m. Correct?
Yeah.
And you didn't make the police report in person until November 8th at 7:20 p.m. Right?
Yeah, I was waiting for my lawyer.
You were asked by detectives when you went in there why you waited to contact the police for 2 days, and you said it's because I'm not really good with the police. You remember saying that?
Yeah, I don't really like the police. I don't even like being here right now, to be honest. It's just nerve wracking.
Why sir, are you not good with the police?
It's not that I'm not good with the police, I just don't, you know, I don't know.
Well, you told the police I'm really not good with the police. That's what you told them.
I mean, I don't think anybody wants to walk into a police station.
It's a different question, just that. You told the police that you're really not good with the police.
At this point, objection relevance is 10:52. You might ask him, why did you wait 2 days? He might be able to tell you now why you waited almost 48 hours.
I can tell you what,
Just.
But the police asked that question, and that was his answer. That's what I said. They said, why did you wait 2 days? He said, I'm not really good with the police.
That's what he said then.
Yeah.
You can ask
Is that still the same answer?
well, no, I waited 2 days because my lawyer, I told you that, and it's in text message. So I was waiting for a response from the lawyer, going to the precinct.
Well, before you went to the precinct, those first 2 days, you tried to get money from Rocky, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't send Rocky messages looking for money?
No,
His manager?
no,
You sure?
positive.
And you remember, it was shown to you here, that text message, we have 63, or, and I don't know the people's number, but you want to put up 63, so. Let me show you this, okay?
I'm working on something else.
What is it?
It's just a text that was put up, couldn't have it,
Well,
sure.
is this something that the jury's already seen?
Yes, sir.
Which is, usually my 64, it's like, actually.
We'll just use the people's. We have, all right, we'll put ours. Exhibit J. It's exhibit J, it's People's 21, whichever seats you care. Well, here's my black. If you want to use yours, well, it's here, it's the other portion here. Here. Okay. This is already evidence wrong. This is People's 21. You saw that text message from Rocky here at 12:46 a.m. the next morning, November 2nd, right? You've already seen that in this case.
Yeah.
And now you're trying to extort.
Don't, Edward.
I just want to know.
Okay, all right, just want to make sure that it doesn't get mistakenly said. All right,
Now you're trying to extort and talk about I shot you and shot 4 times and all types of nonsense. You're a phony. You don't have the best intentions. Stop texting me. Stop calling my manager and call police if I shot you. You weirdo. You remember seeing that text from Ron, correct?
Yeah.
And you got it that morning, correct? You received it at that time, right?
Yeah. At what time?
12:46 a.m. Right here, it says right here. Okay. And part of the reason you said that you contacted the police is because Rocky persuaded you to do so, right?
You didn't persuade me, what you mean?
One of the reasons you called the police is because of this message from Rocky telling you to call the police. Is that one of the reasons you called the police?
No, I was gonna call him regardless. I was waiting for the lawyer. He texted me that while I was already waiting for the lawyer, that's the next day.
Okay, you're going to the preliminary hearing, that's true. Read this page, just bear with me a second, read page 111.
say it again.
I believe it's page 111, line 9. Well,
Fair game.
okay. The question to you, sir, on the preliminary hearing, was that the advice, by the way, that you said Rocky gave you that caused you to call the police, referring to that text message? Answer by you. It was numerous ones, but yeah, that was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was one of the reasons.
Yeah.
And before you reported this incident to law enforcement, you understood that the only way your lawyer would take your civil case is if you went to the police, correct?
Not true.
Not true.
Wait, can you repeat that again?
Before you reported this incident to the police, you understood that the only way your lawyer would take your civil case is if you went to the police.
What lawyer? Brian?
Yeah.
What do you mean? So he told me he will only, nah, that didn't happen.
Okay.
And a crime was committed already, so anything legally,
Mr. Efron, all he asked you was to call for a yes or a no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Ask the question
I'm
again.
gonna ask you again.
Let's get a response to that.
Before you reported the incident to the police, you understood that the only way your lawyer, Brian Hurwitz, would take your civil case is if you went to the police, right? Or no?
I mean, I asked him, can I just get a civil suit, I believe, and it's a crime. So that's obvious, no, I had to press charges.
So he told you the only way he would take your case.
He didn't tell me the only way, I asked him, I'm asking questions.
You're on page 134, line 25, 135, line 6.
And it was so long ago, I don't remember what I talked about with Brian.
Page one,
134, 134, line 25. 135 lines, I'm sorry, 134, line 25, 135, line 6.
Okay.
Question. When did you first meet Mr. Hurwitz? Answer by you on the road that when we were hearing him at the police station. Question. The day you made the report? Answer no. Answer. The day, so I had my assistant reach out to a bunch of attorneys, and I was waiting to hear back from whoever was gonna answer. So then once Hurwitz, Brian answered, we spoke for a little bit, and he advised me that the only way he would take this case is if I go to the police department, because it was a crime. You recall me that answer on the road?
I mean, I guess.
This trial should be called the impeachment of Relly.
We talked about that individual, Wallace Jemmy, who you said you knew, correct?
Who?
Wallace Jemmy.
Valet? Art?
The guy, the IT guy, right?
Mhm.
You know Wallace, right?
Is that yes?
I said,
Did you, tell Wally in August of 2022 that you can't sue someone with circumstances like that without a criminal action? Did you say that? Wally.
I mean, that's clear. You can't sue somebody and say it's a crime.
Nobody's asking, he's asking, did you tell that to Wally?
I don't remember. This dude probably was baiting me, calling me. I don't know. You got a spoof of his voice.
So the answer is no?
No.
I'm sorry, I just want to follow up on that answer. The dude was baiting you, calling you, did you say?
I mean, you telling me about private conversations that I had with this dude.
I'm asking, I'm not telling
I mean,
you. Did you say spoof?
the phone call you played yesterday was not me.
That was not you.
That was not me.
That was fake.
That was fake. 100% fake.
You would agree, sir, that you really didn't care about getting the police involved in this case. What you really wanted was money from Rocky, right?
This is not a civil suit. I know a lot of things right now.
He's asking you a yes or no question. Ask the question again.
Can you answer the question?
Sure. You agree that you really don't care about getting the police involved. Your end game was to get money from Rocky, right? Yes or no?
No, I wanted some type of protection too. He was not giving me no type of comfort that this was not gonna happen again, nor, so regardless, I was gonna go to
So
the
the
police.
answer is no?
No, I was gonna go to the
The
police.
answer is no.
Yeah.
Well, did you tell Wally in April of 2022, I don't give an F about no police and word? You said, Wally.
What's the contents to that? What is that about?
About this case.
But you're not, what are you talking about?
Based on the question, it would be irrelevant without further foundation. Circumstances.
I'm asking if you made a statement to Wally.
I don't know. I don't,
Objection foundation. It's a statement. It's a statement.
Okay. Did you tell Wally in April of 2022 that the end game is you're gonna sue the shit out of Rocky?
when, if I already have a civil suit and this dude's calling me, I'm openly telling him I have a civil suit.
Mr. Efron, somebody's asking. Please listen to his question.
I don't know. I
want you to listen to his question, and then you can say, I don't know, or I don't remember, or yes, or no. Mr. Tacopina, can you re-ask that?
Sure, Your Honor, sure. In April of 2022, did you tell Wally the end game, I'm suing the shit out of Rocky?
I don't know.
Your Honor, we're in a position where I'd like, same procedures yesterday, I'd like to show the witness this first. It's a screenshot of the recording, I'll ask them what they're, I'm gonna do the same exact procedure. I did
Show
yesterday.
them first.
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, we're trying to avoid publishing
Oh, we won't publish it, I
the
want.
phone number. You will
no phone numbers to be shown to anybody.
We will stipulate that the photograph that counsel wants to show you,
Louder.
oh, the counsel wants to show the witness, would be the witness's phone number.
Yes.
And we'll stipulate that.
I'm just gonna show this witness, you don't have to read it, but there was a stipulation already, so. Or no, wait, sure. Again, don't read it, that's the number. Right.
Tell you the truth, I don't know what y'all got going on at this point. Like you gotta, I don't know what's going on. If that's not coming from, I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Okay, well,
Yeah, counsel, you gotta stipulate.
I need some broad, like,
Photo.
Okay.
We're
That's a
stipulating.
we have a stipulation that that's the number for Mr.
Yes.
Efron.
All right, the stipulation is that you've shown Mr. Efron a screenshot.
Correct.
There's a phone number on the screenshot.
Correct.
The phone number is Mr. Efron's.
Correct.
All right, is that the stipulation?
That is. Now, as procedurally we did this, I'd like you to listen to this and tell us if it's in. Okay?
Yes.
Did I get some help somehow? Yeah, like that.
you don't have headphones or something, somebody will hear you.
Your Honor, witness is asking if we have headphones.
That's like straight there.
We shut them, fill the mic.
Is that a normal, what kind of, plug does it have? I have never had anything to work. Looks like a mini. Does this work? Yes?
Yes.
They're not free.
You just deleted that thing. You did that on purpose, Sean.
I think that the input is, yeah, on that side.
Okay.
Watch his attitude towards her.
Can't get nothing.
I guess they're not working, John.
Is the volume turned up?
Yes.
You want to try Alex, Star, or judicial assistant?
It says new audio,
You want to try this?
device detected.
Yeah, that will work.
We'll go new school, compliments of Alex.
Thanks anyway, John. Your Honor, the headphone headsets aren't working. We just did what we did yesterday. Keep it low, let him hear it.
Yes.
Start from wherever. Just let him hear.
Stay. Stay. Get that away from you.
Well, if you want
That right there was the nastiest ever, and I hope that the jury picked up on it. If you didn't catch it, I'm about to run it back. Pay attention to what he says to her.
Your Honor, the headphones headsets aren't working. We just do what we did yesterday. Keep it low, let him hear it.
Yes.
Just start from wherever. Just let him hear.
Stay. Get that away from me.
Well, he wants us to get that away.
Get it away from me.
Well, get away.
Disgusting.
It's fake, you said?
It's fake.
So that's another fake recording.
That's another fake recording.
So that's not your voice.
That's not me. You just said he's an IT guy.
Oh, so who are you talking about?
Your Honor, at this point, there's no foundation of enough. Right, he says it's not him, he wants something else.
Well, did I inquire as to why he thinks it's not him, Your Honor? You said it's fake. One of them
Your Honor,
said
the question's been answered. It doesn't, if he said it's not him, it doesn't matter why he's saying it's not him. He's saying it's not him. If you can prove otherwise that it is him, then that you're entitled to do that.
Thank you. So ultimately, you filed a lawsuit against Rocky in 2022. Yes, or no, I don't remember. Did you file a lawsuit against Rocky?
Yeah.
You know what year you filed a lawsuit against Rocky? Okay. And the lawsuit hasn't been resolved and it's still pending, right?
Correct.
And in that lawsuit, you accused Rocky of assault, correct?
You would have to ask my lawyers. I'm out of headache.
Don't you have the, microphone?
So you-
Your Honor, counsel, we thought that was an, we agreed that the causes of that, the document that shows the causes of action, that was a.
No, I did, I thought it was something we were written witness, but we could stipulate that from now, that's great.
We're stipulating the lawsuit was filed, complaint filed on August 10th.
Can you stipulate what the causes of action are alleged to be?
Sure.
Okay, say it loud enough.
Sure.
In fact, it would be easy on all these stipulations, if they could be printed, marked as an exhibit, and then the jury could look at them if they want to during deliberation.
All right, I'll read it down if you like. First cause of action, assault against all defendants and those. Second cause of action, battery.
You have to raise up the volume a little bit. It's hard to hear you.
Okay, General, that's not a problem, I'll raise it up. Second cause of action, battery against all defendants and those. Third cause of action, intentional infliction of emotional distress against all defendants and those. Fourth cause of action, negligence per se against all defendants and those.
Now, and just also have a stipulation that the only named defendant is Rocky Mayers.
Yes, well, it says Rocky, named individual, and those 1 through 15 defendants.
Do you have claims against anyone else, by the way, aside from Rocky? In
Meaning
this
what?
lawsuit, you know, for assault and battery and all that? Okay. Now, in your lawsuit, you claim that as a result of the defendant firing the handgun at you, you were struck by a bullet, projectile, or fragments, which required you to seek necessary medical attention. Is that true?
That's correct.
Now, you understand that's different than what you told the police in this jury, that you believe your hand was raised.
Your Honor, this would be sustained.
Now, you assert that the bullet projectile that hit your hand when you were civil suit required you to seek necessary medical attention.
Your Honor, it's improper impeachment. This is a civil suit. Any further questions, Terry?
What the causes of action are, the jury has heard, that's the relevance of it. One second.
I didn't want to run about what you, and I want to ask, there's another question I want to ask regarding the permanent damage alleged. What is that?
Your Honor, our position would be,
Stop. You can ask him if he has any permanent damage. It doesn't matter what it says in there.
No,
Is there any permanent damage as a result of the injury received supposedly on November the 6th?
Your Honor, just make, you have no objection to any questions of the witness regarding his knowledge of what he's doing. Our issue is going back to what is in the complaint.
Right, I agree.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I agree.
So my question, if I could follow the court's guidance. Has this incident caused permanent physical damage to you?
Yes,
Okay. What is the permanent physical damage that it has caused to you? That knuckle loss.
I mean, just look at it. I like to live in hell. Besides me doing what I'm doing, I can't really.
That's not what he's asking. Ask again.
Sure. What is the permanent physical damage that this incident has caused to you? The permanent physical damage?
No, there's no permanent physical damage. I just was hurt that on a moment.
No permanent physical
So if
damage.
someone wrote
No,
on your behalf, nope,
No.
right? We're gonna show,
The objection would be irrelevant or hearsay?
The objection be irrelevant.
Correct.
You're saying-
Sustained.
you got on the first one, that's right.
We asked it no more questions in this area. Give the court's ruling on with respect to the state. I tried.
We don't lose me there.
No,
No, stop. If a question is asked and you think it's objectionable, lodge an objection.
can the court instruct Mr.
No,
Dacqua?
I'm not, all right.
Okay, we're on number 7, Your Honor, if you recall yesterday's ruling, 7 photos were on number 7 now. We've all looked at this already. Your Honor's looked at it, they've looked at it, we're good, we're ruled. So I'm gonna show you one last post from your Instagram,
We
Mr.
didn't mark this.
Efron. We did not mark the
Okay.
mark.
This can be O as an ocean.
Okay, we finally got it. Now,
Your Honor, given the witness's statement that there's no permanent physical damage, what would be the relevance of this photo? This
we were on a rule yesterday about relevance.
This is also July of 2022. What would be the relevance of this photo?
The objection is overruled. It can be shown to Mr. Evans.
Okay. That's obviously your hand, right? Start.
Okay,
Was okay, yes.
sure.
Okay, and that's the left hand, that was injured by the gunshot,
By the grace, yeah.
by the words. You see, as you sit there, you see any,
I mean, I can go around and show everybody right now. I still got it 3 years later. I'm showing from a far picture. I still got it. No, I can't see it right there. I can't see it.
They get to get up, and ask you whatever question, okay? All right. Now, you take it.
Just so you know, we're going to break in 3 minutes. So I want to give the court reporter and everybody else time to stretch their legs, et cetera.
Trying to avoid an objection and save you some time.
Oh, I got all day. Fine.
The-
Are you gonna go to a different topic? Mr. Secretary, are you gonna go to a different area?
Mike,
No, right now.
I think so, but give me 1 second, because I might have 1 or 2 more questions on this. If not, we'll
All right,
break down.
when you're finished with this area, we'll take a break.
I have 1 more question on this regarding his frame of mind, and then we're done with the civil lawsuit. How can you object, or you said?
You showed me a question.
No, no, it's different.
Oh,
I know you will object. I'm asking for your understanding, Mr. Efron, your frame of mind. Is it your understanding, your frame of mind, and again, I just want your understanding, not the law or anything else, that if Rocky is found guilty here, you get an automatic finding of liability in your civil case?
I have no knowledge about that.
Okay.
Efron is on the stand, and Mr. Tapparino, you're here.
Mr. Efron, did you, sir, ever ask any of Rocky's friends, associates, managers to pay you millions of dollars, for Rocky to pay you millions of dollars to make the criminal case disappear?
That's not even up to me, but I don't know. No,
The answer is no.
no.
And you never said, give me millions of dollars and I will go to an island that they can't prosecute you? Anyone?
What? Say that again?
Sure. You never said, give me millions of dollars and I will go to another island, and they won't be able to find me to prosecute you? You ever said that? Any of Rocky's friends, associates, managers?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
You know, you're aware that your lawyers made a demand for $30 million, correct?
I never knew the amount.
You never knew the amount, $30 million?
Was it no?
No,
Did you ever make a demand, you personally, for 30 M's or $30 million?
like I said, I never seen an actual lawsuit. Never made a demand.
That's not what he's asking.
Did I make a demand to somebody? No.
No. I'm gonna ask you if you said the following to Wally Sajemi. Okay, just listen to me, tell me if you said the following. He, being Rocky, is going to have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else, because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case gets way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you hit your BITCH and your BITCH wants to keep going through with the situation, you'll go down. But if you're not there, then they're going against the state and it's way weaker. If I'm not there, if he pays me out, being Rocky, via through my lawsuit, I'll walk away basically. It's going to be hard for the DA to find me because I'm going to be on another island just relaxing. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And yeah, they have evidence of this and that and the third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to the jury and you don't have the complaining witness. Did you ever say that to Wally Sajemi?
No.
You did?
No.
Okay. So now we're going to do what we've done a few times already. I'm going to bring up a recording, let you hear it, and you're going to tell me if it's you.
And another recording.
So we're gonna bring it up to them.
Same thing, I'm sure it's right. That's pleasant. Oh. Stefan, this is the same thing we did before, just take a listen. Tell us if you recognize the voice on there. You can move it. I'm sorry, something happened.
No, it's not me, I heard it.
Disgusting. Like he did it again. Did y'all catch it that time?
How long was that recorded for 2 years?
Heard enough.
How long?
I don't know. She's played it. I heard it. Didn't sound like me.
Didn't sound like you?
No.
Is that a fake also?
I don't know. You tell me. You putting all type of fake stuff in front of me.
What fake stuff?
You know what's fake.
No, stop.
What fake stuff am I putting in front of you, Mr. Edwin?
I don't know. You're just too Wally. I don't know. You just keep putting this fake stuff in front of me.
Are you saying you don't know who Wally is? Sir, are you saying you don't know who Wally is?
It's not real. I don't know him. I met him. I don't know of him. I know him. But this is beyond me.
Have you used Wally doing work for you?
No.
You
Asked him one time to get me verified. I told you that.
Okay.
He kept in conversation with me. Obviously, now I know why.
What do you mean I didn't know why? What do you mean I didn't know why? That's fake.
I thought it was kind of weird that the man would me up in the first place.
Mr. Efron, stop. Ask another question.
What did you just mean to this jury when you said now you know why? Get the conversation.
I mean, he always hits me up, asking me how I'm doing. Yo, that's fucked up. You know, Rocky, you're my brother. It's weird. He's baiting me into like spoofing my voice or doing something. Because now all of a sudden you're coming to me talking about Wale doing this, that, and the third, and none of the conversations I have with him, none of them, they don't even start like that. I don't even sound like that. He's more so asking, yo, how's the case going? Yo, that's fucked up. And I asked him, yo, you still work for Rocky? He said, no, I don't work for him. Ain't nobody really, there's no real emotion over there.
So you've had conversations with Wally?
Not those conversations. I mean, he calls me. He calls me probably once a month, every 2-3 months, and asks me very vague questions. Oh, how's it going, my brother? Oh, what's this?
So you didn't have,
No, those is fake. Those is fake.
So you heard about
So what I find interesting is that he was adamant about listening to the calls. He's saying that the calls are fake, but when he gives his description about the type of conversations him and Wale have, he makes it seem as though Wale is trying to solicit information from him while pretending not to talk to Rocky. And now the calls are being presented and he's like, that's fake, that's fake, that's fake. So it kind of, to me, it just kind of felt like he was building up on his already told lie that, you know, Wale and Rocky are basically conspiring against him, creating false conversations.
3 seconds.
It don't matter. How would you know? You over there. She's playing it here.
Because I counted 1, 2, 3. You want to hear the whole conversation?
No. I just want this over.
Mr. Tucker, he said it's not him. So go on.
So we said, you know you're on the road now, right? You know that?
Yes, I do.
And like you said to your partner, Justin Benet, November 7th, 2021 at 3:40 a.m. It's already in evidence, Your Honor.
After the shooting?
Yeah.
Okay.
November 7th, 2021 at 3:40 a.m. After the shooting, you text your partner, Justin Benet, saying, I want to get this ends money referring to Rocky, correct?
Yeah, because I got damages. I'm suing him. And that's 3 something in the morning. I already have a lawyer.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
You had a lawyer at 3 o'clock in the morning, hours after the incident?
I mean, I'm waiting for a lawyer. I'm telling him he's in DC. He's the one that I started shutout with, so I'm telling him. I mean, I could have said embedded contents, but yeah, I said it like that.
And of course, Rocky wasn't willing to pay you any money, right?
How would he be willing to pay me? It's not a case yet. It wasn't a case. I literally said what I said right there.
All right, you've answered the question.
So instead of being on an idle action with 30 M's, 30 million, you're here from downtown LA. Right, Mr. Efron?
You're here too.
I know I am. I know I am.
All right, you didn't,
You are, I know the purpose.
you don't need an answer to the question?
I don't need to answer that question.
All right.
Obviously, sit down. I don't
Okay, wait. I don't know if the court just noticed. That Peanut, as he's walking away, is mumbling about.
They're responsible.
No, just, he has no further questions. Let's just move on. Ask, do you have anything, Mr. Frisloman?
I do.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Efron, I want to start on November 6, 2021. You said that you flew into town that day, correct? Or not that day, but for the recording session that occurred on that day.
Yes. You know,
You flew in a day or a few days before that, correct?
the day before.
And you said you flew on a commercial jet, correct?
Yes, those two.
You also said you did not have a gun with you when you flew on that plane, correct?
No gun.
Did you bring any ammunition with you?
No.
Did you bring any fired cartridge cases with you?
No, I ain't own none of that.
Casings, those things that come out of the gun, you didn't have any of those with you that day?
No.
You said at the time you were living in New York, correct?
Yeah.
Even though you were living in New York, did you have a California driver's license?
No, never.
Did you try to purchase any ammunition in California?
No, never.
Your Honor, will the court at this point take judicial notice that you cannot buy ammunition in Cal?
It's not relevant. He said he didn't try to buy ammunition. That's the answer to the question, whether it is lawful or not lawful to buy ammunition in California, it's not relevant to the question. Go ahead.
So right here, the state is trying to
You showed a lot of
debunk the
pictures
theory of
from
supplanting
your
the vote.
Instagram account, your social media, correct?
Correct.
You, at the time, did you have an Instagram account related to your career in the entertainment industry?
I didn't.
And what was the purpose of that Instagram account?
To promote the artist and my body of work.
Is your Instagram account supposed to be a factual documentation of your life?
It's a persona. Much of a persona you live into the internet.
So is it fair to say that even if you posted a picture with next to a private jet, that doesn't necessarily mean that's your private jet, correct?
You know, that wasn't my private jet.
So why is it then that you post photos of yourself with a private jet? So just take that as an example.
Thought it was cool.
Not necessarily conveying that you're swearing under oath that you own a private jet or regularly travel on private jets. Fair to say?
No.
Okay.
Wait, that's not fair to say?
Is that fair? Sorry. I think the point's coming. I'll move on.
Why don't you re-ask the question?
Okay. If you post a picture of yourself next to a private jet, by doing that, are you taking an oath and saying, that's my private jet that I own?
You want something like that?
Would the same be true if you have a stack of money that you're holding in a photograph? Does that necessarily mean that that's your money?
No. No, not sure. Yours.
Is it just portraying a certain image online?
What do you mean?
But it's not necessarily reflective of reality.
Yeah. Perception.
Okay. You were asked questions. Do we have the defense exhibits earlier? Where's your exhibits? Your text messages.
I found it interesting and really didn't understand that the questions that the prosecution was asking were questions to clean up his image, were questions to clean up the story and make him, seem more reliable. But he was so arrogant and ignorant. You couldn't.
Between the victim and the defendant. On November 6, 2021.
Next to the exhibit letters, I just said whether it's a text, photo, a screenshot, so I didn't take it down to the detail. Maybe I'll just JKL or JKL. J is a text, K is a text, L is a text. And so is C. C also. Doing all right on the water?
Well, we have it exhibit. We didn't formally mark it. So what's the next one?
What is it?
The text that shows.
P is in Paul.
What is it?
P as in Paul.
That's P as in Paul.
Are we sure? I thought I heard you.
There was a P, but it was withdrawn.
You have a statement.
Okay, Mr. Efron, I'm showing you, not showing you, these text messages. You recognize this? I just want you to have a chance to orient yourself to it. So that's what I'm asking if you recognize it. Yeah. And the messages at the top here, these 4 messages, you said were messages that were deleted off of your phone, correct?
Yes.
Now, I believe you testified yesterday. Well, can you explain to the jury? I don't want to put words in your mouth. Can you explain to the jury how it was that those text messages were deleted? What exactly did you do?
What do you mean? Like how did I delete them?
How was it deleted?
Oh, I just wiped over. I deleted it the same day I sent it. So the 6, I sent it and then I deleted it right after.
What did you delete?
Now, this was interesting because we know that the state presented a series of text messages, and then the defense submitted another series. And the series that the defense submitted had Relly basically confronting Rocky about the phone call where that he allegedly overheard Rocky saying he was going to beat him up and all these other things. What the defense pointed out was that these particular messages were deleted. And so the state is right. They were actually trying to get Relly to say he deleted it. Okay. Yeah. The state is trying to get Relly to say that he deleted everything and he didn't like cherry pick which messages he wanted to delete out of his phone. So just kind of pay attention to this exchange because Relly is so silly, he can't see where the prosecution is going. Now, again, when he turned his phone over to the police, those particular messages were gone.
These 4 text messages.
Only those 4 text messages.
I mean, yeah.
So were there any messages between you and the defendant before that?
I wouldn't know.
In 2020,
I wouldn't know.
2019?
So long ago. I know this one was deleted, and that's why the next one, see where you at, and it looks like a new conversation because that was deleted the same day on the 6th.
Okay,
Let me write that.
hold on. I want to make sure I'm uploading this on. Yeah, you got that. Same Texas. No, sorry. So displaying next to it, People's Exhibit 13. So you kind of see half of defense P, and on the right-hand side is People's 13. So, Mr. Efron, your version of the messages starts at WYA, correct?
Yeah, because that was my text thread, basically.
So can you explain that to the jury, what you're talking about when you say that's a new text thread?
So basically, I mean, after you delete your message, unless that person texts you, unless you text that person, yeah, that's a new message.
So when did you delete these 4 messages?
The same day I sent it to him.
When that day?
The 6th,
But when?
a couple hours after. Or probably,
After you sent them?
yeah, after I sent it to him.
So if you sent these at 10:30 in the morning, would you have deleted them at around noon, 1 o'clock? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for sure.
So,
For sure.
so you deleted these 4 messages before you received the WYA text message, correct?
Correct.
You did not delete them after the defendant shot at you. Is that fair?
Yes, that's true. I didn't delete it.
So on your text thread, when you say it shows up as a new message, that's the first message in your text thread, correct?
Correct.
And as it was extracted from your phone, the first message in your text conversation with the defendant is that WYA text message, correct?
Yes.
So there's no messages from November 5th back, correct? The first message is November 6th at 9:39 in your phone.
Yeah. Sorry, I need clarification. First message
First message
ever.
in that text thread.
First message, not November 5th.
I said the first message is November 6th, so there's no messages from November 5th going back in time. Are you following what I'm saying? If it's confusing, tell me and I'll clarify.
Just let me say.
This is the beginning of the text thread you had with the defendant after you deleted it, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't that you went through the text thread and selectively deleted things that you thought were going to make you look bad, you deleted the entire conversation.
Yeah, I deleted it because I didn't like the way it looked on my phone, like what I was saying to him.
What the hell? Like, he literally said, I didn't like the way it looked in my phone, what I said to him. Like, bro, he just helped you clean it up and you made another mistake just talking too much.
And then the first message you got that you kept was the WI, correct?
Yeah, so he wrote me the next day.
When you deleted those messages, were you trying to hide the fact that you had sent him rude messages?
No, I didn't care. I just was over the fact, over everything.
Your deleting those messages had nothing to do with the fact that he shot at you, correct?
No.
Because you deleted them before he shot
I
at you.
deleted it before.
Objection to leading on
That
it.
is. We already got the answer. It's in now. So the answer stricken questions here. Juries to disregard the question and the answer. Just no, ask another question.
Is it common in your friend group, we can even narrow this down to the members or former members of ASAP, that there will be a certain amount of banter or rude messages exchanged between each other? Is that fair to say?
Well, with all the members?
Is that how you guys talk to each other? That's my question.
Yeah.
Have you called other members a pussy? Is that, a pejorative?
Yeah.
That wasn't something that you singled out to call the defendant. That is exchanged between members of ASAP, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the men always going through things.
I believe you said that you, on cross-examination, that you had also exchanged messages like that with Hills, but you said it's because you guys are like brothers. Is that fair?
Yeah, with Bari to have arguments with. You're gonna argue with your brother.
You testified that on cross that there was a period of time after the shooting that your name was not publicly associated as the victim in this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know when did that change?
When Bari posted my car and said snitch ass name and word ratted on my brother.
Okay. And then you said that was on Instagram? Do you know approximately the date that happened?
That was the day Rocky got locked up.
Okay.
Back from Barbados, I believe, on the plane. And he was still in custody.
And after Jabari said that, did you see that reported anywhere publicly?
It was everywhere,
What do you mean it was everywhere?
literally everywhere. Every major little news outlet.
Okay. Your Honor, I have just an example of that. I'll mark it as 22.
Is that a screenshot? This was going, what is it?
Yeah, I believe it, yeah, yes.
Or I project the news outlet. Like this.
This was just like an interesting examination. Let me see if I can speed it up so we don't necessarily miss what comes next.
The approach with this yet to be numbered document. Do you recognize what you see there?
Yeah.
And what is that?
From the younger,
What's no jumper?
internet outlet, like a media.
Okay.
It's 22. Mr. Shepherd, can you speak out just a little louder? Maybe the jury, I'm having trouble hearing.
I'm gonna put it on the screen. You can see. So showing you what I marked as people's 22, you said this was a post from No Jumper, correct?
Yeah, correct.
On the social media platform formerly known as Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay. And this was one example of you being named as the victim associated with this case, correct?
Yes.
And if the date is marked as April 20, 2022, does that sound about the time that happened to you? If you don't know the dates, that's fair, but
Is that what happened to me?
that you were named as the victim.
Oh, yeah.
Publicly. And not only were you named as the victim in this case, but you were labeled a snitch, correct?
Yeah.
What connotation does that have in the rap world that you were a member of at that time?
Oh, it's objection.
I mean, can you say that again?
Yeah, is that a positive thing to be labeled a snitch?
No.
What does it mean?
It means you cancel. But it's kind of weird because I have my own theory about that.
Okay. I'm gonna move on to talking about your text exchange with John Iman, who was, you testified before, was Rocky's manager, correct?
Yes.
You're gonna have a 8-page document. We marked it April 23.
What is it?
Text messages with John Iman.
It's 8 pages of text.
It is.
We haven't seen it yet.
Well, they introduced the I'm getting Hitch, so.
I understand you haven't seen this exhibit.
Okay.
It's fine. Go ahead and review it.
Okay, thank you.
No objection.
Mr. Efron, I'm going to show you the cover page here. First message is a little difficult, but I'm going down. Do you recognize what we see here? I know the numbers blocked out, but do you recognize this to be your text messages with John, the person that you refer to as the defendant's manager?
Yeah, this is like a legit text.
Speaking to the mic.
Yes, I look like a legit text.
Okay. And you say that looks like a legit text because this came off of your phone, correct? And the reason why we have your phone is because you walked your phone into an NYPD precinct. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You gave it to the police.
I did.
And you allowed them to make a digital copy of everything on your phone, correct?
I did.
Do you know that that was all given to the defense too?
No.
Okay. You know that now?
Yeah.
Your first message with John starts November 7th, 2021 at 12:04 in the morning. I know that actually a really small part is correct. Can you see that?
Yeah.
So we're talking, if that's your first message to John, that would be after the shooting, correct?
Yeah, like 45 to an hour ago.
And do you remember what it was that you texted him?
That right there?
Yeah.
First,
I know it's just an icon, but do you remember what it was?
Picture of the bullet.
It was a picture, correct?
Yeah, well,
And then you texted him again, 12:04. Looks like a screenshot of a text message conversation, correct?
yeah, I texted him, me and Rocky's conversation.
Okay. Again at 12:04. You sent him another message. What did you say in that?
Rocky shot at me.
Rocky, shoot at me.
Right, yeah, Rocky shot at me.
Okay. 12:04 still. Your next message?
One bullet, raised my
Okay,
hand.
just speaking to the mic.
One bullet, raised my hand.
There was a typo, you meant to say raise my hand.
Yeah, I did a lot of technical that day. I was shaking. I was like shaking.
You were sending these text messages quickly back to back to
Yeah,
back.
back to back.
Okay. Then you sent him another photograph, correct?
Yes.
Now we're at 12:12, so about 8 minutes later. And then another photograph at 12:12, almost 12:13, correct?
Correct.
And immediately under that, you texted him at 12:13, this ills.
Let me see the top one. That must have been his.
Yeah, it was a photograph. It's not
Okay, yeah, so
shown
that's,
here.
so I showed him Bill's conversation, trying to like lure me in.
You took a screenshot.
I just showed him Bill's conversation, showed him, to let him know it was authentic, that this is real.
Okay, so now we're at 12:13, which would be what, 11 minutes after your first message. 12:15, 2 or 3 minutes later, what was the next message you sent to him?
They set me up.
And then 12:16, a few seconds after that message.
If I didn't grab it, let me dead.
Gotta speak up.
I,
Well, can you read that one? Can you read that one, because it was hard to hear you.
if I didn't grab Bill's, I'd be dead.
Again, at 12:16, you sent him another screenshot. I know it's hard to see, but was it all the missed calls?
That's what it's called.
All right, now we're gonna jump ahead in time from 12:16 to 12:37. Sorry, it's hard to see. 12:37, you sent him another picture, correct?
Correct.
Then, again, 12:37, almost 12:38, you texted him. And finally, at 12:38, you sent him that text message that the defense showed you saying, "I'm getting itch," correct? Or "I'm get itch."
I meant to I'm getting irritated or irritated. That wasn't, I'm get rich.
I
It
understand that.
doesn't fit in the content if you look at the whole conversation that I was right there.
So what I'm asking is, that's, that message was sent 34 minutes after the first message that you sent to John, correct?
Yes, if it says right there, yes.
And, yeah, again, because you don't, as you sit here now, 3 years later, can you say that you specifically remember dates and very specific times?
No.
Okay, but if it says, if it's timestamped from your phone that that's what that happened, you don't take issue with that.
No, I'm gonna take issue with it can't be my phone.
So when you texted him, "I'm getting itch" or "irritated," that's over a half an hour after you sent him the first message, and he hasn't responded to a single one of your messages, correct?
Who, John?
Yes.
I don't know if he responded. I think he responded.
Did you see a response in there?
Is this just my text messages?
This is your thread with him. Did you see a response from him?
Do you have a response from him? Okay.
I'll approach. You can go through it. You tell me if you see a response.
Kind of don't remember 3 years ago.
I get it.
You want to get through the background, just check who was his answer. They don't like it, they tell the answer, and they go on, it's just not right.
That's no speaking objection.
Sorry.
Speaking
Right,
objection.
sorry. Leave.
So there's no question pending.
I think the question pending was, did you see a response from John?
No. You are asking legal questions, right?
I'm just trying to speed it along there, but I will refrain. My apologies.
So if John was to hit me, it would be something down here or something. I need this text message or while we look. If he was, it would be under here.
If he was, I mean, I can show you what it looks like on the other ones.
Yeah.
There's a blue bubble.
Oh,
You
so
see
he would
a blue
be,
bubble?
no, I don't.
Great. Was that the context you were talking about? The, when you were testifying earlier?
Say that again, please.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that question. It's meeting. The text message that you sent to Justin about wanting the defendant's money, was that sent before or after the shooting on November 6th, 21 at 10:17 p.m.?
It was after the shooting.
Oh. Yeah, I can stop there and we can go on to.
All right, we'll take the break now, folks. Please be outside the courtroom doors at 10:30 on Monday. Please don't discuss the case the weekend with anybody. Please don't review anything you see in the newspaper or online. Please keep an open.
All right, so that was the end of testimony on Friday. Morelli was a daggone fool. Daggone fool. He can't see when somebody is trying to save him. Like, he made so many more mistakes on redirect. And so I'm interested in hearing what else the state plans on one cleaning up with Relly, if they even bother to do so. Because now I'm just questioning, like, we know his credibility is shot. It doesn't matter how you flip it, twist it, turn it. A blind man who can't even read his body language and can only hear him speak would completely walk away from his testimony. So I'm interested in seeing if the state chooses to try and continue to clean this up, or if they will pivot to just try and make their case through the other witnesses. Because I mean, he's just one piece of this pie, right? There's several other people that are going to testify, including some of the people that were there at the incident, Ills, maybe Barty. So I'm interested in hearing what they're going to say as well. So CB is down here in the chat, y'all, telling us that Ills is allegedly supposed to be testifying today, and he may be testifying to the fact that Rocky discharged the firearm. What was interesting, I seen a little bit of what you were saying, CB, but I know that I responded with you and let you know that, well, it looks like Rocky texts, why you shoot at me before Relly texts, why you shoot at me before Rocky texts, why you telling people I shot at you. So I think one of the conversations that we were having prior to this was around if Rocky may have mentioned the shooting prior to Relly actually texting, and just having that conversation, well, revisiting. There we go. Sorry, revisiting that testimony just kind of really just proved that Relly was the one who said something first, and then Rocky responded. So again, like I said, I'm interested in seeing what testimony is going to come from the other witnesses, because at this point, the witness that they got on the stand is, I don't think he's doing more harm than help than he to his own case. I know we kind of talked about it last week too. If you were his personal injury attorney, would you stay on his case or not? A lot of people said that they would wait until. A lot of people are saying that they would actually wait until the conclusion of this case before making the determination. But while Relly is on the stand, he openly says, well, I'm not going to say openly, but he does say on the stand, he doesn't have any permanent physical damage. He was just hurt at the time. I would have thought he would have said something like, oh, I got these scars on my knuckles for life. They aren't going anywhere, but he didn't take that route. The claim he also claims that he suffers a disability in his civil suit. So we can see that he actually does not suffer any type of physical damage, and he's not disabled. So again, y'all, it's gonna be interesting today. Like, I'm really excited to see what's gonna happen. I said to make the point that Rocky and Relly are both liars. If Rocky had a fake gun, why he didn't say that when Relly texted Rocky tried to ill him? Well, here's the thing though. I don't think Rocky wanted to give him anything to run with, right? Because at that point it was pure extortion. It was the bullets that he was sending him. It was the pictures of his hands. It was a lot kind of going on. So I see why Rocky wouldn't have said anything. However, I'm not opposed to the theory that Rocky actually shot the gun. So, I'm not opposed to it. I think that the state has proved it? No. Not right now. Not with the 3 witnesses that we've had. We've got the lady from the 7th floor balcony who talks about people falling to the ground and seeing flashes. Did you pull those trash cans to the front? Oh. 1 second. All right, y'all. So yeah, I like the prop gun. The prop gun, keep in mind, that can mean they act an actual working weapon that is loaded with blanks, dummies, etc. Seeds and must try. I just don't like the prop gun theory. Like I don't like the prop gun theory, but I also understand that Rocky couldn't necessarily say he had the gun, he shot the gun, because that kind of gives ground to the civil suit. So I have mixed emotions about that prop gun. Ooh, I don't like it, but I get it. Why are they unable to produce it? I don't know. But that's the other part of saying you know it's a prop. It's a prop. It doesn't, because now you got that open question out to the jury. Well, where is it? And even though they don't have the burden of proof, they just opened a hole for the jury to look through. Good morning, adventuring. That still only gets you permanent partial or even permanent scars, at least in Missouri. Okay, come through. Oh my God, we got such good weather today, Destin. We've got, I think it's going to be like 66 today. Okay, can't wait. Can this be stand your ground? So tag clouds, I think that I don't know if they have a true stand your ground law in California, so I'm not going to say yes. What I will say is that there is an element, or maybe even a part, or maybe even an instruction that can be provided to the jury to ask what's really justified in his actions. So I think we have to wait and see if there is some type of loophole that allows the jury to consider all circumstances and then render a decision. The fake gun was supposedly used to scare Robbie. The fake gun doesn't shoot bullets, therefore Rocky did not and could not shoot Robbie. That's what the defense is saying. But if it was a real gun, then where is the real gun? That's the question. Where did those bullets come from? And that was a part of the state's redirect, right? They wanted to establish they really didn't go out and go buy any ammunition or try to go buy any ammunition, whether it was legal or illegal, because there's a thought out there now that really planted bullets. He planted them. So it's very interesting. If it's a working weapon, producing it proves nothing about what was actually loaded in it at the time of the incident. I agree with that. California does have stand your ground laws, but he's not doing a true self-defense claim. It's weird. Like it's a weird. I don't like the process. I guess I have a permanent partial. You're welcome. He's licensed to carry too. He absolutely was at that time. He absolutely was at that time. So it's gonna be. No, we're not froze. I had pause for a minute, D Wood. The Ring camera caught the sounds of shots. That's why they brought the prop gun defense, in your opinion. Well, let's challenge that though, Jason. Is it truly a gunshot? Like what makes a gunshot sound a gunshot sound? Could that be a sound of something else? I think Jim Wynn always talks about, is it truly a gunshot? Was something rolled over? Like, how did we declare that is truly a gunshot sound? What expert comes in and says, yep, that's a gun. Yep, that's a 9mm gun. That's what it sounds like. Is that even possible? We got a lot of questions. If he was grazed, that bullet would have hit something. There's no evidence of shots fired in the area. Cars sound like gunshots to me all the time. I live by an interstate. That's a good one right there, though, Chloe. I think we all love this one. Why isn't there any other physical damage to any of the structures around this scene if 2 shots were fired? And I find it interesting too. I want to see the pictures of the bullet casings again because their body movements to the shots are different. So the two casings could not have been side by side. They would have had to be some type of distance apart because even in the video, Rocky is facing one way and then he's turned another way. Both when shots are being fired. So it'll be interesting to see if the defense, attempts to talk about that. I know they kind of touched on it a little bit where they said, well, when you shoot a gun, the bullet casings come out into the right. They eject out into the right. And so there was substantial movement. So the casings could not have been side by side on that ground. So I want to see that picture again. But we have 1 hour until court starts. So y'all know we're gonna find us a little something to watch real quick while we we'll find us a little something to watch real quick while we wait for an hour. Beautiful people. I'm not familiar with Blake Lively, but I have a feeling I need to be. Let's see what we got going on. Let's see if Judge McBurney is. All right, nope. Nope. What's the line? Hold on. They don't have anything rolling either. Let's see what Court TV got. Let's see what they talking about. We could probably still watch the end of Judge McBurney from the other day on his trial calendar. This one we're watching. Hold on, y'all. We're gonna watch some of Judge. We're gonna watch Judge McBurney. Go to this page real quick. So the last one we watched was the little boy, right? The little guy, he had went up for the M.
Is a re-indictment, but they are all different cases. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. McClendon, you were retained by Mr. Muse to handle 3 of them, and Ms. Rios has the 4th, but you are prepared to take the plea or whatever we're doing with all 4. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And none of what I just said to you is going to surprise Mr. Muse?
Correct.
Okay. Then I'm ready for him to come out if, 1, we have enough deputies. Okay, and 2, you're ready to go, Mr. McClendon.
It just feels like it's
okay.
The fall. I don't know. It's brown. It's warm. Not too warm. No snow. It's real weird.
Right now.
We're on the 58 right now, which is definitely not February weather.
Well, before we get on the record, are we taking pleases to all 4 or pleas to some and no process to others, or what's the plan?
Work outside.
Felony pleas to 2 of the cases, misdemeanor plea to 1, and I am not passing.
Okay, you can get all that on the record, but that's helpful for me to know what the plan is.
Well, we're at 2 after.
Hey, Mr. Muse, if you'll come up to the podium and stand Whoops, I turned off the wrong camera. You can see your lawyer. He needs to be able to see you.
I can see them.
Great, there you are. So let's go on the record. Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Can get relaxed a little bit.
Yes, I am dead.
So,
Great. Mr. Muse, you are here in court. Your lawyer, Mr. McClendon, is appearing virtually. He and I had a conversation about that. He said you were okay that he was going to be virtually by your side rather than physically by your side. Are you all right with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have 4 cases that we're working through today. And what's been explained to me is that you're pleading to 3 of them and 1 is going to be dismissed. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to call out one of the cases. Ultimately, they'll all get on the record. The one that's on the trial calendar is 23 SC 190241, State versus Muse. Mr. Muse is here in court. His lawyer is appearing virtually with Mr. Muse's approval, and Ms. Nix is going to handle the pleas for the state. One last thing, Mr. Muse, before we dive into this. Mr. McClendon filed an entry of appearance on 3 of your cases, but there's one that Ms. Rios, who's seated behind you, is listed as your attorney of record. Ms. Rios and Mr. McClendon have discussed having Mr. McClendon just handle all the pleas, so it's just one lawyer for you. You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, good. Okay. Then in just a moment, Ms. Nix is going to put you under oath. Once you're under oath, make sure you answer all her questions truthfully. If you have questions at any point, let me know. If it's something you need to speak about in private with Mr. McClendon, we'll figure out how to do that, although that'll be kind of complicated. Hopefully the question will be something you can just ask me, and or you're comfortable asking him with the rest of us hearing whatever that question is. But I do need you to let me know if, like, wait, I'm not following what's going on. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Nix.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Muse, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that any statements or testimony that you shall give in the matter currently before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hand down. Please state your true, correct, and legal name.
Jamarian Muse.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any medicine, drugs, or alcohol?
No.
Is there a medication that you normally take that you have not taken or been given today?
No.
How old are you?
22.
How far have you gone in school?
12th grade.
Did you graduate?
Oh.
Is English your native or dominant language?
Yes.
You understand that you've been charged with the following offenses in 23 SC 190241, 6 counts of aggravated assault,
Yes.
and in 24 SC 003877-01, carrying a weapon in school safety zone as a not lawful weapons carrier and criminal trespass.
Yes.
And in 24 SC 004695, possession of a machine gun.
Yes.
You understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes.
You understand that if you plead not guilty or remain silent and refuse to enter any plea at all, then the state is required to prove the charges against you at a jury trial?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review your rights with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney about all of the charges in these indictments against you, including the facts and circumstances relating to each charge?
Yes.
Do you need more time to discuss the cases with your lawyer, Mr. McClendon?
No.
Are you satisfied with his services?
Yes.
Mr. McClendon, do you waive a formal reading of the indictments for purposes of the plea?
Yes.
And do you waive any null defects in the indictments for purposes of the plea?
Yes.
Mr. Muse, do you remember having been arrested on each of these charges?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge to which you're pleading guilty today?
Yes.
You understand that today you are entering a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend the following sentence to the court.
Yes.
Well, wait till she's going to tell you the sentence, and then you can say, yep, that's what I understood, or, oop, that's not what I thought was happening.
In 23 SC 190241, for each count, each of the 6 counts of aggravated assault, the state recommends a sentence of 5 years to be probated. each to run concurrently with each other, but consecutively with the sentence in 24 SC 003877-01. In 24 SC 004695, the state recommends a sentence of 5 years probated to run concurrently with 23 SC 190241 and consecutive to 24 SC 003877-01. In 24 SC 003877-01, the state recommends, or the state will reduce count 1 to unlawful carrying a weapon under OCGA 16-11-126 and recommend a sentence of 220 days, which should be time served. As to count 2, the state recommends a sentence of 220 days to serve concurrent with count 1. And as part of this plea agreement, the state will null pros 24 SC 004566. Special conditions of probation are no contact with Stephanie Booth, Timothy Turris, that's Turis, Azucena Flores Mora, Azucena Flores Mora, Haley Lindstorm, Hailey Lindstrom, Scott Voigt, and Mildreda Williams. Mildreda is Mildredda. You can possess no firearms or replica firearms. Stay away from all incident locations. Complete 250 hours of community service. Forfeit any seized property and must maintain full-time employment or full-time school. Do you understand that's the state's recommended sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat you had the no contact with the victims? I was trying to keep up with the names. And then there was be in school or work, but I may have missed something in between.
Okay, no firearms or replica firearms.
Okay.
Stay away from incident locations.
Okay.
250 hours of community service.
Yep.
And forfeit seized property.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Muse, do you understand that the court is not required to accept the state's recommended sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court has the right to sentence you to the maximum possible sentence on each charge?
Yes.
Do you understand that since there are multiple charges to which you're pleading guilty today, the court also has the right to run those sentences consecutively?
Yes.
You understand that if, does the defendant have his final plea rights? I believe he does not in the aggravated assaults, but I'm not sure about the others.
Right. But I don't know about some of the others. I'll look in a second, but I know he does not for the aggravated assault, which in some ways is the biggest sentence. So to me, it's kind of moot, but we'll see how this plays out.
Okay. You understand that if the court decides to order a sentence that differs from the negotiated plea you're expecting today, you do not have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty.
Yes.
Are you currently on probation or parole anywhere?
No.
Do you understand that if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit?
Yes.
Do you understand that while you're on probation, you must follow all the special conditions of your probation?
Yes.
You understand that if you fail to follow all the special conditions of your probation, then you'll be subject to revocation of that probation for the balance of your sentence?
Yes.
You understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
You understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, you may not receive, possess, or transport a firearm?
Yes.
You understand that doing so could result in new criminal charges for which you face a sentence of up to 5 years?
Yes.
You understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, you also may not use a firearm in a crime in the future?
Yes.
You understand that if you were in the future to use a firearm during the commission of a felony, you would face a 15-year custodial sentence consecutive to the sentence for the underlying crime?
Yes.
Mr. McClendon, did we discuss first offender? I can't remember.
He is not electing to use first offender.
Okay. All right, Mr. Muse, do you understand that by entering a plea of guilty today, you are waiving any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights: the right to a trial by jury, to remain silent, to confront witnesses against you, to the assistance of counsel, to the presumption of innocence, and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges at trial?
Yes.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to enter a guilty plea because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
How do you plead to the charges of 6 counts of aggravated assault in 23 SC 190241?
Guilty.
And how do you plead to the charges of unlawful carrying of a weapon and criminal trespass in 24 SC 003877-01?
Guilty.
And how do you plead to the charge of possession of a machine gun in indictment number 24 SC 004695?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you wish to challenge the voluntariness of your guilty plea, you must do so by filing a habeas corpus petition?
Yes.
You understand that for the felonies, you have only 4 years from today to do so, and for the misdemeanors, you have only 12 months from today to do so.
Yes.
I'll start with 23 SC 190241. Judge, had that case gone to trial, the state would expect the evidence to show that on or about August 3rd, 2023, the defendant, Mr. Muse, did shoot a pellet gun that appeared to be a firearm at 6 individuals. Those individuals were Timothy Turris, Azucena Flores Mora, Haley Lindstorm, Scott Boyd, Mildretta Williams, and Stephanie Booth. Mr. Muse and his co-defendant were driving around shooting at these individuals.
Who was Mr. Key or Mr. Muse, the driver, from what you think the evidence would show?
Mr. Muse was the driver.
And then, if I'm remembering from bond hearings, Mr. Key was like standing up through the moonroof, or this was out a passenger window?
Out of the moonroof.
Okay,
that's
or
only-
sunroof, whatever we want to call it. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And so thereby putting each of these people at in reasonable fear of receiving a violent injury.
Were they all in the same area, as in just these guys did this once and there were 6 people standing together, or they were driving down the street, or it was 6 incidents separated by dozens of miles?
6 incidents, not separated by dozens of miles, separated by blocks.
It was all in the same neighborhood or
General
vicinity?
area, yes, sir.
Okay.
They were identified when officers were responding in the area and actually observed the defendants committing shooting at one of the individuals, and conducted an investigatory stop and arrested both individuals.
Okay.
And that occurred in Fulton County. In 24 SC 004695, had that case gone to trial, the state would expect the evidence to show that on or about March 28th of 2024, the defendant was in possession of a machine gun without being authorized under any provision of the Georgia Firearms and Weapons Act to do so. Officers came into contact with Mr. Muse and observed that he had the firearm and were able to confirm that it was altered to be a machine gun, and that occurred in Fulton County.
Meaning fully automatic.
Yes, a fully automatic.
Okay, so it wasn't necessarily some giant 50 caliber, it may have been, but it was a firearm that had been modified to be fully automatic.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And in 24 SC 003877-01, had that case gone to trial, the state would expect the evidence to show that on or about April 27th of 2023, the defendant and a few other individuals trespassed on the property of the
Clark, Atlanta.
it's the Morris Brown Stadium, which is a defunct. It is no longer operating, but it is owned by Clark Atlanta Stadium, Clark Atlanta University. So it is technically school property, but it is it's not being used, and so even though it is school property and the defendant was on school property with a weapon, it is a decrepit old stadium, and so the defendant is not a lawful weapons carrier. He was too young to lawfully carry a weapon, and so the state is reducing this count 1 to unlawful carrying a weapon. So the defendant and other individuals did trespass into this stadium, and officers made contact with them and discovered that Mr. Muse was in possession of a weapon, of a firearm, and that occurred in Fulton County.
Okay. So chronologically, this Morris Brown Stadium was first. We fast forward 4 months. He and Mr. Key are shooting people with a pellet gun. And then another 4 + 3, 7 months, he's got the fully automatic weapon.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The case that you're dismissing, what were the allegations?
That was a number of individuals who were, officers responded to a call about someone with a firearm, and about 5 or 6 individuals got into a vehicle.
Okay.
The officer did a stop on the vehicle, found a number of guns in the vehicle.
It's more guns, but I'm understanding why you're dismissing this one. But it's again, Mr. Muse around guns. It might have been harder to attribute one to him in that setting.
Yes.
But he's still around them.
Yes, there were, I think 5 defendants that were arrested.
I think was Mr. Key back in the mix again?
Yes, we
Yeah.
dismissed the case against him as well, because the only gun that all of them were charged with was one that was also altered to be a fully automatic.
Okay.
It was not found at the feet of either of them.
Okay, but another machine gun.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else from the state?
No, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jackson. Any criminal history information on Mr. Muse?
He has 4 cycles. The last arrest was March the 28th, 2024 in Fulton County for possession of a sawed-off shotgun or sawed-off rifle. That case appeared to be still pending. That case number is 24 PI 002210. He does appear to have open cases pending. One is 24 SC 004566 for possession of a sawed-off shotgun or rifle. So additional open case 24 SC 004695 for possession of a sawed-off shotgun or rifle. Nothing in addition, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. McClendon.
Good afternoon. I believe the cases that were just mentioned are all the cases that we're dealing with. I believe, Your Honor, this is a fair result in our case. The facts of the aggravated assault, I agree wholeheartedly with what Ms. Nick said. The only thing I would add is that the pellets that came out of the projectiles, it was it was a water pellet. So I mean, it's technically a pellet. So I think a pellet gun is a fair reference. But I just wanted the court to understand that this was not a pellet that was going to wound someone, but it was certainly not appropriate behavior. Well, I'm hearing an echo of myself. As far as Mr. Muse, I believe that I've seen like a different Mr. Muse since he has been in custody. I believe that we have received the message loud and clear that living a law-abiding, productive life is certainly a lot more beneficial, safe, and enjoyable than not. And he's here today and is accepting responsibility and asked the court to accept the plea as negotiated.
All right. I'm just looking at some numbers here. 6. Work. All right, Mr. Muse, anything you want to add?
No, sir.
Any questions?
No, sir.
When you get out, where are you going to stay? You don't need to give me like a street address, but like, is it your mom's house or your brother's house or what?
My mom's house.
Okay, and where does she stay?
Clayton County.
Clayton County? Is that where you were staying when these things happened, or this will be a new place to stay?
No, I wasn't staying with her then. Staying with her.
Does she know that you're heading her way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any kids?
Got one on the way.
One on the way. Boy or girl?
Boy.
When is he due?
Next month.
Is mom doing okay?
Well, we've been going through it right now.
I mean, as far as you know, she's healthy.
Yeah.
Okay. I know you could be more helpful if you weren't where you are right now, but she's healthy. Have you ever worked before?
Yes.
What kind of work?
Construction and warehouse.
Where'd you go to high school?
Money Mill.
And you went there 9th through however far you got?
No, I went to different schools.
Okay. The one you were at the very end was what you ever just said, Monday Mill?
Yeah, Monday Mill.
Monday Mill? Where's that?
Clayton County.
Were you living with your mom when you were there?
Yeah.
So you'll be going back to that same place?
Yeah.
Okay. The mother of your child, where does she stay?
And Clayton County.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Muse, I find there's a factual basis for your pleas. The common theme in all these is you and guns. And I mean, you must see this around you. You saw what happened to Mr. Key. Being around guns, whether they're on you or near you, can lead to unfortunate things happening, not just jail, but people getting shot. And the case that kept bringing you back here, which was the one where whether you were driving or Key was, doesn't really matter, shooting the, what do you call the little water pellets? There's some name for them.
Splat ball.
Splat ball. Shooting a splat ball may have seemed kind of funny, and no one got hurt. It clearly scared those folks. But the bigger risk is whether it's a police officer or a concerned citizen and they see you or Key swinging around what looks like a gun, they may have a real gun that shoots not splat balls. And then all of a sudden you get hit in the head, and then there's the end. So I'm hopeful, especially with a kid coming along, that you're going to figure out a way to roll a little differently It will be a felony offense if you're around guns anymore. So if you're in a car and there's a gun in that car and you know it's there because it's in plain view, or you're staying in a house and there are guns in that house, that's going to be a new crime for you. You can't be around them. And so you just need to be thoughtful. And I know it's not easy, but you need to be thoughtful about where you spend your time and how you spend your time. It's very easy in Georgia and in America to have guns around you. That's just not something you get to do anymore. Fortunately for you, if you are into guns, you spend a lot of quality time with some pretty serious guns. But if they are around you in the future, if you get pulled over and all it is you had a bad taillight, which would be a citation, and then there's a gun, all of a sudden it's handcuffs and it's a felony and it's prison time. So just be thinking through that as you figure out how you're going to move forward. I'm not going to be there to be saying, don't do that. But I'll be right here when you come back because you were on probation and you got caught with a gun. So if we are together again talking about you and guns, it's not going to be probation. It's going to be something different. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I find there's a factual basis in each of the three cases to which you're entering pleas. I also find that your pleas are knowing and voluntary. Voluntary means no one's forcing you to enter these pleas, but that you've decided after having time to talk with Mr. McClendon and anyone else that this is the right way forward for you. Do you agree?
Yes, sir.
And knowing means you've understood the things we've been talking about. You've told me you don't have any questions. Is that still true?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's okay to have questions. Just you need to let me know what they are. No? Okay. I'm sentencing you pursuant to the Probation Options Management Act. And all that means is that while you're on probation, if you have a minor violation, then you and probation will work through that. But if you get arrested for anything, or you violate some of these no contact or stayaways, that will come back to me. Mr. McClendon, is it okay if someone in my office signs the 3 indictments to which your client is entering a guilty plea, signs on your behalf, Mr. McClendon?
Absolutely.
Ms. Nix?
Yes, sir.
And is it okay, Mr. Muse, if we sign for you as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll do that. Mr. Muse, going in chronological order, in the case of, where's the 241? 23, nope. In the case of 24 SC 003 877-01, the state has reduced the, let me get the indictment up, the felony count to a misdemeanor, and you're pleading to 2 misdemeanors. Your sentence as to both is 8 months to serve. By my math, you've actually done 250 days, 250. If we add up, you've been in jail 3 times in connection with all these cases. So I'm sentencing you to 8 months to serve, but you'll get credit for the time you've done. And that'll be 8 months to serve on count 1 and count 2. Those, am I misstructuring the case that is 877, or you reduced the felony to a misdemeanor? Is that correct?
3877-01,
Yeah.
I reduced the felony to a misdemeanor and offered time served.
Yeah, but it's 2 misdemeanors then?
Yes.
Okay, so it's 8 months to serve, both counts running concurrently. Your next case chronologically is 23 SC 190241. That's the splat gun case. There are 6 counts there, and I'm sentencing you to 5 years on each of the 6 counts. It's 5 years probated. Special condition of probation number 1, no contact with any of those victims. I think they were strangers to you anyway. You didn't know who they were, but stay away from them. Number 2, no contact with Mr. Key. He's not a relative of yours, is he? He is a relative?
Yeah.
How's he related?
Family, that's my brother.
He's your brother. Okay. Same mom or same dad?
Dad.
Okay. Before all this happened, were there lots of family events where you all would be together, or because it's different moms that was awkward and you didn't see him so much?
Be around sometimes, family events.
Okay, then I'm not going to say no contact with Mr. Key. Just know that his high rolling life, as his dad liked to put it, could be complicated for you if you're rolling with his high rolling kind of life. And I don't know what his life is like other than his dad got real upset when I suggested he wasn't a super important music star. So you can stay around, Mr. Key. You will need to either be in school or working. After you've been out for 2 weeks, you need to either be showing probation that you're trying to get a job or that you've enrolled in school. If you have done neither after the first month, then it is 5 hours of community service for every week that you aren't working or are in school. Just keep running every week. You will forfeit all the things that were seized from you in all the cases, so don't try to get that stuff back. In the final case chronologically, which is 24 SC 004695, there's just one count. That's 5 years probated. Special condition number 1 is 250 hours of community service. That's different from the +5 every week. That's just over the course of your probation, you need to knock those out. But that number will actually grow for the weeks you aren't in school or working, again, after 1 month. And you'll forfeit the property that was seized. That would be the gun that was seized in that case. The 2 cases with 5 years probation, they'll run concurrently with each other. That means at the same time, but they both run consecutively to the Clark Atlanta Morris Brown Stadium case. That's your 8 months to serve. So when those 8 months are up, if they're up, then you've got 5 years probation on top of that, which is what I believe you and Mr. McClendon negotiated with the state. Ms. Niles, do you have anything you want to add or questions about what I just said? I meant to say Ms. Nix.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. Mr. McClendon, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. What's the zip code of your mom's house?
30238.
30238? Okay. Do you not need to type that, or you already know he's going to be in Clayton County? Okay. You just have memorized all the Clayton zip codes?
I used to work in Clayton.
All right, so you knew. All right, I was like, she didn't type anything in. Mr. Muse, we're going to get a couple more things on the record from Ms. Simpson, who's with probation. She's going to give you some reporting instructions, and then she may come back to talk to you just to get the specifics of your mom's address. We don't need to get that on the record. But the important part is she's going to be telling you, and she'll give you a piece of paper to that effect. Here's when you got to show up for probation. You don't want to miss that date, because if you miss it, you're starting out poorly, and they're going to just send me a warrant saying the guy didn't even show up to report for probation. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Simpson.
So, Mr. Muse, you're going to report the Clayton County office, which is under instructions. It is tomorrow office, and that is going to be 1331 Citizens Parkway, Suite 201 in Monroe, Georgia. And your reporting date is February 6th at 8 a.m.
Any questions about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, Mr. Muse, we'll see what happens. I'll be here, and we can talk again if things don't go well. But I hope it's a little different for you. You've been busy the last few months. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. You're free to go.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. What are we doing? We have Mr. Brown online, so we can do that plea. Do we have an update on, because poor Ms. Singleton is still here, on either of the Hammonds?
Yes. Today, Ms. Hammond is ready for a non-negotiated plea. I don't know what's happening with the brother, so I didn't know if this should be done separately.
Okay.
Mr. Pratt is right outside.
Okay. Let's see what he has to say. Do you know what he's going to say?
I think it's negotiated.
Okay, so one negotiated, one non-negotiated. Interesting. Same set of facts where we could do the plea together, or we're not sure? Okay, we'll see what Mr. Kraft says. It's not two separate incidents?
No.
Okay. Hey, Mr. Kraft.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just got an update from Ms. Wood that her client, Quantavious Hammond, is ready for a plea. But if we can do them together because you have the same announcement, then I thought we should do that, unless you think there's a reason why the plea should be taken separately.
I don't believe there's any reason they should take it separately. It's just that Quavius has a lot of questions that I've been going over.
Okay, I'm not rushing anyone, so if you want more time to work with him, I can take Mr. Brown's plea. He's sitting right here online, and we can check back in 10 minutes.
I think we might be finished by
Okay, let's do it. Mr. Brown, you are on, oh, you went to the tropics. You went far away.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay. Let me know, Ms. Dilligard, when you are ready.
Ready to go.
All right. Mr. Brown, you're able to hear us?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Okay. This is 24 SC 003210, State versus Brown. Mr. Brown is appearing virtually. His lawyer, Ms. Wood, is here in court, as is the prosecutor, Ms. Dilligard. Mr. Brown, before you get put under oath, I need you to tell me on the record that you are okay with us moving forward with your plea when you're not here in open court. You're appearing virtually. You're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Second, your lawyer is not right next to you. She's here in court, and if you guys need to speak privately, we can make that happen. But you have a right not only to be here in open court, but to have Ms. Wood right next to you so you could lean over and ask her a question. Are you allowing us to go forward with Ms. Wood here and not by your side?
Yeah.
Okay, then we're going to do that. Ms. Dilligard, when you're ready.
Mr. Brown, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that any statements or testimony that you shall give in the matter currently before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
You can lower your hand. Please state your true, correct, and legal name for the record.
Dantis Demore Brown.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any medicine, drugs, or alcohol?
No.
Is there any medication that you normally take that you have not taken or been given today?
No.
Excuse me, say it one more time.
No.
How old are you?
45.
How far have you gone in school?
GED.
Do you understand that you have been charged with the following offense? Charged with 1 count of aggravated assault?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to that charge?
Yes.
Do you understand if you plead not guilty or remain silent and refuse to enter any plea at all, then the state is required to prove the charge against you at a jury trial?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the waiver of rights form with your attorney?
That's the list of questions we went over, but we did not fill it out.
Okay, and I don't know that Ms. Wood's microphone works, but I don't think it works. I think it's broken. Tap it. Yeah, it's broken. There was a form that Ms. Wood covered with you, I think, when you were here. Do you remember that form?
Think so.
I don't mean do you remember every word of it, but I'm gonna have Ms. Wood come up to the podium. She can explain better.
Yes, Judge, so because I've done so many pleas in this courtroom, I can roll them off the top of my head. So we went over the questions in the hallway, we just didn't fill out the form.
Got it. Okay, we're good.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your lawyer about the charge in the indictment, including the facts and the circumstances relating to that charge?
Yes.
Would you like any more time to discuss the case with your lawyer?
Kinda, yes. Well, no.
So I think part of the confusion, Judge, is because while what we've gone over so far is about what he's actually charged with, it's not what he's pleading to. And also, I do want to remind you, Mr. Brown, that I get to speak at the end, so don't worry, okay? I'm gonna say all the things we talked about.
Okay.
Right, and I want to also preserve this for you, Mr. Brown. Before I say, here's what I'm going to do, I'll be sure to ask you again, all right, we've covered everything, anything you need to talk to Ms. Wood about. And you then, oh, no, I'm good now, or no, there's still something I'm not clear about. I'd like to speak with her privately, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's services?
Yes, I am very much.
Counsel, do you waive formal reading of the indictment for purposes of the plea?
So waived.
And do you waive any and all defects in the indictment for purposes of the plea?
We do.
Mr. Brown, do you remember being arrested for this charge?
Unfortunately, yes.
Has your attorney advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for this charge for aggravated assault? The range is 1 to 20. Judge, we've agreed to reduce to disorderly pursuant to 161139, the maximum on that charge being 12 months. Do you understand that?
Yes, talking to me? Yes.
Yep.
Oh, yes.
Do you understand that today you're entering a negotiated plea of guilty, which means the state will recommend the following sentence to the court? Judge, again, we are asking to reduce the one count of aggravated assault to disorderly conduct pursuant to OCGA 161139 for 12 months probation, an anger management course, and 40 hours of community service.
So I missed the part about anger management, but I'm happy to address that at the end if we want to function this as a non-negotiated judge.
Okay. We'll let you revisit that when it's your turn.
Thank you.
Do you understand that recommendation, Mr. Brown?
I understand it.
That's all the question is, not do you like it or anything like that. Do you understand that's what the state will be recommending?
Yes, I understand.
You understand the court's not required to accept the state's recommended sentence?
Yes.
You understand that the court has the right to sentence you to the maximum possible sentence on this charge?
Yes.
You understand that if the court decides to order a sentence that differs from the negotiated plea you're expecting today, that you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty?
Yes. Then one thing, what you mean withdraw my plea of guilty? I haven't pleaded guilty to anything.
We'll explain.
So you may, in a little bit, that's the point of this whole conversation, and all that Ms. Dilligard is letting you know is that if things don't go the way you were expecting, you will have the ability to say, wait, nope, I'd rather go to trial.
Okay, I understand. I just want to make sure I'm understanding her verbiage correctly.
You need to, and so I appreciate you flagging it when you're confused.
Do you understand that if you're currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering of a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit?
Yes.
Do you understand if you're on probation, you must follow all the special conditions of your probation?
Yes.
Do you understand if you fail to follow all the special conditions of your probation, then you'll be subject to revocation of that probation for the balance of your sentence?
Yes.
You understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Are you a United States citizen?
Yes.
Do you understand that by entering a plea of guilty today, you are waiving any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights: the right to a trial by jury, the right to remain silent, the right to confront witnesses against you, the right to the assistance of counsel, the right to the presumption of innocence, the right to appeal if convicted of these charges at a trial?
Yes.
Is it your decision to waive these rights, which means not to use them, and enter a guilty plea today?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Is it your decision to waive those rights that I just listed and to enter a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to enter a guilty plea because you're in fact guilty?
No.
I didn't hear the answer.
No.
Okay, so Ms. Wood, can you help us navigate this?
So I just want to make sure it's to the disorderly conduct, not the aggravated assault. So she's asking if you're accepting a guilty plea to disorderly conduct.
Yes.
Okay. Is that good, Judge?
Sure, but the question, it is, that's helpful, thank you. It's focusing us on what the actual charge is that we're going forward on, which is disorderly conduct, acting sort of in a tumultuous manner. But what Ms. Dilligard's question was, is are you pleading guilty to disorderly conduct because you are in fact guilty, as opposed to someone has a gun to your head or they're threatening to take your kid away or something like that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Brown, how do you plead to the reduced charge of disorderly conduct in indictment number 24 SC 003210?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with full knowledge of the charge against you?
Yes. I really need more time to speak to my attorney.
Hey, can you come back down here? I don't know where you are.
Yes, I can.
All right, how long does it take you to get down here?
30 minutes.
Okay, that's probably smarter, just so folks aren't back and forth on the phone. I had to take a break at 3 anyway, so you'll be able to engage with him then. I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, to make you go back and forth, but you are 100% doing the right thing. If you are having reservations, concerned, confused, it'll just be a lot easier to have Ms. Wood by your side, so you guys can talk about this, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll be here.
Thank you, Judge.
Yep. All right, so I got about 20 minutes before I need to be in a meeting for a little bit. Should we do Statham? Oh, Ms. Kim is on. What about that?
That should be quick, Judge.
Okay. Can we bring Ms. Statham out? Is she up?
Oh, sorry.
No, I don't know why I'm saying, hold on. Let me say the right words. Ms. Harley.
Yes.
Ms. Statham is the plea, and we'll do that also, but Ms. Harley, I don't understand what, I think we're just talking about bond. Are you optimistic?
On here.
I'm sorry we waited too long. Hello, Ms. Harley. If you come right to where that microphone is, keep walking towards me and turn. That's great. Ms. Harley, we are trying to figure out what's happening with your case. Ms. Kim is on the screen. If you can see her, she was here all morning, but we weren't able to get to your case because it took a little while to get you here and then get you up. Not Ms. Kim's fault. She had to attend to some other business, but she's here virtually. You were on a trial calendar, I think, and we lost track of you. And you are in now on a bench warrant that I signed because I think you missed a court date, but I'm going to let Ms. Kim talk about what was going on, and then you can add to it.
Okay.
And then I'll hear from, I think, Ms. Nix from the state about what we might do, both in the short term, i.e. about bond, and then in the longer term, what are we doing with your case? Is it a trial? Is it a plea or what? But let's sort out that bond thing first. Ms. Kim?
Thank you, Judge. My client is 36 years old. She did miss her court date. She has picked up no new felonies. She did have a misdemeanor charge, and as I mentioned this morning, that's why she landed in custody. But she's been in custody in the Fulton County Jail since January 1st. I believe she was in prior to that on the other charge, but we're asking if you would allow her to come out on bond. I believe we should be able to resolve this case. My understanding from her family is that the named victim in this matter a couple of years ago was last known to have moved to a homeless shelter with her 2 minor children up in New York City. So I'm not sure where she is, but I'm hopeful that the state and I can resolve it. We've been in communication about it. So I think we're getting close.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Nix.
Judge, Ms. Kim and I did speak briefly yesterday about this case. I've not spoken myself with the victim, so I've not been able to confirm that she is in New York. I am concerned about the defendant also has another case pending in state court with the same victim. I'm not sure if that's the misdemeanor that Ms. Kim described. That is listed as in bench warrant status, but I'm not sure if.
So what I thought Ms. Kim said this morning, and Ms. Harley can help us with this, I think you got arrested for some misdemeanor last month, this month?
This month.
This month.
On the 1st.
What was, so New Year's Day, you got arrested for what?
I was arguing with my spouse.
Okay.
And cops got called in the neighborhood and they picked up my warrant.
Okay. Is your spouse Ms. Burrows?
No, that's the one that I caught this year.
Sure.
She's in New York.
Okay.
She's in
So this is what Ms. Kim is saying.
Yeah.
And so Ms. Nix, you're saying this would have to be an old misdemeanor case then, the state court case.
This is probably the first time I got locked up dealing with Ms. Burrows.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the most recent situation was you and your spouse got into an argument.
We handled that already.
Okay, and you've already been to court and dealt with it?
We good with that.
What does we good mean? Like you pled guilty?
Well, I pled guilty.
Got dismissed?
I pled guilty. They gave me probation and anger management.
Okay.
And they basically I could go back home to her. Like we worked it out.
Got it.
Yeah.
But you just haven't been able to start that because this warrant's holding you.
Right.
Okay. Got it.
Judge, I just looked it up on Fulton County's website. Both the misdemeanors are all disposed of and closed.
The misdemeanors are what?
Disposed of and closed. They're closed.
Okay.
So I have 22 CR 000332E, which is listed in bench warrant status. And it is with the same victim as our case.
Okay.
Judge, I don't, it doesn't sound like, let's just say I'm not jumping up and down about recalling the bench warrant. I just wanted to make Your Honor aware that there are 2 cases pending with the same victim.
Got it. When you say 2, there's this one, the 23 SC, as well as the 22 CR.
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are the 2.
And the case that is before you today, the aggravated stalking, the fact that the victim is in New York is she's not our only witness to this incident.
Okay.
So her being in New York does not lessen our case.
Got it. Ms. Harley, do you have a way, you seem to be pretty sure that Ms. Burrows is in New York. You know that?
I'm still in contact with her sister. I got a pretty good relationship with her sister, so
Okay,
that's how I know she's in a shelter in New York.
okay.
But I don't talk to her, no.
No, I good. I'm glad to hear that. But it sounds like what I'm thinking about is this. I'm inclined to put a bond back in place, but I want Ms. Nix to have an opportunity to try to speak with Ms. Burrows first.
I don't have her number.
No, but you've got the sister's number.
Yeah, but it's in my phone. I don't know about her.
Okay,
I don't have no way of contacting nobody.
got it. And your phone is sitting in property?
Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Kim, do you have any contact information for Ms. Burrows' sister? Pardon me?
I do not know.
Okay. Oh, we do have the officer who's a witness too, it looks like, from some of the counts.
Correct. And the officer is actually one of the victims. There is also a obstruction in this
Right.
case, but there's also some worker at the apartment complex who escorted Ms. Hurley off the property a couple of times on the incident date.
Okay.
That's where I was living at as well.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So what were you going to do, Ms. Nix, in an effort to try to reach Ms. Burrows?
We have already, I have already requested a victim locate, and I followed up yesterday with the investigator in my new unit about that. I've not heard from that person. I've not actually met that person in person, so I'm not
Okay.
sure if they thought, I don't know who this is. So I'm gonna go once I get out of court to go and follow up in person with the investigator, and I will keep working on this.
Okay. Where would you stay, Ms. Harley, if you got out?
Oh, I'm going to my grandmother's house, 1183 Oak Street.
Okay, that's the address we've got in the system. So here's my proposal. I'm gonna give Ms. Nix's research team a little bit of time to try to track down Ms. Burrows. And I will look for an email from Ms. Nix sometime on Monday. That email should go to Ms. Kim as well, letting us know we found her. She is in New York, so we're a little less concerned about the bench warrant because that's far away. We found her, and here are 10 reasons why Ms. Burrows is concerned about Ms. Harley being out, but we didn't find her. And then I'll react accordingly. And likely, if it's the first or the third options, figure out your request, Ms. Kim, is to reinstate the bond that was there before?
All right, y'all. Yeah, I know we on deck. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch us over to the to the court TV. Actually, Law and Crime usually kind of starts a little bit earlier. So let's try and see if we can get Law and Crime to. Let's see if we can catch their feed and see when it actually is going to start. Now, the thing about Law and Crime is that their audio sucks. So we're gonna see if they've got better audio today for us to have a better experience. So I just got tagged in a tweet. Somebody sent me a tweet over, and I don't know how valid or real it is, but I'm gonna read it to y'all. I mean, it got 7,000 impressions on it, reviews on it. It says, breaking news exclusive. Will the state of California drop the case against Rocky? Multiple sources have confirmed to Justice Serve TV that during the devastating cross-examination of ASAP Rocky by attorney Joe Tacopina, the judge in the ASAP Rocky trial asked the prosecution, John Lewin, whether the state can ethically continue to prosecute the case. We have asked the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office for a comment and will provide their response if we get one. Join us as we stream the rapper's trial beginning at 1:30 Eastern, commentary and updates when appropriate. What y'all think? Fake news or not? Let me talk to the people, okay? Yeah, I had to take a meeting, I had to take a call. Fake news or not? Like, do y'all think that's real? Y'all think that's real? I haven't seen anybody else post about it. I had just kind of took a peek over here because, you know, once the trial gets started, we definitely have to make sure we ain't muted. Whenever the trial gets started, I got to run over to Twitter to see what's really going on. And that was one of the tweets. And I mean, somebody literally tagged me. They sent it to my DM. Like, please, look at this. Look at this. So, yeah. I know right now, everybody, Twitter is in a tizzy about Beyonce and Taylor Swift. I'll tell you that. They highly upset about Beyonce and Taylor Swift right now. All I'm going to say is Taylor Swift won an award when she wasn't supposed to. Don't come for me, Swifties. Don't come for me, Swifties. But Taylor Swift did win an award when she wasn't supposed to. Okay? All right. We're going to leave that there. Who reported it? It was reported by Justice Serves TV. It's Justice Served TV. And nobody else. Like, I don't see anybody else repudiating it or challenging it. Nothing. I don't see nothing from anybody else. I'm gonna run over to, let's go over to the Black Letter Law and see if they posted anything. And they absolutely have not. They haven't posted anything. Let's go to Megan and see if Megan's posted anything. Okay, she did. She's posted a couple things. She said, Judge Arnold said Relly was being protective of his ex-girlfriend when he said he didn't know if it was her in an escort photo. ASAP Rocky's lawyer showed him. Rocky's lawyer says Relly denials are all the jury needs. Okay, so that's not really saying anything. She's just kind of talking about the trial. So nothing about will this be prosecuted ethically? I don't know. Can it? Because it's an assault trial. Did he brandish the weapon? And the second assault, I believe, is the firing of the weapon. So, you know, Yes, I read that as well as the warrants. He has a DWL and something. Is this supposed to be a DWI? And something else. Beehive don't come. That's all I'm saying. They are good. Here comes drama with no. Her fans are so annoying. Taylor Swift is a Beyonce fan, just like the rest of us. And I'm sorry, but the album was bad. Cowboy Carter deserved 100%. I'm just saying, the Swifties just don't come for me. Thank you, Terrence. Don't come for me. Driving without a license. Thank you, Kim. Kim. You know what I'm saying? Like Beyonce was supposed to win some years ago, and y'all know what Kanye did. Now, I don't agree with what he did. What he did was wrong, but Beyonce was supposed to win that year. She was most definitely supposed to win. And if Cowboy Carter, I don't like Cowboy Carter. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm a Beyonce fan. I'm not in the Beehive. I am a fan. But child, the Swifties gotta take the back seat on this one. They're gonna have to sit this one out. They're gonna have to sit this one out. They're gonna have to sit this one out. Yeah, I don't know about that one. And to be honest, too, lawyer by heart, not by the bar. I think the Grammys is tired of Jay-Z getting up on that stage and saying the things that he be saying up there on that mic. They said that they're gonna go ahead and give her this album of the year because they tired. They tired of him coming up there, getting on that mic, being pro-black. They need him to stay in his non-pro-black state. Personal opinion, because he gets up there and he says some controversial things for certain people. I think that they're going to continue with the case, though, y'all. I think they're going to continue with the case. Because at the end of the day, really is only one witness, and they've got several other witnesses to call. And that's what we were kind of talking about earlier today. Like, how are they going to shift? I would be questioning if they're going to continue examining him. Just get him off the stand at this point, because he's terrible. Like, you're going to need to put some other people up there. But I will say this, too. I think it was a smart move to have him testify this early, because now he's not going to be the last witness that sticks into the jury mind. They're not going to forget the victim. They're not going to forget him, but his testimony isn't going to hit as hard because he's not going to be the very last witness. So I think that they should probably just get him off the stand and just kind of focus on their other witnesses and try and get there in order to try and prove their case. Yeah. You think so too, Jasmine? I think they're just gonna yeah. Yeah, I think they're gonna continue. They need to wrap his testimony up. They just need to get him off the stand to get past this. Now, if the other witnesses, we're gonna see how the other witnesses do to hold up the case. But I think as far as Relly goes and what we've seen and known thus far, it's just time to get Relly off the stand. It's time to get him off the stand. It's time to move him along swiftly. It really is. It's really time to move him along swiftly. So we're gonna see. We are going to see. They're most definitely going to continue. Most definitely going to continue. So let's see if we can get us some courtroom tea, because yeah, that's what we like. That's what we need. Late Friday, we finally convinced the media liaison to allow the camera on for arguments on the record outside of the presence of the jury, like a normal trial. So there's hope today. So here's the hope in today. It's much better. We do not have to shut the camera off for sidebars. They're able to go to the seal, which is great. So this is coming from Kathy Rusin. Do I got some hand sanitizer there? I'm about to go upstairs. Definitely gonna have to go upstairs today. I'm about to warm me up some food too. My children, they wanted. I'm still looking for updates, y'all. Wow. Just posted her absolutely naked body on Twitter. I gotta get off of her, baby. The Twitter feed has no organization. That's the thing. Twitter has zero organization. Stuff just pop up. I hope they don't continue, but I think they will. I wouldn't be surprised to see a directed verdict or motion to dismiss once they rest. Well, a directed verdict is common. Like it's like the thing that you always do as a defense attorney. So no matter what has been presented, you always move for a directed verdict. It's almost standard. It is standard practice. If you're getting your directed verdict granted, however, is something different. And seeing one granted in the YSL trial is what they said. What did they call it? Doug got a unicorn. Doesn't really happen. I think that they presented enough evidence that the jury could find Rocky guilty, and therefore a directed verdict would be I don't think it would be granted. I think it's very interesting because most cases don't have a victim to tell their side, and now we do, and he is blowing it. Absolutely, he blew it. It's over for him. You did. I'm gonna go warm up that dinner from yesterday. I'm doing watching now, Taylor. I didn't abandon y'all. Are you over there watching with Kat? Motions to dismiss are also common. Very much so. Hey, Kay. Hey, Kay. Let me pull up another. I want to pull up another window. Actually, I should use this window because I'm not really doing anything here. We are just going to go to Court TV, and whoever made the fastest stream win at this point. All right, so we got Court TV, and we have a law and crime one going. Y'all, I have so much work to do. I gotta build 2 PowerPoints. And update. I gotta reorganize my backlog. I'm gonna get my work done this week. I really am. I'm gonna get my work done this week. Well, we're just waiting for the trial to start. So, all right, I'm not seeing any other folks tweeting about anything. Nobody's saying they're in the courtroom. Nobody's saying nothing, y'all. We need the people to start talking to us because we're getting antsy. We are definitely getting antsy. This trial never starts on time, and the breaks are always longer. Seems like to me. I miss Paige and her timeliness for real. I think it's because they are probably starting the stream talking about or having arguments, and since the arguments can't be filmed, we get stuck on the thumbnails. I think that's what's happening. But usually we have somebody that's inside of the courtroom giving us some type of update, telling us, yep, this is what's going on. But we don't have. Kendrick Lamar winning Song of the Year with that song just drives me crazy because I absolutely do not like the song. But I keep on seeing stuff about this ceremony, this award ceremony yesterday. So I'm just scrolling on past the Grammys because yeah. Mm-mm-mm. I'm running out of things to talk about with y'all. It says Mel not in there today. I don't know. I'm not seeing her tweet anything though. I'm not seeing her tweet anything. I wonder who else is getting called as a witness. Junior Ross, I heard that Ills is being called today. CB told us that Ills is being called today. ASAP really slow as slow as possible. Dude, comprehension skills are at 0. And that was terrible for him. How are you smarter than a person who went to school, practiced law, took the bar, passed, and has been doing this for years? Like, he literally sat on the stand and tried to, like, I don't have to tell you what I talked about with my lawyer. Like, the man's asking you yes or no questions. He's literally he's not soliciting attorney-client privileged information. Really just, it was an embarrassment. And the state just need to get him off the stand. Oh, Mel's not going live today. Okay. I don't think this trial should be taking this long because it's not worth all the taxpayer money it's using to continue. Really has been caught lying and being disrespectful. Really has not finished testimony. He's on redirect. So the state is up asking him questions again, trying to clean up the things that he said on cross-examination, and he's terrible. And it's still fucking, I'm sorry, excuse me, it's still freaking terrible. How is he managing anybody? Well, Junior Ross, he let us know that he's not, because they don't even really like him. He absolutely told us that people, they already didn't like him, so he was trying to swindle his way in. That's why he wouldn't fight Rocky, because he would be blackballed. I think they should have prepared him. Well, Shay, he declined preparing. He said that he didn't need to be prepped. The defense claims they have 32 witnesses. That is crazy. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but Mel, she's in a courtroom, so she's not going to be live. She usually tweets and then she goes live in the evening. And the judge asked him several times to not offer any additional information. He continues to incriminate himself instead. Absolutely. Yep. Which clearly he does, because, my gosh. I would agree with that. I would 100% agree with that. Let's see if we got any new. All right, Mel. Where you at, girl? Because we can't sit still. I'm about to tweet her and say, Mel, where you at, girl? I mean, the black letter of the law hasn't even said anything. So are we having court today? What's happening? Megan hasn't said anything. It's just weird. It's weird today. But I wonder if that tweet was accurate or not. Or was it clickbait? What y'all think? Y'all think that tweet was accurate or it was clickbait? So if you don't know what tweet I'm referring to, I was sent a tweet earlier today by my girl El Marie. And it says, will the state of California drop the case against Rocky? Multiple sources have confirmed that during the devastating cross-examination of Relly by attorney Joe Tacopina, the judge in the ASAP Relly trial, Judge Arnold, asked the prosecution, John Lewin, whether the state can ethically continue to prosecute the case. Clickbait. I'm feeling clickbaity too. Yeah, I'm watching Kat run through Relly's tweets of a bitter boy. Like he's actively tweeting while he's on cross chat. Megan just said he entered the courthouse and Relly is supposed to finish testifying today. Okay. I missed it. Let me see if I can get her. If I can go back and get her up. Is that a new tweet from Megan? I'm not seeing anything new from her. Let me refresh. I'm not seeing any new tweet. Everything that I'm seeing is from like 16 hours ago. I'm not seeing anything new, guys. You don't know. Might be clickbait, but it sounds good. It does sound good. Dennis said he's there at the courthouse and Relly and Rocky are in the hallway like 30 minutes ago. I didn't know Mr. Dennis was out there. Dennis Byron. Let me go see if Mr. Dennis is out there. Let me go on and see Mr. Oh, he is, child. I didn't know Mr. Dennis was covering this case. All right, let me go ahead and repost this because I'm guessing there's a lot of other people out there wondering what's going on. Thank you, Jasmine. ASAP Rocky, that was on her IG page. If I don't hear my reliable sources say it, I'm gonna say it's clickbait. Diane says, just give the man a little bit of money and let it go. That's what he wants. It's costing Rocky a lot of money daily to pay his lawyers. Do you know how much money Rocky is paying his lawyer? I don't know how much Joe Tacopina costs, but I don't think it's 30 M's. I don't think it's 30 M's. Most stories on Facebook and X are fake. My mother thought refs got fired in the NFL, admitted to scandal because of Facebook. Yeah, very much so. Megan Cuniff is who you're speaking of. He did, yes, yeah. Mr. Dennis did flew. He did got flued out. Yeah, Janika, that's what we were talking about. That's what we were talking about. But Mr. Dennis gave us a little tweet and said that, they are there. He's there. Yes, y'all. Mr. Dennis says, I am here at the Los Angeles criminal courthouse for live trial reporting for the trial of ASAP Rocky, which is scheduled to commence at 10:30 a.m. Sonya says, absolutely not. Don't give him anything. And I'm with you. I feel like it's bigger than. I don't feel like Rocky could have given him a number that would have even satisfied him. Like he's that big of a jerk, of an asshole. Like the way that he, I I don't even want to think about him no more. Like, get him off the stand today. We get him off the stand. Yep, at this point, it's the principal. I wouldn't give him a dime. Absolutely. Nah, I am not paying you a dime unless I'm forced, especially with all the lying he's doing. I think they stated at 11 LA time. Okay. So that's in 3 minutes. That's in 3 minutes. And he would have came back and asked for more. He absolutely would have. He absolutely would have. He absolutely would have. So. Mm-mm. Well. Oh, well, here we go. We got action. We got action, y'all. We're going to check the audio. If the audio not good, we're going to switch over to Court TV. I'm telling y'all now. Here we go. Let me know how y'all feel about the audio.
Yes, yes.
All right, according to Mr. Tappy, it's okay, we're back on the record, all parties counsel. Jurors are present, except Mr. Mayers is not present, and that's agreeable with you?
Yes, it is.
All right, Mr. Efron is on the stand. Mr. Wellman, reporting your requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Efron, did you call me yesterday to correct something about your testimony last week?
Yes.
What was it specifically that you wanted to correct for the jury?
So, I think on Recross, Mr. Takapino asked me about a shooting range that I went to in Los Angeles. I forget the dates, but that was 2 weeks prior to me texting Rocky, and I was there on a business trip, finalizing my jewelry company that I had, and I was staying
Let me stop
with
you.
a business partner.
The exhibit that you're talking about, was that a video that was played of you at a shooting range?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and are you saying that, well, since, what was it that you did over the weekend that helped you refresh your memory on where that video was captured?
Is not present at the moment, and that's agreeable with you?
Yes, it is.
Yes. All right, Mr. Efron is on the stand. Mr. Wellman, reporting your requirements.
Thank you. Mr. Efron, did you call me yesterday to correct something about your testimony last week?
Yes. Yes.
And what was it specifically that you wanted to correct for the jury?
So, I think on Recross, Mr. Takapino asked me about a shooting range that I went to in Los Angeles. I forget the dates, but that was 2 weeks prior to me texting Rocky, and I was there on a business trip, finalizing my jewelry company that I had, and I was staying
Let me stop
with a
you.
business partner.
The exhibit that you're talking about, was that a video that was played when you at a shooting range?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and are you saying that, well, since, what was it that you did over the weekend that helped you refresh your memory on where that video was captured?
Well, I went through my Instagram story because I didn't understand the question you asked. It was too fast. It was 3 years ago. I didn't know I needed homework.
So you went back through Instagram to look at, the videos surrounding that to figure out where that video was shot?
Correct.
And it was from that you figured out that you were in Los Angeles at that time?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember the date that video was captured?
I think it was,
Well, I think the testimony on Cross was that it was captured on October 19th of 2021. Does that sound right?
that's correct.
And when you went back and looked at the video, was that what you observed as well?
Yeah, I seen I had a story mode with a bunch of pictures, and I had multiple guns, not the 2 guns he showed. I had a lot of guns on the table that I was using.
So my question though was that the video was shot on October 19th, correct?
Yes, it was.
You said you were here on business, correct?
Yes,
What, do you remember what day you flew in?
the 16th.
So October 16th, 2021?
Yes.
And after the video was shot, did you leave Los Angeles prior to this incident that we've been talking about in November?
Say that again, please?
Yes, so you fly in on October 16th.
Yeah.
The video is shot October 19th. When did you next leave Los Angeles?
20th.
Of October?
Yes.
Okay. And when you flew out of Los Angeles, was that also, where did you fly to, do you know?
I flew to New York, and then a few days later I went to North Carolina.
When you flew out of Los Angeles to New York, was that a commercial flight or a private jet?
It was a commercial flight.
Did you have to go through security?
I did.
When you flew to Charlotte or North Carolina, was that also a commercial flight?
It was.
Okay. You were asked questions on cross-examination about what was contained in certain police reports. Do you know what's contained in the police reports?
No.
Have you read the police reports?
No.
Did you have any control over what the police wrote in the report? And if I may just clarify before you answer that, for instance, did the police officers read back to you, here's what I'm gonna put in the report before they wrote their reports?
No.
Do you know what is captured in all of the surveillance video that was collected in this case?
No.
Have you had an opportunity to watch all of the video, or have you only been shown snippets or short clips from the video?
I was shown short clips and very few. I didn't see much.
Okay. Your Honor, I have my next exhibit, a DVD with a transcript.
It's a transcript?
It's a DVD with a transcript.
All right, the DVD will be 24. Transcript will be 25. And, Alex?
Yes, sir.
Make sure everybody gets one. Yes, sir. You all have it?
You don't yet, Your Honor.
They don't, or?
Oh, they do. I said you do not.
Right, I don't.
I will give you. Let me see how that is. 1 second. Copies. The video is the only file contained on this marked equals 24. And I have it up there. It is, I believe that says 12 minutes and 56 seconds, Your Honor. I'm just going to play the video all the way back.
Do you want to, you should ask her if she knows what it is.
I was going to do that afterwards, but I have it paused here at the very beginning, Mr. Efron. You recognize what you see there?
Yeah, I'm looking at a video.
Are you depicted in that video?
Yeah.
Which one are you? You could point it out for us. Okay. I think he indicated the only person in the video wearing a hat specifically has, it looks like a red brim.
Yes.
And if the date stamp at the bottom here says December 17th, 2021, I know dates are hard for you to recall, but does sound about right on when you first watched surveillance video these days?
I guess so, yes.
All right, would you trust the date stamp over your own memory?
Yeah.
And the two people that we see at the bottom of the screen, do you know what either of their role is in this case?
The just detectives, Medicine and Flores.
Oh, you remember their names too? Okay. So would Flores be the one more towards the center of the screen and Menifee be the one in the far bottom right-hand corner?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Aaron, I'm gonna play the video.
The second one listed the corners of the street. There's 4 corners where everything seems to take place. It's gonna be pretty real because this is a far lens camera. This is the data we have in that location. What is that's so this is the stop sign, the intersection. Oh, so the street up. Okay, the red line is where you guys go left and front. Okay. So right now it's 22. Oh yeah, you guys see everything. 22, 12. So as you're walking, can you describe who's walking ahead or
Rocky's the first one ahead. It's 12 me, and it was on the side of me telling me like, because they're listening to what I'm saying, like we're taught, like I'm literally letting them have it.
Right, you're venting.
Yeah. So then I think 12 me a little bit more closer to him before he shoots. And when he shoots, the shit ricocheted and hit me. And then once it ricocheted, that's when he shot down every time too. He shot down. So then the second time, but then it looked like he was not trying to shoot down the second time because when I had the arrows like this, he was running close and trying to shoot around the arrows.
All right, so we're down to that point to see what kind of occurs. It's not that it's a great picture, but let's see what you can kind of best see.
Someone come back and grab the bullets too. You see me go right? I was my brother.
Okay, it's difficult to really make out. We got some figures, you can see the activity, that's why.
For sure, to you, like, I didn't want to go, like, he told me I did not want to go to the cops right away. I didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Okay, we'll talk about that in the next sense.
Clear big red hair because it has the red hair. And there you go.
So you see all your, okay, oh shit. When you back in the middle,
Damn, see, I told you Jamel ran. He ran and looked around the corner. It was the one that I was holding. See how he turned around and just started coming toward the shooting?
go back up, right there, and we can get the time here. Alright, looks like the figures come in at 22 1651.
So the first person we see is gonna be Rocky.
Yeah, it's Ricky. You probably take that one right there.
Right. And we're just gonna look where someone behind him looks like he's wearing a red. And then there's two armed visions.
So the person in white is.
That's 12 runs. He's still trying to shoot with, who's that? Oh, I'm going to Rocky runs.
That's Rocky.
Yeah, it's Rocky runs. And that's 12 people. And that's me, it was arguing.
You're arguing, you're pointing to one side of the screen, closer to the intersection where you guys came through.
Is that, it was nothing now? Yeah, I went to see where I went. Because me and Amos had words. After that, he had mad snot and crying from his eyes. And he said, "Everyone was about to be killed." And I said, "Oh, nigga, I don't know this fucking guy. What the fuck are you talking about?"
And I mean, that would make sense. I mean, I'm sure you'd be emotional too after that.
Yeah.
All right. So, you good with that clip?
Wait, what question? So Rocky.
I still can't make out the activity because it's so crazy, but it's.
Right.
But
The reason you're grabbing and you're struggling with this is
because he's shooting at me. He shot me the first time.
So when you say at the stop sign, was that at the, you mean
That's
the
what it
first
is. Yeah.
shot?
When I turn, when the moon turns, Rocky turns around.
Okay, at the stop sign.
Damn, it's so fast right there.
come around. 2217. You see three people roughly scrambling around.
So she's at the stop sign, right? First time.
Yes, that's what. Alright, so I'm literally grabbing those every which way. You can see the back of my hoodie. Like, that's why it was so bad, because I'm literally tossing every which way Rocky's trying to run from me. You can see the back of my hoodie. I'm everywhere. I'm like in the back of the street, around the street.
Okay. Go to the next clip. And that's gonna wrap this to the alarm.
I'm gonna pause it there, Mr. Efron. That's at 6 minutes and 3 seconds on the video player. Up to that point, the video that you were shown, is that the video from a distance that shows the corner of Selma and Vista Del Mar that's blurry?
Yes.
Okay. And we keep playing.
It's channel 5 of this Del Mar. So it's going to be same location, different angle of the camera. It's going to be positioned a little bit on the other side of the building. This is kind of faces as the street kind of curves around. It still faces the street. So when I see the people run away, you identify Rocky and then Twirly and then eventually goes walking. We'll see if we can kind of identify these people as they go by. I'll get to the time. Let's go there. We'll start at 2217. There's two more right around 2217, 37. Alright. So again, these are just different angles.
See, that's why I really don't really, I really understood, but it was just unfortunate.
Yeah, we trust you, and we look at everybody and everybody has a role. Some people, it doesn't mean that they're involved, that they knew. You know, that's why some
actually come.
some more witnesses, and I mean, it's just, like I said, it's unfortunate. There's one last thing I think we can do the exit.
Did y'all see how you pulled up? Did you see how he pulled up in his caddy truck, or how did he come? That's good, that's good.
Okay, this is where the street that they're walking on comes out to. So this will be in Central, this is Lower Dock. So this starts also around 10 o'clock, so I'm gonna push forward.
Actually, you didn't remember this one?
Well, it's the direction of the rain, this is the only way the street empties out to. So
Yeah, this is, then you go this way, it's not. Back up to Hollywood Boulevard?
Show you where you can tell us, but it's the same division.
It's the same.
He's watching the entire video. Like, I don't understand how. What? And I'm assuming they're showing this to just kind of prove what really originally said to the police that they did, but it's not looking good. I'm not sure.
Limestone, Plea. Did you see this license plate? Let me see some things.
Kind of more speed with the space.
Which one was for his copy, but if it wasn't for the
It looks like a phone already. Alright, so we know who this person is. Obviously, you encountered, you've seen in these video clips, we're talking about the same person.
And then still influence after that.
Right, it looks like he comes through maybe a couple minutes later, he's walking through the camera. documents and review committees.
Yeah.
Mr. Efron, does that video accurately reflect the very first time you watched the surveillance video in this case?
Yes.
Mr. Tacopina asked you a lot of questions about specific times that certain events happened. Do you remember specific times that you sent text messages 3 years ago?
I don't even know, that's probably like a week ago.
Do you remember specific dates that you took photographs?
You don't gotta remember.
Do you remember specific dates and times that you posted pictures to Instagram?
Not 3 years ago.
Are there many details that you have a clear memory of in this case, but you can't say exactly what time things occurred, or even necessarily exactly what order things happened? Is that a correct statement?
I mean, if I was prepared and understood, yeah, I'd be able to answer instead of not knowing.
Well, as this incident was happening, was this a traumatic incident to you?
It was.
Were there things about this incident that you were focusing on and things that you were not focusing on?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, were you, when the defendant pulled the gun out on you, were you focused on the gun?
Yeah.
In that moment, were you focused on what Twelvey was doing?
I mean, I got a little glimpse. I was mostly focused on Rocky.
Okay. Mr. Tacopina asked you about this photograph, April 17th. And I believe in his questioning of you, he asked you questions about either when the photograph was taken or when the injuries that you received in that photograph were from. I just want to clarify, do you remember the exact date that that picture was taken?
I do not, he didn't show me no time nor date.
Do you know if it was within a day or a couple days of the shooting in this case?
I know it was after the shooting because that's my hand. I just wasn't able to see the time.
The injuries in that photograph, were those the injuries you sustained at the time of the shooting?
Yes, it was.
When he asked you questions about those injuries, either he asked you or you mentioned something from the ground. What were you talking about related to the ground when it came to those injuries?
Like a ricochet or something.
Like something bounced off the ground and hit your hand?
Yeah, I wasn't able to tell, but I know instantly my hand was hot.
What?
Like after the first shot.
At the moment you're saying that you felt your hand was hot, where was your hand in relation to the ground?
On my side.
It wasn't on the ground.
No, it wasn't on the ground.
Was it in the air?
Yeah, my hand was by my side.
Did you physically punch or strike Ills that night?
No.
Other than grabbing Ills by the sweatshirt, did you do anything else physical to Ills?
Nah, he was protecting me. Why would I, regardless of what I said to him, we could of the film, he was literally protecting me.
Which is your dominant hand, your right or your left hand?
All right.
And which hand was injured?
My left.
Okay. If you need me to pull up the surveillance video again, I will, but Mr. Efron, at the moment the gun was fired, to your recollection of being there that night, was there anyone between the four of you who was acting like that gun was a fake gun?
Absolutely not.
Can you explain to the jury what you were doing with Ills in that moment that the gun was first pulled at the intersection of Vista Del Mar and Selma?
When it first got pulled,
Yes.
I was just shocked that he pulled the gun, and it was so close to me after the first shot. I just instantly ran and grabbed it.
Did you?
I didn't know what he. No, it wasn't behind me. He was off to the side of me, so it was easier to grab.
And what did you do?
I use him as a shield, a human shield.
How so?
Grab him up, put him in front of Rocky, every which way.
Between the two of you.
Yeah.
Mr. Tacopina has alleged that not only was that a prop gun that the defendant had that night, but that you knew that was a prop gun.
Stand.
Have you heard that there's an allegation that the gun used that night was a prop gun?
You said that again, what?
Grounds for your objection, please.
I'll
I
get
did
to it.
was on the question, have you heard?
Excuse me.
So I'll ask the question again. Have you heard that there's an allegation that the defendant used a prop gun that night?
No, I never heard of a prop gun ever before in my life.
Never before.
Never before ever.
Well, you were asked questions on direct examination about a prop gun, correct?
From Tacopino, Mr. Tacopino?
No, when I asked you questions.
Okay.
So are you aware that there's an allegation in this case that the gun that the defendant had was a prop gun?
Objection, I couldn't sustain that question.
Oh, wait, can you,
Hold on, hold on.
I didn't understand the question.
Objection was overruled, it's still.
No, the first one.
Oh. Yeah, just state as the point of the question. Just ask the question without editorial.
Sure. Are you aware that it is claimed that the defendant had a prop gun that night?
No, I'm not aware, I didn't know if you had a prop gun.
Did you believe that night that he had a prop gun?
Of course not.
At any point that night, did you accuse the defendant of shooting at you with a real gun?
Yes, I told him that in my text.
What text are you referring to that you sent him?
When I sent him, probably like within 30 or an hour after, when I went back and found the bullets, I texted him, trying to kill me. Try to take me away from my daughter.
Okay. Are you referring to, and I can zoom in on People's 21, page 3, you tried killing me?
Yeah, you tried killing me.
Pick on your life. Text somebody to say was supposed right.
And then on page 7, was this the text you were referring to about taking you away from your daughter?
Yeah, that word set me up, try to take me from my daughter.
Okay. At any point, did he respond to your text messages to tell you that it was a fake gun?
I was never, he only responded after I hit his manager, John.
Okay, everything you have to know is certain. Just, if you're asking yes or no question, just please say answer yes or no.
At any point in time after this incident, did you send a text message to 12E indicating that the defendant shot at you with a real gun?
Yes.
All right, mark my next exhibit.
26. How many pages?
It is 5 pages.
Cindy, he's suing Rock and Joe for defamation, and he's also suing for personal injury. Why would he say that, CV? You don't have to say nothing to him. Why you say I shot you? Open for interpretation.
So this is the text, this is application. And you guys want this one? All right, while I'm at it, I'm gonna mark my next exhibit 27. It's a 3-page document with text messages between Mr. Efron and Hills.
Whoops, 26.
26 was the text messages to 12. Okay. So, Mr. Efron, I'm gonna show you the top of people's 26. Do you recognize this to be your text thread between you and 12E?
Yes.
I know the numbers are blocked out, but you have them saved in your name as 12, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And that would be the same 12E that we've been talking about, who was present that night?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go to page 2. In the middle of the page, there's a text message that you sent from Terrell to 12E that said, "You good," and the time is at 9:44 p.m. on November 6th, correct?
Correct.
That would have been the last text message you sent him immediately before this incident. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. The very next text message, bottom of page 3, is a text message from you to 12E that says, "Y'all set me up, no words," with an emoji. And that's November 8th, 2021 at 6:57 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So that would be your next message to 12E after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
And if you need, I will approach and you can look through it, but did 12E ever respond to that text message to you?
No.
You know that
I know that because
without even looking.
yeah, the only person who responded to me was Hills.
Okay. But 12E never responded back to you to tell you that it was a fake gun, did he?
No.
Last equals 27. I can say that. Okay. This one's gonna be a little more tricky. Mr. Efron, equals 27. If you can, look at the front page. I have the numbers blacked out. And you didn't have this number saved in your phone. Would you agree? There's no nickname underneath it.
Okay, yes.
Can you tell though from the content that this is your text thread with Ills or Elijah? If you need to go through, let me know.
I can't see what it said though.
So you receive a message,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
you respond, you responded, and then you receive the message.
Yes, it was.
Okay,
Yes, it was Elijah.
you agree?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So let's go to page 3. The middle text message on that page November 6th at 10:07, you texted Elijah out front, correct?
Correct.
And that is, would you agree that's the last message you sent to Elijah or Ills was prior to this shooting, correct?
Yeah, prior to it, yeah.
And then the last text at the bottom, that would be a text you sent to Ills on November 8th, 2021 at 6:56 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
And it says, y'all set me up with a heart emoji, correct?
Yes.
Did Elijah ever respond to that text message?
Yeah, I think so. Me and Elijah was talking.
What did Elijah say in response?
Objection.
Grounds.
Hearsay.
At any point did Elijah respond to say that it was a fake gun that night?
Objection.
Your Honor, may I offer an offer of proof on that? It's being offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
Okay, I see. All right. I understand. All right, the objection's over.
Did Elijah ever respond that night to say that it was a prop gun in any way?
No.
Did you ever hear about a prop gun or a starter pistol or a fake gun related to this case before January 21st, 2025, the day that jury selection started in this case?
That was the first time I ever heard about it.
If you had known or believed that the defendant had a prop gun, would you have to use Ills as a human shield?
None of that would happen. I don't even see the. No.
You described before that after you used Ills as a human shield, the defendant was trying to move around Ills. Was that your prior testimony?
That's correct.
Can you explain if he was using a prop gun and you knew it was a prop gun, and the defendant knew that you knew it was a prop gun, why he would have to move his body around Ills like that?
Objection. Forward question, I'll start with that one.
Speculation.
Speculation, question.
You were there that night, Mr. Efron, correct?
What night?
November 6, 2021, the night before.
Yes.
Are you aware of any reason why the defendant would have needed to move around Ills like that if he was using a prop gun?
Objection, speculation.
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, are you aware of any reason why the defendant would need to move around Ills like that if he was using a prop gun?
No.
To your memory, based on being there that night, did 12 behave in a way that indicated that he knew it was a prop gun?
Objection. What, another?
That's not legal objections, so that's speculation. Now, can counsel make his own objections?
Get to speak anytime you want.
I'll ask you this.
Stop, both of you. The objection's sustained.
You saw how 12 behaved that night, correct?
Correct.
You also saw how 12 behaved from the surveillance video, correct?
Correct.
In your opinion, is that in any way consistent with a prop gun being used?
No.
How did he behave? How do you remember it?
He ran behind the wall.
Away from the defendant?
Yeah, he just was gone.
The witness took his hand, moved across his body as if demonstrating movement away from Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. That night, November 6, 2021, how many shots did you believe the defendant fired at you to the best of your knowledge?
I said 3 or 4. I believe there was 3 or 4.
Have you consistently stated from your memory that the defendant fired 3 or 4 shots at you?
Yes, that was in all of my statements.
When you were interviewed by the police officer at the Hollywood station on November 8th, 2021, how many shots did you tell him that the defendant fired at?
3 or 4.
When you were interviewed by a detective from the Hollywood station over the phone on November 9th, 2021, how many shots did you tell him that the defendant fired at you?
I always kept it 3 or 4 because that's what I thought. The sound and I just thought it was 3 or 4.
When you were interviewed by the 3 detectives, Menifee, Flores, and Camacho over the phone on November 9th, how many shots did you tell them that you believe the defendant fired at you?
I always stuck with 3 or 4. That's what I thought it was.
And when you testified at the preliminary hearing on November 8th, 2023, you were asked how many times did the defendant fire the gun, what was your answer?
3 or 4.
When you went to the scene that night, how many expended cartridge casings did you find?
Found 2.
When you went to the police station, even though you only had 2 fired cartridge casings, did you still tell them that you thought it was 3 or 4 gunshots?
I did because that's what I thought.
Are you aware that you've been accused by the defense of having planted those 2 cartridge casings at the scene?
I am.
Was there anything preventing you, if you planted those casings, from bringing the same amount of casings, 3 or 4, that you reported to the police?
Can you say that again, please?
Yeah, was there anything preventing you? If you actually did plant those cartridge casings, was there anything preventing you from planting 3 or 4 at the scene that night, like you later told the police had been shot at you?
Yeah, if I planned, I would have brought exactly what I said.
But you didn't plant them, correct?
No, I never planned nothing.
You brought in the 2 casings because that's what you found.
That's exactly what I found.
Leading.
Was it much later in this case, after you heard audio from the video, that you came to the conclusion that it was actually 2 shots that were fired?
Was it much later in this case after you heard?
Start again.
Was it much later in this case after you heard audio from the video that you came to the conclusion that it was actually 2 shots that were fired at you?
Oh,
Yes, after I heard the audio, I realized it was 2 shots.
Had you heard the audio recording before you gave any of the statements to police or the prior DA, Fred Engel?
I only heard the audio in preliminary hearing, which was like almost 2 years later.
And that happened after all those statements to the police that we just went over?
Correct.
And the statement that you gave to the prior DA, Mr. Engel, correct?
Correct.
Did you even know that that video existed before it was played at the preliminary hearing in November of 2023?
What video?
The one that has audio, the 2 gunshots.
No, I didn't know I didn't know a lot of evidence.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Speaking of saying, you always said 3 or 4 shots. You talked about Wally's Jeep the other day. Remember Wally?
I don't remember. I mean,
You don't know who Wally is? Yeah. Sorry?
let's go, Mr. Tucker. Let's go.
Well, we're gonna go when you answer my question. You know who Wally is?
I do.
Okay. In fact, you told Wally he shot you 5 times, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't say it?
No, I didn't.
And by the way, speaking of Wally, last Thursday was my first day of cross-examination of you, and I asked you about a statement you made to Wally that morning.
The question came in terms of that morning. Status of that. You mean the morning?
The morning of the
cross-examination?
examination, yes, sir. The morning of the examination last Thursday, I asked you questions about Wally. Any statements you may have made to Wally, which you did not. At the lunch break, Mr. Efron, you called Wally, correct?
I called him after everything because, I mean, you guys got, y'all whipping up lies over here. None of it, you have no evidence to back that up.
Mr. Efron, you're not answering his question. He's talking about the lunch break. Ask it, ask it.
And I'm not, and I'm
Mr.
not.
Efron, wait, ask the question again.
Okay, Wally's name was brought up on cross-examination by me, statements you made on the recordings that you say were fake. You called Wally.
That's a compound question, there are three questions.
All right, you were inquiring about whether he made a phone call at the lunch, on the lunch
He was
break
lying.
following your, beginning your
Yes,
cross-examination?
sir.
Do you understand the question? All right, did you call Wally during the lunch break?
No. Did you call him after court?
Yes, I did.
And, why'd you call Wally?
Because, I mean, you guys is just lying, lies after lies. You can't back it up. These guys,
We can't back it up.
I mean, you can't. You can't.
Did you hear the tape recording? Did you say it's fake?
All right, stop. Ask another question.
I guess we'll see about that, right?
Your Honor,
Sustain.
can the court instructed previously, and this is editorialized, Mr. Lennox is not thinking that it is correct.
Right.
He's right.
But I know,
It's like
you
night
wouldn't
and
just
day.
saying.
I don't
you made up
understand
answers.
what you're saying.
Don't editorialize.
Then you should strike his answers, Mark.
They are not responsive.
They are not responsive. Anyway, so you called him because we were presenting fake evidence to you?
Yes or no?
I don't know, man. Does this have,
Why did you call him? Mr.
because
Efron?
you guys just keep playing fake audio to me, like fake stuff. I never said none of that to him. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit in with this case. You're trying to slip it in.
Okay, stop. All right, you answer the question.
So that's why you called Wally.
I mean, you guys are saying I'm cool with him and I got his number and he's making up fake lies. That's like, he didn't even answer, so I don't even know what are we talking about. He did not answer. What are you gonna say? He answered and make up another spoof call?
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
He's moved to strike his own testimony, okay?
Yeah, the entire answer is not responsive.
Your Honor, counsel is editorializing, indicating what I'm moving to strike. I'm following the evidence code of the state of California. I suggest that counsel follows as well, and not editorialize as to why I'm asking things to be stricken. It's improper.
Just stop squabbling. Just stop it.
I'm not squabbling.
Nobody, this is a no squabble zone. Stop it. All right.
Okay. You asked about text to Rocky and to his manager John after the incident, it was 21. Remember being asked that by Mr. Brislow a few minutes ago? Text after the incident saying, you tried to kill me.
Again, I don't get what you're saying.
You asked about text messages by Mr. Brislow right here, just a few minutes ago. After the incident, where you text Rocky and his manager John saying you tried to kill me. You remember being asked those questions by Mr. Brislow?
I'm sorry, I don't get what you're saying. It's not clear. It's double negative. I don't get what you're saying right now.
It's a double negative?
It's not really clear. You're not making no sense. I'm not going to answer something I don't understand no more.
Do you remember? I'm gonna break this slow. Do you remember?
We got all day.
Do you remember being asked by Mr. Brislow a few minutes ago today about text messages you sent?
Okay.
With me so far? Are you with me so far?
Yo, you're annoying, bro. Just come on.
Are you with me?
We didn't even get to the case. What are we doing here?
Are you keeping up? Stop. Are you keeping up with the question?
I can't keep up with him. I can't take him serious.
No. Again, you gotta answer the questions. He asks the questions. He's beginning to ask you a question. He just wants to know if you're keeping up with it. Just ask the whole question.
Sure. You recall being asked by Mr. Brislow a few minutes ago about text messages you sent to Rocky and his manager after the incident saying you tried to kill me.
Yes.
Oh. And you were also saying you tried to kill me. During that same time, you were sending messages saying, I'm gonna get that N's money, right?
Bro, what are we talking about? We talking about assault or lawsuit? Like, you keep trying to bring in a
He's
lawsuit.
asking you a yes or no question. listen to the question and
I don't
it's yes,
understand
no, I
these
don't know, or I
questions.
don't recall. Go ahead.
At the same time you were saying that, you were also sending text messages saying, I'm gonna get that. And
I don't recall.
You don't recall? You don't recall seeing those messages up here?
Seeing what messages? Do you not, like,
Okay, you have that message.
Your Honor, I previously advised the court that I had a meeting.
If you need to go?
Yeah, the court just advised the jury that my meeting.
Yeah, Mr. Lewin has to leave, he's got an unavoidable commitment. He tried to postpone it, he couldn't, so he's gonna leave now. He'll be back at 1:30, right?
Yes, I will, probably. Yes, I'll be back. Thank you.
You promise, Sean? You come back? These last. Put up. Okay.
why is y'all guys' text messages different from what I'm seeing all the time? I just don't get this. It's two different, like,
Is this already into,
yes,
which exhibit is it?
What?
I can't see nothing, I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's not on the screen in front of you? Is it on the screen?
Yeah, I see this, but I don't know.
You see the words?
Yeah.
That's what Mr. Technical is requiring.
So on
Words.
the next morning, November 7th, 6:40 a.m., you sent a message saying to John.
No, that's not
I
John.
want
That's not John.
Who's that?
That's my business partner.
Well,
So
that's
you're lying.
Justin.
You're lying.
That's Justin.
You know that's Justin. You're not even putting names next to it.
So what you said to him, that same
But you
time.
just lied.
Stop it. Stop it.
Like, what am I
Okay,
having? What am I
who is this
talking
text
to this
going to?
man for?
Who is this text being sent
Well,
to?
I do not want to stay here. You put me on, I'm not on trial. I've been here for 5 days dealing with this man. You just said it was a manager. This is not the manager.
Chill.
I'm ready to go.
Was this text to John or is this to your manager?
This is to my, it's my business partner.
Okay, business partner.
So you sent to your business partner at 6:40 a.m. that same morning that you're sending Rocky a message saying you try to kill me, a message saying, I want to get this ends money.
Yes, that's my business partner. He shot me. I have no career.
You were asked by Mr. First Longman, you saw that videotape of you sitting with Detective Flores and Manfred. Remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked on page 3 of the transcript, Your Honor, I'm not going to replay it, but we can just go to page 3 of that transcript. Please, yes.
You have it?
Exactly.
No, you're trying to trip me up.
Just take a picture. Take a split.
He definitely need a break because the crash out is extremely real and he is killing his own case. Like the man is doing absolutely too much.
On page 3, on 14, 15, and 16, so we look at that.
On this?
Yes, on the transcript.
What am I looking at?
On 14, 15, and 16. Page 3. So, sir, while you were watching the video with Detective Flores and Detective Manfred, you said to them, and you see my girl, right? That was my girl I was with. So it's your testimony that as you watched that video, you saw your girl living apart with you.
Objection, this case. Sustain, sustain.
What did you mean by that? When you
I
said
don't
that?
recall. It was a long time ago. Next.
I know. Next.
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you asked a bunch of questions about the strength.
I just said I don't recall. It has nothing to do with nothing.
Let me see if everybody's on the
Let's keep it going.
I just feel like when he brought up the fact that he called Wale last week motion for a mistrial, because why are you contacting somebody else? Why are you contacting the main person that you said all these things to? And I got to go back and see if Thursday was the day the very first call was played to him. And I think that it was. So again, y'all, Wale is the guy, I'm pretty sure y'all know, but Wale is the guy who they're saying he's been on the phone with. He's been basically changing up his story to. He's been talking about, you know, they can treat it like a DV case. If he pays me, I'll just disappear. I'm not a, you know, I won't be a witness. He just has to pay me off, and he'll get off if he does this and does that. And Wale was recording those calls. And so the fact that he contacted Wale, mistrial. Now I don't know all the rules to a mistrial, but I will be asking for one, especially if Wale is supposed to be a witness. We don't know who was on that defense's witness list. And I would assume that if he can't authenticate those calls with Relly, he's going to want Wale to come in and authenticate that call. Because what we know about recordings outside of California, only one party has to authenticate it. Only one party has to authenticate the call for it to be admissible. And because the calls are allegedly recorded while he's in New York, all he needs is Wale to take the stand. All he needs is Wale to take the stand. His behavior, again, is atrocious. He cannot answer a question. He started off good. Like, I thought that maybe he had a conversation with somebody over the weekend. Maybe they kind of like let him know, like, you look crazy up there. You might want to do something different. And he started off pretty good. I was like, okay, he's starting to come off as convincing. He's starting to come off as if maybe the defense was maybe muddying the waters a little bit. But as time went on, really came right back out. He showed us exactly who he is once again. And the defense asked him where they want him.
Do not make any comments to him. No derogatory, nothing insulting.
Mr. Efron, I just want to talk about one more thing. You were asked about this clarification that you made over the weekend regarding you recalling that shooting was in Los Angeles. You testified on redirect, Mr. Preslombe, that you didn't understand my question. Last Friday, I asked you, a few weeks before you claimed you found 2 9mm shell casings at the scene on November 6, 2021. I asked you if you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, and you said, definitely not. I then asked you, definitely not. And you said, you heard me, definitely not. Watch this clip.
It was 3 years and 3 months ago. You expect me to?
Just a minute. This is,
probably.
I assume this is foundation.
Yes.
A few weeks before November 6, 2021, and a few weeks before you testified that you found shell casings at the scene, 9mm shell casing, you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not. You heard me, definitely not.
You only said 9mm. There was multiple guns. You only showed 2 guns.
Then I showed you a video of you at a shooting range on October 19, 2021, after that answer. And I asked you about your testimony that you didn't fire any guns before November 6, 2021. And then you told this jury, I said, unless I was at a shooting range. After saying, definitely not. Play that, please.
Mr. Efron, what you just told this jury, I don't know what I'm doing 365 days I'll be here. Hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. Which is have your license.
No, that was just last I went to a shooting range.
Then, as a matter of fact, we were talking about that shooting range, trying to find out where it was.
And I said Jersey.
I know you said.
I said Jersey, but like what I said,
There's no question being asked of you right now. Stop. Wait till you get the question.
You heard Mr. Lewin and the prosecution ask for a stipulation that that was outside of California. Watch this.
The date on the rest of the day, where's the stipulation on the date? Yes, what's the date again? We have stipulation. October 19th, 2020. And where is this negotiated? There's a date, just so we try so we have a stipulation on that date. On that date, this is outside of California. I don't know where it's at.
So Mr. Lewin asked for a stipulation that that was taken outside of California. I said, I don't know where it was taken. I asked you. Because you took the video. I said, where was it taken? And that's when you said you don't know, maybe New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
But you also said maybe New Jersey, not Los Angeles.
Okay, I did my homework, and it was.
Okay, watch
It
it.
was.
That was taken, sir. Is this the picture where you, see it? I mean, yeah, I don't know if my phone is just saying. You don't remember where it was? I should have that, it's timestamped. It is not, it's timestamped, it should show you. When they're asking. No, where is the wrong picture? No, where they're asking. It's like we're on New Jersey or something like that all the time. I'm sorry, yes, it's not LA though. Hey, New Jersey.
Not LA though.
Of course, I mean, like what I said,
There's no question.
you asked me this and you
Just
expect.
wait. The question was not LA. Well, it's.
You said to the.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
As phrased, not LA is vague. Flesh out the question.
One thing he was certain about, although you didn't know where it was, you said maybe New Jersey. One thing he was certain about when you testified to the jury was it was not LA. That's what you just said.
I mean, I was just trying to get you.
Is that yes or no?
Yes, whatever.
Then yesterday, after 2:00 in the afternoon.
Friday.
No, sir, yesterday.
Sunday?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Stick with me. Then yesterday, after 2:00 in the afternoon, well, before 2:50 in the afternoon, that 50-minute window, you called Mr. Brisloman, telling him you wanted to clarify some information from your testimony last week. Correct?
Oh, yeah, I had to go back and do my homework. You asked me questions.
Is the answer yes, that you did?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And specifically, you advised Mr. Brisloman that you could recall where the video from the shooting range was finally recorded. Correct?
Yes, it says Los Angeles on my timestamp on my phone, which you wouldn't allow me to see.
And you, I wouldn't allow you to
I
see
mean,
the
you played, you knew it said Los Angeles, one video over.
All right. Don't debate with Mr. Tacopina. Wait for another question.
You told Mr. Brisloman that you had gone back and reviewed your Instagram, and that you now recall that the video was recorded in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mr. Efron, there is nothing in your Instagram that shows you in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Is there?
Yes, it is.
Really? I'm gonna give you a live phone. You show me on your Instagram. Show me on your Instagram where it shows that you're in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021.
What do you mean a live phone?
A phone. It's your Instagram. I'm gonna go to your Instagram.
No, we would have to go, see, now you think you slick. We would have to go to my phone, my actual phone, and go to my archive. You're not gonna just show me something of my highlights, which is not there. You think you slick. And I'm on to you.
Stop. This is,
You're not gonna keep tripping me up. I'm on to
Mr. Efron, stop. Just stop talking. It's.
Your Honor, we have a letter from the DA, and the letter says that Mr. Efron informed them that he went on his Instagram.
Yes, my Instagram.
All right.
Your Instagram, as in Welly Boss?
You're trying to show me somebody else's that I can't activate where I can go to my archive.
He
You're
doesn't-
not
All right,
slick.
stop it. He doesn't need to go on someone else's phone.
You have your phone.
You know I don't got it. It's over there. We can get it though. I can show them. We can go get it right now.
So your
We can clear this
Instagram
up.
is what caused you to go back.
No, you did because you're sneaky.
Don't be insulting. Stop it.
I'm feeling.
He is not insulting you. Don't insult him. Don't insult any lawyer that's asking you questions. You're not doing yourself any good by doing that.
I mean, I'm getting screwed. I mean, this is not what I.
How much longer do you have?
3 minutes on.
What is it, 3 minutes?
Well, depends. Answer the question
All right,
for
it's
you.
12 o'clock. I would like to get finished with
Yeah, we will.
Mr. Efron before we take the break.
So anyway, what was it that caused you to remember this? What did you see?
Yeah, your question asking, not giving me time, tripping me up. So I went back and I analyzed my whole Instagram, analyzed everything you said, and I started realizing what you was doing. So then I went to my archive. You just tried to show me something off a story that you can't get in your archive. So you're already like lying to people or lying about the situation because you know I cannot see it through that way. I would
You cannot accuse anybody of lying. Do not do that. I told you, nothing derogatory.
But nobody told me this.
I'm telling you, and I've been telling you, do not be derogatory toward anyone in this courtroom. Go ahead.
Stefan, in fact, what happened yesterday was at 2 o'clock and at 2:11, somebody called with the handle name of Don't F with Justice, posted 2 photos on Twitter of you at the shooting range and the Los Angeles Gun Club at the shooting.
I don't know about none of this.
Hold on. There's an objection. What's the objection? Sustain.
I'm asking you the question whether these are. Well, let me show you this.
It also call for hearsay to be relevant.
No.
No, it doesn't call for hearsay. The question calls for yes or no. Go ahead and show it. Don't have me look at it first before it's shown in.
Did you see, here's my question before I show it to you. Did you see the Twitter post yesterday at 2 o'clock and another at 2:11 showing a picture of you at the shooting range that was displayed in court and another side by side of the Los Angeles Gun Club shooting range, which is identical to the one of you in court?
Yes
Did
or
you
no?
see that?
Yes or no?
I don't get the question. You gotta say it again, please.
Sure. Take a look at that.
That was sent to me this morning through a friend. I never seen that.
Oh, so you did see that?
Yeah, that was sent through this morning. Somebody sent it to me.
All right, so whatever Mr. Takafita just showed you, what was the first time you saw what he just showed you?
This morning in a text message.
What
Somebody
time?
sent this to me.
What time
I
did you
don't
see
know.
it? About.
She hit me last night, the girl who sent this to me, and then I seen it this morning. But this is the first time I
All
saw
right,
it
this morning is the first time you see it.
And what that is a picture of you from the video in court last week at the gun club, that you didn't know where it was, maybe New Jersey, but not Los Angeles.
I mean,
And it was that, let me finish my question.
No objection
And
to the argument, Your Honor.
It is, sustain to the court with the question.
What is that a picture of, sir?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
it's a recreational shooting range, sir.
And what's the other picture?
It's a shooting range.
Yeah, the one on the left. What's the one on the left there?
That's me at the shooting range.
Oh, I did that. Yes, the one with you at the shooting, right?
Okay.
Okay. And the recreational shooting range is the Los Angeles Gun Club, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that was posted at 2 o'clock yesterday, as it says on the post. And coincidentally, right after 2 o'clock, you told Mr. Sloman to say, I remembered I
I
was
did
in
not
Los
see
Angeles.
this, and I put that on
Let
the
him finish the
side.
question.
I did not see this, and I don't need to see this. I told you I went through
Mr.
my.
Efron, let him finish the question.
So it's your testimony, sir, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after, let me finish my question. It's your testimony, Mr. Efron, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after these pictures were posted on the internet by somebody entitled named Don't F with Justice, pictures posted showing you at the Los Angeles Gun Club on October 19, 2021. It's a mere coincidence that you then have to call the DA within minutes of that post to say you went back and looked at your Instagram and somehow you refresh your recollection that you were in Los Angeles on that day.
I mean, you just listen to yourself. It took me all day, it took me from Friday. You're alive. I had to figure it out. It wasn't easy.
What was that? What did you call him?
I said he's alive to deal with, so I had to figure it
alive.
out.
All right.
I had to figure it out.
I thought you said
Then I figured it out on Sunday. I had to keep looking and find it because, like what I said, it wasn't easy.
All right.
And you can wrap this up with this. Ms. Efron, you saw the video of your trial testimony on this topic, correct? Just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I did. Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said, definitely not?
I'm gonna be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you. I thought it was over.
So you just made an answer.
It's not an answer. I just
Just
didn't understand. I needed time. Obviously, something like that, you need time. A lot of your questions, you need time. You don't show me no dates, no nothing. Just like how you said, John.
Nothing pending. Stop.
That's my
Say it again?
I'm done.
Good. All right. Yes, Mr. Efron and Barb. We'll go back. You need 135 or 130?
Thank God, dog, because
145? Would that be better? All right, folks, we'll be back in session at 1:45. This Lubbock has some work to do.
Okay, so Mr. Arnold, Judge Arnold, we're gonna need you to get your courtroom together because really it's being disrespectful to everybody in there, to you, to the attorneys, to the jury, to his family back at home, because he is he is just so distasteful and disgraceful on this thing. It's beyond all of us. Yes, I'm pulling y'all into the mix because it's beyond y'all too. Okay. Some key things that pretty much came out of that testimony. Joe did what Joe was supposed to do. He made really out to be the liar that we all have seen him to be as well. We know through Joe that really called Wale. He called Wale last week after hearing the telephone calls that allegedly are not him. They are not him. We also got out that I just drew a blank. We also got out that when he texts, I'm gonna get that ends money, he claims that he texts that to his business partner. Now I don't know how many of y'all believe it. But he claimed that he texted that to his business partner. We also know that he claims that, well, when he came in here, when the state started their redirect examination of him, he said he wanted to clear up his story. Well, I guess he didn't know that the prosecution is required to tell the defense what is going on. And in the midst of all of this, Joe done had his people on social media doing what they were supposed to do. Okay? They was on the lookout and they were looking at things, tracking down dates and times. And what I heard is that within minutes, now I could be wrong, y'all, keep me honest. I heard that once a post was made of Relly being in LA at a shooting range, he may or may not have seen that. And once he seen that, he decided to call the DA office and say he wanted to clean up his story. And say he wanted to straighten up his story. Now that's how I heard it. How did y'all hear it? How did y'all hear it? Did y'all hear it the same way as me? Or did y'all hear it a little different? Okay, y'all heard it the same way. I'm just checking because, baby, the man continues really, really tried to just tell this story. Maybe he tried to pay for some candy with a wooden nickel. And Joe told him, get that out of here. Joe told him, no way, Jose. Because they take lunch right now on Gene Ross. So They gone. They need to strike his entire testimony, Keisha, because at this point, and I honestly think that Wale is a witness. I think they're gonna call Wale. I absolutely think he's gonna call Wale. Now I don't know if Wale answers the phone or not, but they're absolutely calling Wale. And that's why I'm happy that really is over. The judge was tired of really. He was so tired of really. He told Joe Tacopina, how much longer you got? Because I want him wrapped up before lunch. He said, when I come back, I want this over with. I want him off my stand. He said, I want him off my stand. I don't want him back in here. We're going to finish up with him. Mimi, okay, because he sat there calling, he was a crackhead. He like a crackhead this, crackhead thing. He stood up there acting like one. I'm tired of the judge too. Like, I just wanted him to just, I understand, like, I don't know how prejudicial it could be to throw a victim in custody for contempt, but at some point, enough is enough. Like, every day we have to hear the judge talk about, y'all can't be in here squabbling. Y'all can't be in here fighting, arguing, bickering, this, that, and the third. Every single day. We heard this from the attorney. I'm sorry, from the judge to the attorney. So I got a question for y'all. Do y'all believe that when the next witnesses come, do y'all think that Lewin and Tacopina still gonna be at it? Because I do. And I think we're going to hear squabbling at least 15 to 45 more times until this trial is over. But that's what I'm saying. But I don't know if he was just like purposefully not trying to hold him in contempt because, you know, he's the victim in the crime. Like, but enough is enough. Like, Judge, you sitting up here arguing with the man. He's trying to tell a lie on top of another lie, and Joe trying to tell you he lying, and now you mad. Yelling in the mic is crazy. Crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm trying to get my little notes together. Okay, let's see what's happening on Twitter. It's also unusual for a lengthy recross, if any. Maybe it's an LA thing. Relly is going to catch a contempt charge if he don't tone it down. Well, he didn't get one, Kathy. We all was looking and waiting for him to get a contempt, but he absolutely did not get one. The people are upset about it. We are the people, honey. We are the people. Let's see what Dennis. Y'all know Dennis then flew himself down to LA, y'all. Dennis then went down to LA. And so we got to see what Mr. Dennis is saying now, because he's going to be one of our sources down there in that courtroom. All right, let's see. He says very interesting that he didn't recall that he went to a gun range in Los Angeles area back then. A detail most who attend gun ranges would remember, in my opinion. I would agree with that, Mr. Dennis. Prosecutor asked judge to allow defense Tacopina to explain his own objections. Pre-vote move by the state. ASAP Relly accuses the defense attorney of making him look stupid for 5 days. Oh, baby. I must have missed that one. Did y'all catch that one? Because I missed that one, baby. He accused Joe of doing what? He did that all by himself. All he had to do was answer the question, yes or no. And then he's so silly to realize you can answer yes and no and then give an explanation. But he was so headstrong on trying to say you're a liar. I missed that, y'all. I missed that. I didn't hear it. He was so headstrong on trying to say you're a liar and you're trying to trick me up and you're trying to twist this and twist that. All you have to do is answer the question. He was caught lying for 5 days. He sure was. He sure was. All right, let's see what our The black letter law has sure. Let's see. Now, we are now looking at the text. I want to get this in money. Relly said he sent it to his business partner on 11/8/21. Relly is visibly and audibly angry. With a raised voice, he said, I'm not on trial. I've been here for 5 days dealing with this man. I'm ready to effing go. The judge had to calm him down. Now the attorneys are at the bench. Being on the stand is frustrating. He should have been prepped for this. Where are his people? This is not going over well with the audience, so I know it must put a sour taste in the juror's mouth. He also said, and this is from Nick, he said he also said he shot me. I have no career. Probably the only honest answer really has given. We don't think he had a career before then. We really don't. We don't think he had a career before then. All right, let's see what we got here. We're back on day 6. All right. Oh, so they're saying court started late because there was a thick fog in LA. It says we are now on Recross. Takapina is up. He's asking Relly about Wale. Apparently, Relly called Wale last week after court Thursday after the start of cross-examination. Apparently, Wale didn't pick up. The judge told Lewin and Takapina to stop squabbling. Relly just called Takapina annoying and asked, what are we doing here? And he asked that a lot. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? We're here because you said that he shot you, sir. Let's go back to Recross. Y'all want to hear Recross again? We can listen to it again. He never had a career. What career? We trying to find it in the daytime with a flashlight because it's not visible. It is not visible. Okay. It's not visible at all. Let's see if there were any other updates that were provided that anything I may have not heard. Okay, y'all, that's kind of what we got. Now we can go back and watch Recross. Y'all want to? Okay, I got some yeses. Did anyone talk about the jury facial expressions? They have not yet. I've not seen that. He got some type of money because he was taking trips in 2024. Junior Ross is giving schemes. It's giving. It's giving scams. Well, you know what? I'm gonna take that back. He had a legitimate business with his girl walking the Green Mountains. You know, he's a PIMP. He thought he was gonna find 2 shell casings and get that man's money without any questions. Absolutely, Jasmine. And I think what the state did, they tried to clean up a couple of things, right? They started out with allowing him to give his testimony on whatever interesting, epiphany that he had over the weekend. But they also tried to, go through and talk about, well, how many shots did you say you heard? He said he heard 3 to 4. And they are basically trying to establish that he was consistent on saying 3 or 4 up until he heard the video where he then realized, okay, it was 2. And even though he only found 2 bullets, he still maintained the 3 or 4 shots. So they were trying to rebuild some of his credibility back with that. And honestly, the way he was answering, it came off kind of convincing. Maybe he just didn't know. And then they went through the text messages. And then I thought it was interesting when they started talking about. Who was he focused on? Like, this was such the state started trying to paint a picture of this being such a traumatic event and how the details could escape you and how you wouldn't remember everything in that moment. But it's like some of the details that he is remembering or he's claiming to recall are so intricate to his story. It kind of it puts me on alert that, okay, something isn't right. So Shay, when I think about his testimony as a whole, he's not a credible witness. But he said specifically, I was focused. Well, the state led him to say, because he didn't really say it on his own. The state led him to say, I was focused on Rocky. I wasn't really focused on Eels because Rocky had the gun. And so when he pulled out the gun and he shot, I immediately went to grab Ills because he was the closest to me and I wanted to use him as a human shield. It just says like I can understand like a parent, like you're gonna use yourself to be a human shield to like cover a child, but as a grown man, your instinct was not to hit the deck, was not to run away. Your instinct was to grab another human being and put them in front of you and this person with this gun because you believe this person has shot at you. Like, why aren't you just running? You know what I'm saying? Like, I would have believed his story more if he said, "Oh, I saw him pull out the gun and I instantly tried to run and ran into Ills and grabbed him." You know what I'm saying? Like, it would have made more sense, right? Because of the way that they're positioned, I could see that happening. But for him to say, "Oh, he pulled out the gun and I just went for Ills to use him as a human shield," like it. Well, when did the pop happen before you used him as a human shield? And what was also interesting is that he said, "Where was your hand at?" "Oh, my hand was at my side." You know what I'm saying? Basically trying to debunk the fact that he could have scraped his hand on the ground or that he was fighting with Ills, etc. The man says, something could have hit the ground and hit my hand. Like, the man put out a theory of a ricochet. A bullet, a ricocheting off the ground and hit him in the hand. So wouldn't that mean that the gun wasn't even aimed at you if it hit the ground and then it hit your hand? Huh? I don't know. I'm just trying to conceptualize the story to the video. Bullet, hand, gun, body. Y'all tell me. Yes, Mimi. He claims that the shell casings were found the same day, an hour later, which the police officers claim they were there for about 15 minutes, and then they went and picked up the shell case. He went back and picked up the shell casings and then turned them into the police. 48 hours later? Using your friend as a shield is insane. It's absolutely diabolical. I just wanted to use that word. So did he really take the shells from the gun range to the cops? We have no idea. And I think that's why it was interesting for them to establish the timeline of when he was there, right? He claims he flew into LA on the 16th, he went to the gun range on the 19th, and then he flew out on the 20th. And then the incident doesn't happen until November the 6th. So if he would have traveled there, traveled to LA, traveled back to New York and back to LA, in order for him to have any bullets, he would have had to go through, customs, or he would have had these casings somewhere in his luggage or on his person. Now, don't get me wrong, you can check a bag. I don't know how far your bag gonna get, but you can check a bag with some things in it and maybe not get flagged. But I just think that for him to have casings from a gun that were actually fired, like, it ain't just regular bullets, y'all. Like, these are true casings that were fired from a gun that he's found. I do believe that he may have gone somewhere and collected them and come back. Like, it's a good theory to have for the defense anyway. I could believe that. I should say, sorry. And where did it go after it ricocheted? Adley, I have no idea. I guess, they stayed on the ground there, right there, until he picked them up. And I think it's interesting too, because one thing that we saw, like, in that video when he was talking to the police are calling out physical structures from the scene of the incident. Like, oh, this is a stop sign, and this is this, and this is that. And I just kind of feel like if police officers can make those type of observations with the camera footage, they most definitely canvassed that area good enough to know that it wasn't no cases there. I'm sorry. It's just not given insufficient. If him and Il's still friends, they won't be after the testimony because no friend of mine is using me as a human shield. Well, here's the thing. I don't think they are friends because, well, wait a minute. 12, he didn't take some back. Il's did. So I don't know if they're friends or not. We shall see. Ed Taylor, he had a music career in his mind. The delusion, honey. The delusion. Yes, go back to Recross. I missed some working. If the police ain't find him, ain't no way he did in 2 to 3 minutes. He said he found them. in 2 to 3 minutes. All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna back it on up, and we're gonna we're gonna listen again to Recross because that's what the people want to do. So let's get to it. Just in case anybody missed something.
Audio, the 2 gunshots.
No, I didn't know I didn't know a lot of evidence.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Good morning, Pam. Speaking of saying, you always said 3 or 4 shots. Talk about Wally's cheek the other day. Remember Wally?
I don't remember, I mean,
You don't know who Wally is? Yeah. Sorry?
let's go, Mr. Tucker, let's go.
Well, we're gonna go when you answer my question. You know who Wally is?
I do.
Okay. In fact, you told Wally he shot you 5 times, right?
No, I didn't.
You didn't say it?
No, I didn't.
And by the way, speaking of Wally, last Thursday was my first day of cross-examination of you, and I asked you about a statement you made to Wally that morning.
The question came in terms of that morning.
Status of you mean the morning
The morning of the
cross-examination?
examination, yes, sir. The morning of the examination last Thursday, I asked you questions about Wally. Some statements you may have made to Wally, which you denied. At the lunch break, Mr. Efron, you called Wally, correct?
I called him after everything because, I mean, you guys y'all whipping up lies over here. None of it, you have no evidence to back that up.
You're not answering his question. He's talking about the lunch break. Ask it, ask it.
And I'm not, and I'm
Mr.
allowed.
Efron, wait, ask the question again.
So after Wally's name was brought up on cross-examination by me, statements you made on the recordings that you say were fake, you called Wally.
That's a compound question, there are 3 questions.
All right, you were inquiring about whether he made a phone call at the lunch, on the lunch break, following your, beginning your
Yes,
cross-examination?
sir.
Do you understand the question? All right, did you call Wally during the lunch break?
No. Did you call him after court?
Yes, I did.
And, why did you call Wally?
Because, I mean, you guys is just lying, lies after lies, you can't back it up. These guys, we
can't back it up.
I mean, you can't. You can't.
Did you hear the tape recording? Did you say fake?
All right, stop. Ask another question.
I guess we'll see about that, right?
Your Honor, can the court instructed previously, and this is editorializing, Mr. Lennon is not doing that in his draft.
Right.
He's right.
But I know,
It's like
the witness is saying.
I don't
he made up
understand
answers.
what you're saying.
Don't editorialize.
And you should strike his answers.
They are non-responsive.
They are not responsive. Anyway, so you called him because we were presenting fake evidence to you.
Yes or no?
I don't know, man. Does this have,
Why did you call him? Mr.
because
Efron?
you guys just keep playing fake audio to him, like fake stuff. I never said none of that to him. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't fit in with this case. You're trying to slip it in.
Okay, stop. All right, you answer the question.
That's why you called Wally.
I mean, you guys are saying I'm cool with him and I got his number and he's making up fake lies. That's like, he didn't even answer, so I don't even know what are we talking about. He did not answer. What are you gonna say? He answered and make up another spoof call?
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
He's moved to strike his own witness testimony, okay?
Yeah, the entire answer is non-responsive.
Your Honor, counsel is editorializing, indicating what I'm moving to strike. I'm following the evidence code of the state of California. I suggest that counsel follow it as well, and not editorialize as to why I'm asking things to be stricken. It's improper.
You could just stop squabbling. Just stop it.
I'm not squabbling.
Nobody, this is a no squabble zone. Stop it. All right.
Okay. You asked about texts to Rocky and to his manager John after the incident, April 21. Remember being asked that by Mr. Prislow a few minutes ago? Text after the incident saying, you tried to kill me.
Again, I don't get what you're saying.
You asked about text messages by Mr. Prislow right here, just a few minutes ago. After the incident, where you text Rocky and his manager, John, saying you tried to kill me. You remember being asked those questions by Mr. Prislow?
I'm sorry, I don't get what you're saying. It's not clear. It's double negative. I don't get what you're saying right now.
It's a double negative?
It's not really clear. You're not making no sense. I'm not going to answer something I don't understand anymore.
Do you remember? I'm gonna break this slow. Do you remember?
We got all day.
Do you remember being asked by Mr. Prislow a few minutes ago today about text messages you sent?
Okay.
With me so far? Are you with me so far?
Yo, you're annoying, bro. Just come on.
Are you with me?
We didn't even get to the case. What are we doing here?
Are you keeping up? Stop. Are you keeping up with the question?
I can't keep up with him. I can't take him serious.
No. You gotta answer the questions. He asks the questions. He's beginning to ask you a question. He just wants to know if you're keeping up with it. Just ask the whole question.
Sure. You recall being asked by Mr. Prislow a few minutes ago about text messages you sent to Rocky and his manager after the incident saying you tried to kill him.
Yes.
Oh. And you were also saying you tried to kill me. During that same time, you were sending messages saying, I'm gonna get that N's money, right?
Bro, what are we talking about? We talking about assault or lawsuit? Like, you keep trying to bring in a lawsuit.
He's asking you a yes or no question. Listen to the question and
I don't
it's
understand
yes, no,
these
I don't know, or
questions.
I don't recall. Go ahead.
At the same time you were saying that, you were also sending text messages saying, I'm gonna get that N's
I
money.
don't recall.
You don't recall? You don't recall seeing those messages up here?
Seeing what messages? Do you not, like,
You have that message.
John, I previously advised the court that I had a meeting.
Continue to go?
Yeah, the court just advised the jury that my.
Yeah, Mr. Lewin has to leave. He's got an unavoidable commitment. He tried to postpone it, he couldn't, so he's gonna leave now. He'll be back at 1:30, right?
Yes, I will, probably. Yes, I'll be back. Thank you.
You promise now? You come back? These last. Put up. Okay.
why is y'all guys' text messages different from what I'm seeing all the time? I just don't get this. It's two different, like,
Is this already exhibit?
Yes.
Which exhibit is it?
What?
I can't see nothing, I don't know what I'm looking at.
It's not on the screen in front of you? Is it on the screen?
Yeah, I see this, but I don't know.
You see the words?
Yeah.
That's what Mr. Technical is requiring.
So on
Words.
the next morning, November 7th, 6:40 a.m., you sent a message saying to John.
No, that's not John. That's
Who's
not
that?
John.
Who's that?
That's my business partner.
Well,
So
that's
you're lying.
Justin.
You're lying.
That's Justin.
You know that's Justin. You're not even putting names next to it.
So what you said to him that same
But
time.
you just lied.
Stop it. Stop it.
Like, what am I
Okay,
what am I
who is this
talking
next
to
going
this
to?
man for?
Who is this text being sent
Well,
to?
I do not want to stay here. You put me on, I'm not on trial. I've been here for 5 days dealing with this man. You just said it was a manager. This is not the manager.
Chill.
I'm ready to go.
Was this text to John or is this to your manager?
This is
To
to
your
my,
partner.
this is my business partner.
Okay, business partner.
So you sent to your business partner at 6:40 a.m. that same morning that you're sending Rocky a message saying you try to kill me, a message saying, I want to get this N's money.
Yes, that's my business partner. He shot me. I have no career.
You were asked by Mr. Prislow, you saw that videotape of you sitting with Detective Flores and Manfrey. Remember that?
Yes.
And You were asked on page 3 of the transcript, Your Honor, I'm not gonna replay it, but we can just go to page 3 of that transcript. Please, yes.
You got it?
No, I'm trying to trip me up.
Just take a picture. Take a swig.
Got me looking stupid for 5 days.
Stop.
I'm on trial.
Stop. Don't say it.
On page 3, lines 14, 15, and 16, we look at that.
On this?
Yes, on the transcript.
What am I looking at?
Lines 14, 15, and 16. Page 3. So, sir, while you were watching the video with Detective Manager, you said to them, and you see my girl, right? That was my girl I was with. So it's your testimony that as you watched that video, you saw your girl living apart with you.
Objection, this case.
Okay. What did you mean by that? When you
I
said
don't
that?
recall, it was a long time ago. Next.
I know. Next.
I don't recall.
Well, I mean, you asked a bunch of questions about this transcript.
I just said I don't recall. It has nothing to do with nothing.
Let me see if everybody's on the
Let's keep it going.
I'm catching everything that I didn't catch the first time. It's crazy.
Yes. Do not make any comments to him. No derogatory, nothing insulting.
Mr. French, I want to talk about one more thing. You were asked about this clarification that you made over the weekend regarding you recalling that shooting was in Los Angeles. You testified on redirect, Mr. President, that you didn't understand my question. Last Friday, I asked you, a few weeks before you claimed you found 2 9mm shell casings at the scene on November 6, 2021. I asked you if you fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, and you said, definitely not. I then asked you, definitely not. And you said, you heard me, definitely not. Watch this clip.
It was 3 years and 3 months ago. You expect me to?
Just a minute. This is,
It's probably.
I assume this is foundation.
Yes.
A few weeks before November 6, 2021, and a few weeks before, you testified that you found shell casings at the scene, 9mm shell casing. You fired 9mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not. You heard me, definitely not.
You only said 9mm, it was multiple guns, you only showed 2 guns.
Then I showed you a video of you at a shooting range on October 19, 2021, after that answer. And I asked you about your testimony that you didn't fire any guns before November 6, 2021. And then you told this jury, I said unless I was at a shooting range. After saying definitely not. Play that, please.
Mr. Efron, what you just told this jury, I don't know what I'm doing 365 days I'll be here.
don't know. Hold on. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. Because you didn't have your license. You know how that was just said on the last time I told a shooting range. Then, as a matter of fact, we were talking about that shooting range, trying to find out where it was.
And I said Jersey.
I know you said.
I said Jersey, but like what I said.
There's no question being asked of you right now. Stop. Wait till you get the question.
You heard Mr. Lewin and the prosecution ask for a stipulation that that was outside of California. Watch this clip. The date, the rest of the day, where's the stipulation on the date? Yes, what was the date again? We have a stipulation. October 19th, 2020. And where is this negotiating? There's a date, it's called, we have a stipulation on that date. On that date, this is outside of California. I don't know where it was at. So, Mr. Lewin asked for a stipulation that that was taken outside of California. I said, I don't know where it was taken. I asked you. Because you took the video. I said, where was it taken? And that's when you said you don't know, maybe New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
But you also said maybe New Jersey, not Los Angeles.
Okay, I did my homework, and it was.
Okay, watch
It
it.
was.
That was taken, sir.
Is this the picture where you, I mean, yeah, I don't know my phone, it should say.
You don't remember where it
I
was?
mean, I should have that, it's timestamp.
It is not, we have
Timestamp, it should show you.
What they're asking you is,
No, I don't.
where is the wrong picture?
No.
Where the right?
It's like probably New Jersey or something like that, or like. I'm sorry, yes, it's not LA though.
Maybe New Jersey.
not LA though.
Of course, I mean, like what I said,
There's no question.
you asked me this and you
Just
expect.
wait. The question was not LA. Well, it's.
You said
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
As phrased, not LA is vague.
No.
Flesh out the question.
One thing he was certain about, although you didn't know where it was, you said maybe New Jersey. One thing he was certain about, when you testified to the jury, was it was not LA. That's what you just said.
I mean, I was just trying to get you.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Then yesterday, after 2:00 in the afternoon,
Friday.
no, sir, yesterday,
Sunday?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Stick with me. Then yesterday, after 2:00 in the afternoon, but before 2:50 in the afternoon, that 50-minute window, you called Mr. Brisloman, telling him you wanted to clarify some information from your testimony last week. Correct?
Oh, yeah, I had to go back and do my homework. You asked me questions.
Is the answer yes, that you did?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, you advised Mr. Brisloman that you could recall where the video from the shooting range was finally recorded. Correct?
Yes, it says Los Angeles on my timestamp on my phone, which you wouldn't allow me to see.
And you, I wouldn't allow you to
I
see
mean,
the
you played, you knew it said Los Angeles, one video over.
No question. Don't debate with Mr. Tacopina. Wait for another question.
You told Mr. Brisloman that you had gone back and reviewed your Instagram, and that you now recall that the video was recorded in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mr. Efron, there is nothing in your Instagram that showed you in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021. Is there?
Yes, it is.
Really? I'm gonna give you a live phone. You show me on your Instagram. Show me on your Instagram where it shows that you're in Los Angeles on October 19, 2021.
What do you mean a live phone?
A phone. It's your Instagram. Your Instagram.
No, we would have to go, see, now you think you slick. We would have to go to my phone, my actual phone, and go to my archive. You're not gonna show me something of my highlights, which is not there. You think you slick. And I'm on to you.
Stop. This is,
You're not gonna keep tripping me up. I'm on to
Mr.
you.
Efron,
Joe, it's
stop.
not-
Just
Yeah,
stop
I know.
talking. It's.
Your Honor, we have a letter from the DA, and the letter says that Mr. Efron informed them that he went on his Instagram.
Yes, my Instagram.
All right.
Your Instagram, as in Relly Boss?
You're trying to show me somebody else's that I can't activate where I can go to my archive.
He
You're
doesn't-
not
All right,
slick.
stop it. He doesn't need to go on someone else's phone.
You have your phone with you.
You know I don't got it. It's over there. We can get it though. I can show them. We can go get it right now.
So your
We can clear this
Instagram
up.
is what caused you to go back.
No, you did because you're sneaky.
Don't be insulting. Stop it.
I'm feeling.
He is not insulting you. Don't insult him. Don't insult any lawyer that's asking you questions. You're not doing yourself any good by doing that.
I mean, I'm getting screwed. I mean, this is not what I.
How much longer do you have?
3 minutes, sir.
What is it, 3 minutes?
Well, depends. Answer the question
All right,
for
it's 12 o'clock. I would like to get finished with
Yeah, we will.
Mr. Efron before we take the break.
So anyway, what was it that caused you to remember this? What did you see?
You. Yeah, your question asking, not giving me time, tripping me up. So I went back and I analyzed my whole Instagram, analyzed everything you said, and I started realizing what you was doing. So then I went to my archive. You just tried to show me something off a story that you can't get in your archive. So you're already like lying to people or lying about the situation because you know I cannot see it through that way. I would
You
feel my phone.
cannot accuse anybody of lying. Do not do that.
Nobody
I told you, nothing derogatory.
But nobody told me this.
I'm telling you, and I've been telling you, do not be derogatory toward anyone in this courtroom. Go ahead.
Mr. Efron, in fact, what happened yesterday was at 2 o'clock and at 2:11, somebody called with the handling of Don't F with Justice, posted 2 photos on Twitter of you at the shooting range and the Los Angeles Gun Club at the shooting.
I don't know about none of this.
Hold on. There's an objection. What's the objection? Sustained.
I'm asking the question whether these are. Well, let me show you this.
I'd also call for hearsay to be relevant.
No.
No, if it doesn't call for hearsay, the question calls for yes or no. Go ahead and show it. Don't have me look at it first before it's shown in.
Did you see, here's my question before I show it to you. Did you see the Twitter post yesterday at 2 o'clock and another at 2:11 showing a picture of you at the shooting range that was displayed in court and another side-by-side of the Los Angeles Gun Club shooting range, which is identical to the one of you in court?
Yes
Did
or
you
no?
see that?
Yes or no?
I don't get the question. You gotta say it again, please.
Sure. Take a look at that.
That was sent to me this morning through a friend. I never seen that.
Oh, so you did see that?
Yeah, that was sent through this morning. Somebody sent it to me.
All right, so whatever Mr. Takafita just showed you, was this the first time you saw what he just showed you?
This morning in a text message. Somebody sent this to me.
What time
I
did you
don't
see
know.
it? About.
She hit me last night, the girl who sent this to me, and then I seen it this morning. But this is the first time I
All
saw it
right, this morning is the first time you see it.
And what that is a picture of you from the video in court last week at the gun club, that you didn't know where it was, maybe New Jersey, not Los Angeles.
I mean,
And it was, and let me finish my question.
No objection
And
to
we-
the argument, Your Honor.
It is sustained to the point of the question.
What is that a picture of, sir?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
it's a recreational shooting range. Shut up.
And what's the other picture?
It's a shooting range.
Yeah, the one on the left. What's the one on the left there?
Just me at the shooting range.
Oh, I did, yes, the one with you with the shooting, right?
Okay.
Okay. And the recreational shooting range is the Los Angeles Gun Club, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So that was posted at 2 o'clock yesterday, as it says on the post. And coincidentally, right after 2 o'clock, you called Mr. Sloman to say, I remembered I
I
was
did
in
not
Los
see
Angeles.
this, and I put that on
Let
the
him finish the
side.
question.
I did not see this, and I don't need to see this. I told you I went through
Mr.
my
Efron, let him finish the question.
So it's your testimony, sir, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after, let me finish my question. It's your testimony, Mr. Efron, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after these pictures were posted on the internet by somebody entitled, named Don't F with Justice, pictures posted showing you at the Los Angeles Gun Club on October 19, 2021, It's a mere coincidence that you then have to call the DA within minutes of that post to say you went back and looked at your Instagram and somehow you refresh your recollection that you were in Los Angeles on that day.
I mean, you just listen to yourself. It took me all day, it took me from Friday. You're a lot. I had to figure it out. It wasn't easy.
What was that? What did you call him?
I said he's a lot to deal with, so I had to
Oh,
figure it
wow.
out.
All right.
I had to figure it
I
out.
thought you said
And I figured it out on Sunday. I had to keep looking and finding because, like what I said, it wasn't easy.
All right.
Let me wrap this up with this. Ms. Efron, you saw the video of your trial testimony on this topic, correct? Just a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Okay, yes, I did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said definitely not?
I'm gonna be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you. I thought it was over.
So you just made an answer.
It's not an answer. I just
Just
didn't understand. I needed time. Obviously, something like that, you need time. A lot of your questions, you need time. You don't show me no dates, no nothing. Just like how you said, John.
Nothing pending. Stop. Say it again?
I'm done.
Good.
All right. Yes, Mr. Efron, and Mark. We'll go back. Do you need 135 or 130? Mr. Sullivan?
Yeah.
Or 145? Would that be better?
Any more time, I think the better.
All right, folks, we'll be back in session at 1:45. Mr. Sullivan has some
Yes, Dave.
work.
Dave. I don't think any of us have seen it. We thought YSL was crazy and then really got on the stand. Rewind that part again. Which part? Which part, Cindy? I definitely think he said he a lie. He most definitely said he was. Is that the part you're talking about? Okay. He most definitely said that he was a lie. But Joe so petty, he say, Joe say, I'm done with him. All right, I'll run that part back. I think it's right here at the end. Give us about a minute, 2 minutes.
Just like how you said, John.
Nothing pending. Stop. Say it again?
I'm done.
Okay, I didn't go back further. Sorry, one second.
She hit me last night, the girl who sent this to me, and then I seen it this morning. But this is the first time I saw
All right, this morning is the first time you see it.
And what that is a picture of you from the video in court last week at the gun club, that you didn't know where it was, maybe New Jersey, not Los Angeles.
I mean,
And let me finish my question.
No objection
And-
to the argument, Your Honor.
It is. Sustain the part of the question.
What is that a picture of, sir?
Objection relevant.
Overruled.
it's a recreational shooting range, sir.
And what's the other picture?
It's a shooting range.
Yeah, the one on the left. What's the one on the left there?
Just me at the shooting range.
Oh, I did that. Yes, the one with you at the shooting, right?
Okay.
And the recreational shooting range is the Los Angeles Gun Club, right?
Okay, yeah.
So that was posted at 2:00 yesterday, as it says on the post. And coincidentally, right after 2:00, you told Mr. Sloman to say, I remembered.
I did not see this, and I put that on
Let
the
him finish the
side.
question.
I did not see this, and I don't need to see this. I told you. I went through
Mr.
my-
Efron, let him finish the question.
So it's your testimony, sir, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after, let me finish my question. It's your testimony, Mr. Efron, that it is a mere coincidence that minutes after these pictures were posted on the internet by somebody entitled named Don't F with Justice, pictures posted showing you at the Los Angeles Gun Club on October 19th, 2021. It's a mere coincidence that you then have to call the DA within minutes of that post to say you went back and looked at your Instagram and somehow you refresh your recollection that you were in Los Angeles on that day.
I mean, you just listen to yourself. It took me all day. It took me from Friday. You're a lot. I had to figure it out. It wasn't easy.
What was that? What did you call him?
I said he's a lot to deal with, so I had to
Oh,
figure it
lie.
out.
All right.
I had to figure it
I
out.
thought you said
And I figured it out on Sunday. I had to keep looking and finding because, like what I said, it wasn't easy.
All right.
Let me wrap this up with this. Mr. Efron, you saw the video of your trial testimony on this topic, correct, just a few minutes ago?
It was kind of hard for me to decipher, y'all. I think he said, "You're a lie." But then he asked him, what he said, "You're a lot to deal with." Oh, his Instagram is Relly_boss. It is a public account, and when I say they are eating him alive in those comments, they are eating him alive in those comments. It ain't even funny. It ain't even funny. I don't know what his Twitter is. I heard that Catnot Williams was looking at some of his tweets, but I don't know what his Twitter is. Presented, not proven. It's still in dispute. What are we talking about here? Oh, Ms. Hogan, I'm a witness to the evidence that has been presented. Well, Columbus, Stevie, I have with my issue with the bully casings is the picture. And we can go and find the picture of the casings that the state presented. The way that the video it's given planted, and I feel like they are planted because there's no way where they show Rocky to be at, he's in motion. So there's no way that those two shell casings hit the ground exactly next to each other. And in the picture, those shell casings are side by side. So I don't believe that he just walked up, took a couple pictures, and then scooped it up. So I'm a roll with Chloe on this one. Presented, not proven. It is still in dispute, and it is up to the jury. Right? We still also have a few other witnesses to take the stand, regardless of what they choose to say. All of the evidence has not been presented. And as a juror, okay, CB, as a juror, you are supposed to keep an open mind until all of the evidence has been presented before coming to a conclusion. How you do that, I don't know. All right, because as things get presented, it's human nature for you to form an opinion on it. So we shall see. We shall see what the people come up with. Ooh, there we go. We shall see what the folks come up with. Because sorry guys, I gotta finish my PowerPoint. If y'all new here, y'all will know this. CB does not play. CB does not play about the facts that he feels that he's presented or that has been presented. So I know my people. CB is a frequent flyer, so I'm just letting you guys know. Don't be offended. CB does not mean any harm. Don't be alarmed. But CB ain't backing down. I'm telling you now. We love CB over here. We really do. Let's see. All right, let's see if we can get some courtroom tea. If not, yes, girl. Yes, Nene girl. The crash out was real. He has a warrant in New Jersey. Did they come and get him? Let's see what happened. This judge ready to squabble, really. I ain't never seen nothing like this in court. It's crazy. Takapina is on his behind. Literally every piece of information really puts forth. He's challenging it, and he's doing it through the most aggressive BS I've ever seen. Chef's kiss. Let's see what else I can find. Sometimes, okay, we already saw that. Let me see what the black letter law has to say. Nothing new has been said. Yep. So we are pretty much on hold for the next 40 minutes or so. But y'all know that I have to go get my kids. I think it's great conversation and we can all agree to disagree. Absolutely. Absolutely, Miss Host. And that's why I like CB in here. He gets the girls riled up. He really does. He definitely keeps the conversation going and also gives us something to think about. Because I can't deny that sometimes CB says things and I'm like, you're right about that. And I'll be with him when he's right. But I'm gonna stand 10 toes down on my theories as well. Okay, so as I was saying, y'all know I gotta get my children. And we on safety patrol this month, y'all. Y'all know how. So y'all know my daughter, she's in the 5th grade. It's her last year at her school before she transitioned over to the middle school. And child, they didn't put her on safety patrol. So every other month, she has to be driven to school and picked up. And so I've had a beautiful long break because December was a short month. And then she had to go through January, which is the longest month of the year, in my opinion. And now we're in February, and child, I gotta go pick her up. I have to go pick her up from the school, so and I have to be there at 3:50. So by the time they ask, your baby on safety patrol too, do they like it? Okay, because I'm asking my baby like, how long does it take for you to do safety patrol? She's like, oh, I'll be done in like 5-10 minutes. And I'm like, girl, and the bus can't wait for you. The bus can't wait for you to get done, honey. Yes, they say really has a warrant out in New Jersey, excuse me. You still not answering the question. How did Relly know that Rocky would have a gun and that Rocky would actually shoot it? I don't think that Relly actually knew what was going to happen. I think what happened, and him being the swindler that he is, that he actually claimed to be on the stand, swindling his way around. Him being a swindler the way that he is, he concocted a plan because he returned to the scene an hour later. He had an hour's time to go to a gun range, collect casings, and go back. You're asking me how did I know that? How would we know, or how would Relly know how to shoot a gun? How would Relly know that casings weren't picked up from the scene? How did Relly know that the police didn't find anything? He put in a lot of effort an hour after the fact. What did he do for that hour? He has an hour of time that is unaccounted for, besides riding to Dunkin' Donuts. A whole hour. Where was Relly? Who can testify to where Relly was? Who can say what they did in that hour? He had enough time. Because his first instinct was, let me go collect these shell casings and let me send them to Rocky and let him know that I got him by the balls. It wasn't, let me go to the police and make sure they go back and find what I'm looking for, or make sure that they actually stayed over there. I mean, he didn't even stay on scene and call the police himself. If there were casings there, let me call the police and tell them what just happened. I'm going to stand right here until they come. When you have a car accident, do you leave the scene of the accident? Or do you wait for the police to come to take the report? I don't know. He has a 1 hour of time that's unaccounted for, and I'm not convinced. At this point, everything about Relly is questionable because of the way he presented himself on the stand. Maybe if he came off a little bit more credible, maybe if he wasn't such a jackass, and maybe if I could like him, I would believe his testimony. But I won't be relying on Relly's testimony to say if Rocky did or didn't do this crime or the actual shooting. I feel like the brandishing one is the harder. The brandishing is the harder charge for them to beat. I think it's going to be hard for that. I think he might be found guilty on that one. He might be found guilty on both of them. If the defense isn't alleging that he didn't shoot it, he might be found guilty on both of them. but like I said, I think that there may be an opportunity somewhere for them to instruct, like, well, if you felt like it was justified, then you can find him not guilty. I don't know what the instructions are going to say. You know what I'm saying? If you felt like he was in a position to where he had to, he had to do that, then, you can find him not guilty. But based off of what we're seeing, not convinced. That was my question. How did he know the casings weren't picked up? Because he didn't talk to the police yet. There are a lot of places to get shell casings. Come on, he might have just rolled through the hood, Not to mention, if you are afraid of this guy who supposedly tried to unalive you, kill you. I forgot we on TikTok. I can say kill up here. Tried to kill you. Why would you pursue him down the street? Right. He just pulled out this gun on you, and you're saying that you're afraid of him. Yet, and you were saved by the two people walking by, the couple walking by. And you were saved. And he put this back in his waistband, but you continue to pursue him. Not that it would be not that it would not be wrong for Rocky to, then still shoot at him if he wasn't actually, coming at him or anything like that. Like that would still be wrong, but his entire state of mind just isn't reading as true. And why would you collect the casings at the crime scene? Why not call the police? But really could actually be lying about not knowing that Rock carried a firearm or prop gun. He absolutely could be lying about that. So yeah, y'all. So we got about 45 minutes until court starts. And as much as I love y'all, I'm going to use this 45 minutes to get my work done because I've been trying to work, but I've been trying to listen more than work. So I'm going to use this time wisely before I have to go pick up my children. I actually, if I can get, because you know what? Y'all know what? I might be able to, I actually might be able to stream the second half of the day. Let me see, because I routed Look Ugly is back in town this weekend. Was back in town this weekend, so I might just tell Look Ugly go pick up one. Oh yeah, give me a second. Because if that's the case, I can just run over there and get some mic and come back, and you can keep the party going today. Let me see. One second, friend. All right, y'all. So we're gonna keep our party going today. You are furthering my point. Really had to have the casings already to plant them. No. Really had the opportunity to go get the casings to plant them. I think you may have missed something, RCB. After all, he could not have known Rocky would have a gun or a lead shooting. I agree with that. But I believe after the incident occurred, Relly took his little self on over somewhere, got him some casings, and took them back. Let's go look at the picture. All right, y'all, because I'm doing too much, but I'm doing not that I just smacked my mouth like that. I'm doing too much, but we're actually gonna go back to day one so we can look at opening arguments, so I can show y'all the picture of the casings and why I believe that they were planted. So stay with me for a minute. Stay with me, day one. He was really. Okay, how did he know what casing? Okay, look at the wounds, y'all. The wound gets me every time. Let's keep that up there for a second. Here's one casing here's one picture that he took. So you mean to tell me that both of those casings, they fell side by side like that? Because that's the ground right there. Right here, this is ground. You mean to tell me that both of these cases, which they are spent, right? There ain't no bullets in them, they are spent. But this how he found them? He found them like that. Come on, man. Come on, Stevie. Come on. Come on, you gotta follow me now. That's what he did. Where's the other one? I don't need to see another one around. Where the other one? And then it pops up with the. Come on. I ain't buying it. Where do you go get spent casings at 10 at night? 9mm casings at that. He went to he could have went anywhere. Columbus at a gun range where you can test multiple guns. That's all I'm saying. That was my theory. My theory is that he might have went to a gun range. Why? Because the gun range doesn't close until 11 p.m. Don't close until 11 p.m. Don't. So, yeah. I think that we can't rule out the fact that he didn't plant them. And that is the doubt planting that doubt is the job of the defense. The state says that he did it. What can we do about it? All right, y'all. Columbus at a gun range where you can test multiple guns. Emily W. asked that question of Taylor Umber to you. She didn't see it. I'm not sure what you mean. And also, my name is Emily, like Emily. That is cute. I like that spelling, though. Oh, he wanted them to see what caliber it was. That's why it was standing up. Even so, Sonya, but where's the other one that in this picture? You only got one in this picture. Because it ain't laying like that on the concrete at all. If this is one, where's the other one? And then he talking about a brown paper bag. He had a brown paper bag. What did he cut the brown? He cut the paper bag up and into neat little squares and stood them up like that. Like he did that on purpose. No. He did that on purpose. I ain't buying it. The door open? Oh yeah. I'm not buying it. I need my money back. I love how we're also assuming he knew no one in the area. Again, casings from anywhere. Absolutely anywhere. Is the gun range and driving distance to the shooting spot? TU spent casings fall however they fall. There is no special way that they fall. They aren't, but I will tell you that they come out the gun and they dispense to the right. If Rocky was moving, which we know he was based on the video and the timing or the audio of the shot, there's no way that both of the casings would be next to each other. They would have to have been spread apart. If one found here, one found there, and he should have had pictures of that. But these are the pictures that they presented to us. You've got the picture, and these haven't even been. I want to say these haven't been introduced into evidence yet. And maybe they'll dig deep down into this. But one picture is a single one, and then we got this second picture where it's two of them, but we've yet to see him actually like just snapping pictures of the angles with the structures around him. Like, I can't even really tell where he found this at if he found that there. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do we know this is truly outside where the incident took place at? Like, I'm not buying it. The pictures are gonna have to give me a little bit more. They're not giving the pictures aren't giving me what I need. And that is why lay people do not go out and collect evidence, because there is a series of things that you need to collect with that evidence in order to make it valid. Like he stood that bullet up. That one on the side. We don't know where in the street it was found, nothing, because he didn't take pictures of any of that. He just took pictures of the bullets and said, yep, I'm turning them in to the police. The math ain't mathing. I'm cool. The math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing. It don't make sense at all. He got evidence, but didn't call the police though, and that's all he had to do. If he felt like he was shot, I would believe him more if he called the police and the police came down there again a second time, because they'll return to the scene of a crime. They sure will. But the police had been there. They've been there for 15 minutes with 7 officers. 7 officers. Kim came back with that 7. Evidence that 7 police officers did not find, but he did in 2 minutes. Come on now. I need to see everything. I need to see the stop sign. I need to see where you were standing, where he was standing. I need you to take pictures of the whole scene, not just something you found on the ground, because that could be a piece of ground anywhere. Anywhere. I'm not convinced. I'm not buying it. But we're gonna take a short break because I gotta get this done. So I'm gonna take a short break, and we're gonna go back over to our feed. Go grab y'all something to drink. Sit back, relax, come back. 3 or 4 shots and he's standing on it, but on the 2 cases, hey. He could have waited at the scene and called. That would have been more believable. Exactly. It absolutely would have been more believable. All right, we're gonna take a short break. So I guess he did say double negative D Wood. D Wood behind y'all. We back and we'll just take the 15 minutes, y'all. Court to be back in 15 minutes. We'll be back in 15 minutes with the next witness. Go get something to drink. Come on back. Come on back. All right, y'all. Court should be starting back up in about 8 minutes ish, like 7 minutes. But y'all know they never start court on time. I wonder who the next witness is. Let's get out here in these Twitter streets to see. Let's get out here in these Twitter streets and see if anybody has let us know. Let's see. All right, I'm not seeing anybody post anything that's kind of revealing who is the witness. Let's see. Nope. Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. I'm not seeing nothing. I'm not seeing anything, y'all. So we're just waiting for them to bring it on back. Bring it on back. Yep, nothing's out here, y'all, that's really saying who the next witness is. So we just gotta wait and see. The people just have to wait and see. All right, y'all. Ain't nobody talking. These people know we want the tea. And nobody's giving us any. Let's see if let's run on over to Mr. Dennis's page and see. Okay, prosecutors attempt to allow A$AP Rocky to redeem himself failed miserably as their star witness came across as combative and less than honest, and that's putting it mildly. Anyone that goes to gun ranges typically recall visiting a gun range that is out of their jurisdiction. All right, Mr. Byron. I don't think he said anything else. Let's see if Megan has tweeted anything. She has not. I'm not a lawyer, but Mel has not tweeted anything all day, so I don't know if she's in court. And one of our faves, the Black Letter Law, he has not tweeted anything. All right, so I guess we just waiting. We're just waiting for court to start. Okay, they never start back on time because they be squabbling with no in the no squabble zone. Jen, ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth? I want to find another cue. I kind of want to do it again like this. I'm extremely good at creating presentations, so I know that's why my boss always gives me the presentations to put together. But child, I'm tired. Sis is tired, okay? Sis tired. Not only this, she got me analyzing some data. Well, I actually should be analyzing this data because this data is actually going to help me. But not only do I have to analyze it, she want me to put it in the PowerPoint too. Like, girl, how many presentations do we need for one meeting? Well, maybe this will be used for something else. So maybe I shouldn't say that. But I'm just curious. Girl, how many? How many shall we need? I would love something with 2 arrows on it. I need a symbol. I need arrows with 2. Oh, yeah. Okay, these are going the right way. I'm about to tell my kids the house is a no squabble zone. I'm about to start keeping count of how many times the judge says just stop. Okay, Grace, because we're gonna come back and ask the end. Grace, how many times has he said it? I definitely said that in my meetings with the staff. Nah, D Wood, they not back yet. They should be back in a second. Now, Taylor Gang, I gotta run over here and grab the kid from the school. Y'all know the school 2 minutes away. So y'all gonna be starting without me. Well, I'm gonna be in the comments, so I won't be orchestrating. Let me make sure we got volume on and unmuted. Okay, we ready to go. Yes, y'all, I really be doing it all. I'm gonna mute myself and we just waiting for the show to start. Yeah, I done been to get a kid and back, and we still have it in court. Threatening a country with electricity is savage on Canada's part. Ooh, baby, they cut the electricity off. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I ain't gonna hold you. Like I'm. I'm all for trying to show for proving a point. All right, I'm all for that. But child, all right, my little timeline trying to pull this up together. Oh, wait a minute. Not one judge dismisses one count against former DA. Now, y'all know Jackie Johnson. The Atlanta Journal released an article that says the prosecution in the criminal in the criminal trial of former Glenn County District Attorney Jackie Johnson suffered a massive blow Monday when the presiding judge dismissed one of the two charges in the case. They dismissed count 2 of Jackie Johnson's indictment and obstruction charge. Shortly after, Deputy Attorney General John Fowler rested the prosecution's case. So they moved for a directed verdict, and when they moved forward, they basically got it granted for the obstruction. I wonder what the elements are that you have to meet in order to prove obstruction, because that's what. Yep, Jasmine, that's what's gonna matter. That's what's gonna matter. What the elements are, what they allege that she did versus what they presented. If she obstructed justice, how did she do that? Ooh. That's crazy. I think because they basically say that Greg called her from the scene. And when Greg called her, she may have contacted the special appointed attorney, a prosecutor, excuse me, the special appointed prosecutor when she recused herself, and she may have told them not to pick up the case. So I don't know. Like I said, I would need to know what the elements were. That's crazy. But yeah, that's why it's important to look at like what the actual charges are versus what's being presented in the case, because they probably presented a bunch of stuff kind of similar to like what we're seeing right now, right? With the A$AP Rocky trial, his charges are just around having a gun and pulling it out and shooting. Like those are the charges. That's the assault. And so all the state has to do is provide the elements, approve the elements of assault, and they get a conviction. It doesn't matter if Relly planted the bullet, if Relly really got shot, if he's trying to extort Rocky, like none of that really matters. I feel like, and it might be strategy for the defense too, to be, trying to get these questions out and answers on the record to maybe help with the civil suit. But they're going to have to try and debunk the actual charges. And I don't think we've gotten there yet. I don't feel like the defense has really argued anything against the actual charges apart from, nope, they haven't denied the fact that he pulled it out, which is the charge, and they haven't denied the fact that he shot it, which is the charge. So that's why I'm saying it's not a walk in the park. Like this case is not a walk in the park for sure. It's not at all. Oh, excuse me. Y'all, we 15 minutes behind, 20 minutes behind. What's going on in that courtroom? What's happening? Everyone is still waiting in the hallway. Before the lunch break, it sounded like the state may need more time to get their witness. These folks ain't got no witnesses. Did they really think Relly was gonna be all day? Yep, Jasmine, I just read it. He on his Glanville. He most definitely is D-Wood. It's giving major Glanville around here. Major Glanville. Major Glanville. Taylor, what day is TMZ? TMZ is Wednesday, y'all. Yes, kids, I had picked up my daughter from school and been back, and they ain't came back yet. TMZ is Wednesday, y'all. I'm gonna be on TMZ on Wednesday. I'm hoping to get the clip and I can just post it because I'm not certain. I'm not certain what time it's going to air, so if I can get the clip, I can just post it for everybody to see. I'm hoping that I get a good topic too, because I want to have something that I hope to get something that I'm actually like knowledgeable on, because why would I want to give commentary on something I don't really know nothing about? And then the way that it works, they pretty much give you they pretty much give you the topic the day of, and you got like 30 minutes to prep. And then I think, let me go back and look at it because I could be wrong, but I'm pretty certain that I'm pretty sure that I read it right. Let me see. Pretty sure that I read it right. Yay. So I'll get a list of topics to choose from around 9:30. Oh, so I'll get a list of topics to choose from around 9:30, and then I'll do a test call. And then between 12:40 and 2:30 is when I will be on the show. So depending on which topic I get assigned determines what time I'll get. Yep. And that's how it works. Tyler, any of your sources know what is the delay? So we just checked Megan's page and Kathy's page, and Kathy told us that the state may need a little bit more time to find her witness. So we believe that we are waiting for a witness to arrive. Right now, girl, Twitter is my foot, honey. Oh, fam, guess what? The shell casings, planted or otherwise, don't matter. They're irrelevant to the elements of the alleged crime. Also, the knuckle scrapes and the scratches don't matter either. They have nothing to do with the element. Oh. Tell that to the attorneys who have spent hours on it. They literally have spent hours on the case. Literally. So, yep. I'm gonna put the text box. I wonder if Riley and Gemma Jones are still dating. I'd be surprised if Riley is dating anyone. Like, seriously, who has the mental capacity to date him? Oof. Make sure y'all hitting the like button. We got 220 votes. And wait a minute, let me refresh. Okay, never mind. I was like, what's going on? We got 220 votes and 212 likes, which is great. We got about 79 people watching right now from YouTube, which is awesome. And we have 149 people watching from Twitter. So what's up, Twitter fam? Taylor, that's what I was saying earlier. Really probably ruined a lot of what relationships he did have from this trial. I don't think he needed a trial to ruin his relationships. The way his behavior, that's the way he acts all the time. He acts like that all the time. That is who he is, for sure. That is who he is, for sure. I don't think that he's anything else. If Really got a girl, and I don't, it's a problem. D-Wood, I'm telling you, I'm surprised anybody who would be different. Mm-hmm. Let's see if they're giving us any other updates. Mm-hmm. So are y'all following TMZ Live? So I want to show y'all. Let me see if I can show it to y'all. So this is it. So this they're going to be talking about a topic.
I just say the argument is, did Jay-Z bully the Academy into giving her the award?
Well, that is the question we're going to tackle right now with our good friend and hip hop journalist Teray, also author of the Substack Culture Fries, which you got to check out. Teray, I'm dying to hear what your opinion is of Beyonce finally getting Album of the Year.
So here's the thing. I think
So that's what's going to happen. Like, they're literally going to talk about something. They're going to have a topic, and then it's going to cut to me to give commentary. You see, I'm excited about it. I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I've been trying to like keep my nerves down and not think about it too much because I just, I still I want to bring Taylor Umbridge to TMZ. I don't want to get on there and be all politically correct. Like, I want to be 100% me while I'm there. So I'm trying not to get in my head about it. So I haven't thought about it very much, but I will be prepared. If I'm being good, I'm gonna be prepared. Yeah, be prepared. Yeah. Which is cool. Like, I think it's a cool little thing. And they do it with other like creators too. Like, it don't just be like, famous people, but like that's the point of like just getting different people to come in and commentate on stuff. I'm just happy that they asked me. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't go. I think you can go ask them, and if you ask them and they accept you, that's also great. Like, I would never downplay that, but like it was not on my bingo card. It wasn't something like, I'll go to the teacher. Like, they straight DM me was like, would you come be a part of our show? Like, yeah. Absolutely. Thank you, Miss Lex. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna try to get my clip like that, and I think I'm gonna post it because a lot of people don't watch. A lot of people don't watch. A lot of people don't watch Channel 2. Like we don't really watch TV. People like us, we watch YouTube. We get on our little social media and we keep it moving. All right, court is back, y'all. Get into it.
Are you all media folks? Where are you from? Long time in Court TV? Long time in Court TV. How about the lady?
Me? I'm TMZ. TMZ.
TMZ. How about this lady?
I'm with the alternate public defender's office.
Oh, you're the chair. See what goes on. My coworker asked you to recognize the next one. The old man there? Megan? You did the right thing. Thank you. All right, we're outside the presence of the jury. We can take a witness out of order. I just want to tell you what okay. This is my concern. All right, I'm going to tell you what my concern is. If more was taken out, okay, but there's some things that I definitely don't want the jury to hear. On the 3-minute call, between 1 minute and 55 seconds and 2 minutes and 22 seconds, there's discussion about what Relly thinks Rocky is on Rocky's rap sheet, and I didn't assume that Rocky has a rap sheet. And also that Rocky buys people off. I don't want the jury hearing anything.
I did take that out.
Good.
Do you know, if you say the 3 minutes, do you know what the numbers were?
1 minute and 55 seconds to 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Then that's all my concern on that one. Then there's the one, I think it's the longest one. It's 7094. It's where, it's between 5 minutes and 25 seconds and 6 minutes. Relly's talking about the potential sentence. I don't want the jury hearing that. And then it, beginning at 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Sorry, beginning 8 minutes and 15 seconds. There's discussion about, that white people will see what Rocky knows and doesn't know, what Rocky knows and doesn't know. And then there's also his feelings about Rocky. I especially don't want the jury to hear about, about the white people. Race, no role in this whatsoever. The rest of that tape is pretty innocuous.
Hold on, Your Honor. He's checking to see.
I just want to verify all that out. We can't unring this now.
Yeah, I want to know that that's
So I can say for sure the white people comment was taken out.
good. What about the potential sentence?
Do you have an example?
5 minutes and 25 seconds to 6 minutes.
I think what he's asking, Your Honor, is because the time would change because he's had to edit what he's asking for. He knows what it's like.
Oh, it changed. It
It was
changed.
like 19 years, something like that.
I think he said something about minimum of this and a maximum of 25 years.
Okay, yeah.
He also mentions that attempted murder. It's not attempted murder.
You're saying looking at anywhere from 14 to like 20 something years?
Yes.
Okay.
You got it. Is there a mention of attempted murder?
Might have let it in.
It's not attempted murder. If you can't find it,
I took out just sit with them and show them?
That would be comforting.
Okay, that's really all I was concerned about.
Just on those two trains?
He talks about his, on the third transcript, he talks about his feelings about Jabari, he talks about the missed calls, his texts that were exchanged prior to the incident.
I
think it's pretty innocuous.
I'm definitely not trying to ring bells that can't be unrung. If they want to sit down, I can show them exactly what I redacted.
All right, go ahead.
Just take a second.
And Your Honor, I don't think this was put on the record, I think I said it in court, but it has been discussed in the media, not by Mr. Decker, but simply by commentators who have said this defendant is convicted, he's looking at getting 24 years. That's absurd. The people have always said that we would not be seeking, and we would have no ground for seeking the maximum sentence in this case. What we have said, if we talked about a sentence originally, or we're willing to give probation and this defendant time, if he's convicted, what we're going to be asking for is probably going to be about 8 years in state prison. So you will not be looking at that as the court's aware. He would serve about 2/3 of that. I just want to make sure that we don't have this misinformation being spread, because it's not happening.
Now, can you tell the jury as usual we're out there?
Yes, sir.
Taking care of logistic issues? All right, so we're gonna take a look at what is here.
Yes, it is.
Oh, APD, oh, okay.
Nice to meet
Just a couple.
No, we just finished it. How's that?
It's white.
Are there more problems? Yes?
Yes.
All right, why don't the two of you discuss it? If you can come to an agreement, then I don't need to get involved. Let me ask you, I hate to have the jurors wait outside. Can you give me an idea how much longer it might be before?
So I just highlighted all the changes that I made in this one. I can bring it up. The court wants to. Eleanor, did you take the one that I highlighted? Oh, I have it. Approach so you can see.
Why don't you come on up and show me what's been taken out and what is still an objection?
Yes, do you have the highlight?
Yeah, up here is.
So I guess we're just getting the inside view. But y'all, there is a surprise witness here. I promised I wouldn't give his name. Soon come. I don't know what he'll testify. If I don't know that he'll testify today, but it will be explosive. Who is the surprise witness? What they got going on in there? What they got going on in there? I'm scrolling, y'all. I'm scrolling. Y'all know who can't keep a secret? Mr. Byron says prosecutors have just revealed to the court that A$AP Rocky isn't facing 24 years and has been widely reported, but they will be seeking 8 years if convicted, which is what we just heard. Okay, I'm not seeing anything else talking about it. So they are taking him out of order. It will be a surprise. A prosecutor should be seeking justice. Thus, there are some cases you don't bring because witness victims is so compromised that it is an insult to put the weight on the state of California behind the witness victim and ask a jury to believe him or her. And the ADAs know better. Absolutely. And victims shouldn't have to be perfect for justice, but in this chaos, this is chaos and can't be a surprise to the DA. Waste of resources. I let him take his chances with the lesser civil because nobody in their right mind can reach guilty beyond reasonable doubt with this guy. Just reading some posts out there. That was from Arian. That was from Attorney Arian, and she was replying to Lawyered Up. Very interesting. Okay. We already saw that. All right, y'all. Nobody else is saying anything. Court, you know, my nerves a little bit today. I ain't gonna hold you. Joe looks manic. Did he? Let's go take a look at Joe. I didn't pay attention to him.
What my concern is, if more was taken out, okay, but there's some things that I definitely don't want the jury.
Rocky looked a little stressed over there too.
Here. On the 3-minute call, between 1 minute and 55 seconds and 2 minutes and 22 seconds, there's discussion about
looking at anywhere from 14 to like 20.
You look a little calm on this one.
Okay. Is there a mention of attempted murder?
Look at Rocky. He definitely don't look happy.
No. Let me just finish it. How's that?
They do look a little pissed off.
Why don't you come on up and show me what's been taken away? Is that all right?
I'm sorry?
I was gonna say, is it okay if I don't apologize again? Tell you what, just assume I'm apologizing, pretend I'm apologizing every time. Sometimes in a trial, witnesses have conflicts. So sometimes we have to take a witness out of order. So the prosecution, they're still putting on their case. But there's a witness that the defense wants to call, and that witness has a significant time conflict. So that witness is here now. We'll get that testimony. Once that witness is finished, then we'll go back to the prosecution's case. Is that the understanding?
It is, thank you, Ron. Thank you, guys. Yeah, hold on.
People agree with that?
Yeah.
All right. All right, defense, call your witness.
Okay. Your, Mr. Mayor calls, Wally Sajeni. Sajeni. I'll go ahead, yeah.
Just raise your right hand for us. Thank you. Okay. This how we state that the testimony may give the
What's this work done? And they didn't call Wale up in here today.
whole truth and nothing but the truth to help you God. And please take a seat on the witness stand. Just making sure you have any gun right. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Wally Sajeni, Wally Sajini.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon, Mr. King. What do you, what do you do for a living?
I run a technology software agency where we build website software for clients, musicians, creatives, brands, direct-to-consumer brands, yeah.
And have you done work in that capacity for Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. Have you also, and by the way, do you work for Rocky?
No, I have my own business.
Okay. So you do consulting work?
Yes, consulting.
Did an individual that you know as Relly also ask you to do work for him?
Yes.
Okay. And same capacity as a consultant as well?
Correct.
All right. Now, do you have any, just let's get this out of the way. Do you have any personal knowledge of the facts of this case, one way or another?
No.
Okay. After Rocky's arrest in this case, and better say you're friends with Rocky, right?
Yes.
Okay. After Rocky's arrest in this case, did Relly ask you to do anything for him?
Yes, he did.
What did he ask you to do?
A number of things, but he really wanted to boost his social media presence with certain articles from this case.
Okay. In particular, do you remember any?
It was a long list, but they were high publications.
TMZ,
Rolling Stone, High Society, Complex, so on and so on.
So, Mr. Efron contacted you and asked you to promote these articles for his social media presence?
Yes, for his further, to boost his social media as well, yeah.
And that was articles about this case?
Correct.
Okay. When did, refer to as Relly for the purpose of this conversation, when did Relly, that's how you know him, by the way, right?
Correct.
When did Relly last call you?
Just last week on my birthday when I was in Paris, Thursday.
Thursday, the January 30th?
Yeah, around 9 p.m. in Paris, so if I do the math, it's probably 12 noon here.
Yeah. And have you been following this case?
Yeah, I've been watching.
Okay. And on that day, on that Thursday, did you see anything particular about this case on Thursday when you watched?
Yeah, just my name being brought up against lies, fabrication, just not the truth. So,
well, what in particular did you hear, and who did you hear from?
Relly specifically.
What did he say?
Recordings were fake. Recordings were not him, not I. And I'm a pretty private person, so when people lie on my name, it kind of makes me upset, so yeah.
Okay. Now, did Rose send you any articles about this case in the last 6 months?
Yes.
And on October 17th of 2024, did he send you an article about Judge Arnold?
Yes.
On December 24th, 2024, did he send you the Daily Mail article entitled "Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of A$AP Rocky's Trial with a Smiley Face"?
The relevance of these questions about specific.
Did we ask that? December 27, 2024, did Relly send you an article from the Daily Mail entitled "Rihanna Fears Heartbreaking Consequence of A$AP Rocky's Trial with a Smiley Face" next to it?
Yes.
To be here today, so where are you coming from?
Paris, France.
Okay. And what were you doing in Paris, France?
Grabbing meetings, doing business deals, trying to invest in this new tech startup.
Okay. So you're there for work?
Yes.
You don't live there?
No.
Okay. You live where?
New Jersey.
When did you get here in Los Angeles, sir?
Last night, late.
Okay. And why did you come here?
Really clear my name, tell the truth. Again, I just hated seeing my name tied to, lies and untruthful words.
And did it concern you as far as your professional reputation that this guy was accusing you of doctoring and making up recordings?
Yes.
Would you ever do that?
No, never. I'm not there yet with like the technology, I would say. So yeah.
But even if you were there, would you do that?
No, I would never. It's not honest, right? Yeah.
Did you make recordings of conversations with Relly?
Yes.
How many recordings did you make?
2. About in 2022, I believe the dates were, I forget the April date, but mid-April and then August 15th-ish. Yeah.
And you said that's based on your recollection, right?
Yeah.
If the minute that may actually say May, but around April, May
Yeah,
of 2022?
Yep.
Okay. And then August of 2022, right?
Yes.
Okay. And those are the 2 conversations you recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Did you give those recordings to Rocky?
Yes.
Okay. And first of all, why did you give them to Rocky?
I think it was just conversations he needed to hear.
And why do you think he needed to hear them?
Because they're about him, and a lot of it seemed just suspicious, talking about monetary things.
And when did you send them to Rocky?
As soon as I finished the conversation.
Now, when you sent those recordings, did one of the 2 recordings, did you have to split one of them into 2 files because of the size?
Yeah, you can't really send certain data, or if the file size is too big, you gotta cut it down to send it.
So how did you get here today?
I took a plane, commercial plane.
Last night?
Yes.
From Paris?
Yes.
And are you going back later today?
Yeah, a few hours.
So that's a 1-day turnaround?
Yeah, after,
Just to be here?
yeah.
Who paid for the cost of your ticket?
Damien Branderson.
Damien Branderson, that's Rocky's entertainment attorney?
Entertainment lawyer, yeah.
And that means Rocky probably paid for the cost of your ticket, correct?
Possibly.
Yeah. And did you meet us, myself, Mr. Siegel, staff, and any people at the defense statements, zoning, us for the first time ever this morning?
Prior to this, no.
No. When,
This morning, yes.
This
This
morning
morning, yes.
was the first time you've ever met any of us?
Correct.
Okay. Did we ever speak before this morning?
No.
Okay. This morning, did we play recordings?
Correct. Yes.
And what were those recordings?
There were the recordings that I took.
And by the way, let's step back for a second. You mentioned Damien Branderson, Rocky's entertainment attorney. When was the first time you ever heard from him?
Just recently while I was watching the case.
Was it when this individual Relly was testifying about you doctoring tapes?
Correct. He wasn't the only one contacting me about just a lot. But yeah.
Sustained.
Okay. Was when he called you from
You want some water? Oh, you have one?
Sorry.
You have enough in there? You're okay? Sure?
I think there's something that's
The air vents, I think, going with the allergies. Just want to give her a second.
Yeah.
Like this is contact.
You want to, you okay? Do you want to go in the back and get rid of the cough?
No, we've got cough.
Oh, we got cough drops too. We have to give cough.
Would you like a cough drop from both the prosecution and the defense?
Ours are better.
I have a cough drop. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I got water as well. I took a lot of medication as well.
No, you have nothing to be sorry about. What's that? Of course. Oh, you want to step out?
Yes, please.
Alex? Oh, Alex, okay. Go through the door there, Alex. You'll be out.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I know really so ICU. Emily said, really, is you cool? Emily, he ain't cool. He not all right. He not fine. Okay, Wally didn't jump on a plane from Paris overnight doing a turnaround trip to come clear his name, okay? Wally says you ain't gonna say my name one more time up on this stand and tell another lie.
Go ahead and cut the camera while we're waiting.
Yeah. 20 hours. Just to clear his name. Wally said stop playing. Wally said stop playing. Now, the defense is going this far to destroy Relly's credibility. But I can only think about the elements of the charges, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't wait to get the jury instructions because the jury instructions are going to be telling. They are going to be telling. Perez, Patty. He came from Patty to set the record straight. He said, stop playing. Give you a quick, okay, girl. Okay, so Bridge. So you remember a few days ago when Takapina was playing these calls and was telling and was asking really like, is this you on these calls? And really was like, nah, that's not me, that's AI. And they had did it like 3 or 4 times. But remember, the very first time that they did it, really was like, that's not me, it's fake, that's fake. And then he was telling the judge like, let me hear it though. Let me hear it a couple more minutes. Let me hear it. I would really love to hear that call again. Well, child, the man on the other end of the phone he didn't jump on a plane for Paris, girl. Okay? The defense that flew him in. And he about to get flew back out in a couple hours. He only here for a short time, though a long time. And he just heard to clear up his name because he said really been lying on the bridge. Yes, honey. Yes, girl. He said really been lying on him. They quiet. They is quiet, but child, they ain't. I mean, it's only the testimony from Wale is only going to destroy the credibility. And again, I only think that it's going to be relevant to the civil suit. I don't know how much weight it's going to hold to this criminal suit because unless, let me take that back, y'all. We finna hear what's on them calls. We finna hear what's on them calls. If Russ was on them calls talking crazy, baby. We gotta hear what's on the calls. So let me not say that it's not gonna be good for this case. Let me not say that. Let me eat my words. Let me eat my words real quick because we gotta hear what really said on them calls. We gotta hear what he said. But not you sitting up on the stand talking about you don't know really and you don't talk to really and really like you sending him articles and stuff about the trial. Did I hear that right? If he lying about this, he lying about the shoes. Okay. Okay. Yes, because y'all remember you have to have, because the calls were done in New York, you have to have consent from at least one of the parties on the call in order for it to be admitted. And so if these get admitted and that man was on the other end of that phone, child, we got to hear what he about to say. We got to hear what he about to say. Yes, we do. We absolutely need to hear what he about to say. I can't even think straight. I'm trying to put this arrow on this daggone PowerPoint, y'all. I can't even think straight. I cannot. We back. Well, we got the baby, he really finna crash out. He really finna crash out. You know, Law and Crime, Court TV a little bit behind Law and Crime, y'all. So if Law and Crime has started, they audio stuff. So we gonna wait for Court TV to kick it back up. But child, yes, Atlas, the jury can't breathe. The jury is gagged. Okay, the jury is gagged, baby. She can't get her cough under control. It's like I said, girl, we got cough drops. And ours is better than the prosecution, girl. Do you want one? Go on and get you some water, girl. Sit down. Get your popcorn ready.
I have my water on. Okay, sure. I was concerned. I know. Mrs. Jimmy, so you said, Mr. Grant's statement, payment order for the first time on Thursday.
Correct.
After what you saw on TV occurred in this case.
Correct. The past few days.
You were accused of making a false statement.
Correct.
Before that, have you heard of anyone from Rocky's defense team?
No.
Okay. And no one ever told you he intended on calling you, correct?
No.
But then you saw on television, you were accused of doctoring up tapes, correct?
Correct. I am.
I haven't objected on any leading question, but I'm just asking.
Yeah, that's right, it's leading, same.
A little less, I'll try not to. And that would be appreciated.
So, the recordings, I think I asked this, I'm not sure before we broke. Did we play for you the recordings this morning?
Correct.
Yes, okay. And what were those two recordings?
Conversations with Relly and I.
The May 2022 and August 2022. And by the way, where were you when you made those recordings?
In New Jersey, my apartment.
Okay, and did Relly say where he was?
In New York.
And I'm going to show you the three recordings. To show you the screen of three. By the way, I'm going to show you the three recordings. Did you videotape the recordings?
Yes.
Okay. So you audio recorded the recordings, but you videotaped.
Yeah, I believe video is just better to capitalize on, or just to capture everything. Okay. Video with audio, it's hard to falsify, I guess.
Okay. So we'll show you.
Just the next exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Q's and Queen. Is there a transcript?
Three recordings, but you only need two incidents, but you mentioned three, but one of them is a combination.
It's a split.
Split. I just want to make sure it's clear. We're only talking about two recordings.
May and August.
Yes.
Is there a transcript of the first?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm just identifying them first. I'm not playing. I just want to make sure we identify them. Okay. So take a look at that one. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's my recording of my conversation with Relly and I.
The first one from May of 2022?
Correct.
Okay. That is, we have it marked as exhibit
Q.
Q. All right. I'm going to show you another one, another video screenshot.
Yes, same exact thing. Conversation with him and I.
Is that the one from August?
Correct.
Okay. And By the way, what makes you know that that's the one that you had with brother? We're looking at it.
How I save people's numbers, I usually put your entire government name and your nickname as well, so I can remember.
That's what you have on that screen there?
Correct.
That would be, what is that? R, okay, that's the defense R.
All right, if you're marking that now, are you gonna play Q?
Snippets of it, yeah.
All right. The part that you're gonna play of Q, the transcript of that should be R.
Okay.
The August call
Yes.
should be S and Sam.
Okay, the first August call, because remember, again, there's one August call that was sent to Rocky in 2 files. So first one will be S and Sam, the one he just identified. And the transcript portion of that would be,
T is in Tom.
okay? And then the third one, which is again the same call from August 2022, is that the screenshot of that, sir?
Yes.
And again, same thing?
Correct, same thing. I videoed it between Relly and I.
Whose name is on the screenshot?
Tomorrow Efron.
And that's the, again, that's the same call as the call before. It's part of the August 2022 call, but that's a second
Correct.
file.
Yeah,
The
same
full
file.
So that would be,
That's you.
you are. And the transcript
All
portion,
right, that's the August 22nd call?
second portion.
Second half. That's you as a union. The transcript, V as in Victor. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you recognize the record was on the screen. I'm gonna play, snippet, before I play the snippet for the jury round, I want him, Mr. Jimmy, to identify the voices, okay?
Sure.
That's the record. So listen to the recordings of the voices and tell us if you recognize the voices. First, second, and third.
Yes, myself and Relly.
That's the first one. This is the second one, go ahead.
Yes, that's the second one, same thing. Yes, same thing. Identifying myself and Terrell on the conversation.
Okay. You played all three? So you've identified all three of those tapes that we've identified as,
It is the tapes Q, S, and U.
defense Q, S, and U. You've identified all three as recorded conversations that you made from May of 2022 and August of 2022 of you and for that time.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you watched this proceeding, are those the ones you said were fake?
Yes.
Are they fake?
No, they're real.
Not put them in any way?
No.
Are those recordings a true and accurate recording of your conversation with Relly those 2 days?
Yes.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to make these recordings, by the way?
No, I did it myself.
Why did you do it?
I believe to protect myself and just document our conversations because he kept calling me numerous times, so it kind of felt unsafe, or I just wanted to protect myself.
And when he kept calling you numerous times, why did you feel the need to record these conversations? Was he giving you an impression?
Well, it was just weird, to be honest. I just felt uncomfortable.
But you were not involved in this incident, correct?
No, I was not involved at all. I just wanted to really just mediate the situation, honestly.
But you were friends with both?
Correct.
And you take a side, did you?
No.
It is leading, it is sustained.
Okay. Were you friends with both of them?
Yes.
Did you take a side?
No.
All right, now I'm gonna play you a few snippets here from the recordings. And again, these are questions that were asked.
Which, are you gonna play Q, S, or U first?
Yes. Hi. I'm gonna play Q, S, or U first. I'm gonna play a snippet of S first, Your Honor. And again, these are short snippets. They're directly related to the question I asked Ms. Antoine.
All right, Alex, can you distribute the transcript, which is T as no?
Yes.
You have 2 Your Honor by chance, so the same.
I have a, yeah, I could have. it. You have an extra for, Mrs. G? Sure, yeah.
Yes, okay. So we're gonna play a snippet from defense exhibit
This is S.
S. And again, by the way, before we play that, who called whom in these two calls?
He called me,
And
and then I would call him back.
and when you recorded these calls, were you calling him back?
Correct.
Go ahead.
This is the later call, correct?
Yo, what's good, nigga? What's going on? Shit, man, where you at? Crib. What you want? Shit, man. I just hopped on the computer and shit. I was gonna submit them links and shit. You know which links you want to do, or you want me to just pick them shits? Yeah, this shit's hard. It's probably the one from Rolling Stone, all those other publications. Just pick the top ones, probably, right? Like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit. Mm-hmm. And then when I get it, you know I'm gonna start signing. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna just try to get that shit through you for me. Cause you got.
Okay. That was yourself and Mr. Ekron?
Yes.
Okay. Who's the one that was saying Rolling Stone? And that?
Terrell was.
And you respond saying, just pick the top one, something to that effect?
Yes.
And then after asking you to promote these articles on social media, regarding this case, did he say he was gonna throw you something?
Yes.
He doesn't say.
When I get it, you know, I'm gonna throw you something.
When I get it, I'm gonna throw you something?
Yes.
Where did you take that from?
I'm not sure, maybe whenever he gets some type of money.
I'm gonna call speculation, motion striking.
Speculation, sustained.
I guess we're gonna move on now to the second, from which recording is this?
It's from S also.
Exhibit S also.
One just play. This one you just relate to. This is-
You're on the same exhibit, same transcript. Is there a page which is directed?
Page 10.
Page 10? Page 10. You can flip to page 10.
Does the jury have this?
Yes, you're on page 10. Page 10. All right. Listen to this, please. Go ahead.
Like, who gets cool after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro?
That Mr. Efron saying, who gets schooled if someone fired on you 5 times?
Yes. I think a message is who gives school, not who gets school.
Okay. Who gives school, gives school.
That's what the ground says.
Whatever it says. The part I was really focused on was the, someone fired on you 5 times. He said that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on to the next one, which is a different exhibit.
Exhibit Q.
Different.
It's a transcript part. And this is still August 27th.
No, this is, I think, May 27th.
You just played August, that was August.
Right.
Right.
Now we're to May 10th.
I'll go ahead to this one.
Just want to be passed out, is that correct?
Please.
So what was already played was August 22nd. This is
Right.
now May 22nd.
Right.
By meaning August 2022, rather than 22nd.
Yeah, August 2020.
2000.
All right. Okay.
Everybody have one?
Good.
Can I have one?
Do we have one, from Mr. Stewart?
What page? Page 16, please, on the transcripts. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
But back without a lawyer, bro, is called extortion. You feel me? You get what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, is called extortion. You feel me? You're gonna do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
Whose voice was that, sir?
Terrell.
You make up those words?
No.
You spoof his voice somehow?
No.
The next one is from the same recording.
Same recording, same transcript, page 13.
Same recording, same transcript, page 13.
Just to be clear, this would be before, so you're going backwards in the conversation, is that correct?
No, it's the same one we just heard. This is the May 2022.
My question is, in terms of timing, is what you just played before or after in terms of timing? It's earlier in the
It's
conversation.
early, sorry.
I just want to make sure that we're making clear when these are being played.
I'm suing this shit out of him. That was my game. And regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga.
Whose voice was that saying, suing the shit out of him? That was my game regardless. I don't give that's about the police.
Terrell from.
You can make up that voice.
No.
Your computer generate that voice.
No.
Okay, next is from the August 22, August
is this occurring after in time originally when it was played?
Right, Lex was May, this is August, so it will be after.
No, but you played part of the August call. I'm just trying to understand, is this, you played the August call before, this part after, before,
Exactly.
after the part you already played?
Let's check at this.
Let's get the,
Yes.
you got the transcripts out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. V is, the transcript is V as in Victor. The recording is U as in Unity. Okay.
Okay, is there a page direct?
Page 5.
Page 5. Go ahead.
I already know. I'm getting 30 M's.
What's that say? I already know, I'm getting 30 M's. For a lot of problems. And we understand 30 M's to me, $30 million. And you alter that voice? No. Just a couple more, this is, then we're done.
Same recording, same transcripts, page 5, continue with page 6.
Same recording, same transcript, page 5, continue on to page 6.
He's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch was to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker.
Okay. Voice of that, sir. And what did you understand what you were saying to you there?
Jackson is going to call for speculation. It's also irrelevant what he understood. His thought is not relevant.
Sustained.
Okay. That's one. There's one last one. I'm going to ask you about what's the question they asked Mr. Efron now, rest of you. So, same
recording, same transcripts.
Same recording, same transcript.
Page 6, continuing to page 7.
Page 6, continuing to page 7. Let's play.
If I'm not there, if he pays me out via my lawsuit, I'll walk away. Basically, until they come for the deed behind me because I'm on another island, just relax. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And yeah, they have evidence and this, that, and the third, but it's not gonna be the same when you present it to a jury and you don't have a complaining witness.
Mr. Chairman, whose voice was it on that recording that said it's going to be part of the DA to find me because I'll be going to another island just relaxing? Really. And whose voice was it to say they have evidence, this, that, and the third, but it's not going to be the same when you present it to the jury and you don't have a complaining witness? Did you alter that recording? No. Did you superimpose your voice into there? No. Did you hear him say that that was fake? Yes. Was that fake? No. Okay, I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Okay. Can you give me more break? Everybody's good? All right, Mr. Rule?
Mr. Jimmy, would you agree that you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relevant, correct?
Fair to say,
And you do business with the defendant, right?
sometimes.
How much money has the defendant paid you for your work in the past 3 years?
3 years, I don't recall.
Let's give an estimate.
I would say maybe 20,000 per year, so say 60,000.
And I would assume, is he one of the bigger names that you work with?
No,
He's not?
I work with a lot of people, a lot of brands, a lot of celebrities and names, yeah.
what was your income last year?
I have to look at it or ask my accountants, but income last year, let's say, around 85,000 possibly.
So if your income was 85,000, then even by your own estimate, he would have, his business would be about 25% of your income, correct?
No, like I said, we get paid by a lot of different people.
No, so this is what I'm telling you. You said you're estimating your income at 20 grand a year. I'm sorry, your income at 85,000 a year. You're saying he's giving you about 20 grand a year over the past 3 years. 20 grand is a little less than 25%.
Well, you asked me for my personal income, right? I didn't tell you what the business made.
Well,
Right?
I asked you what, well, wait a minute, you said it's your business, correct?
Correct.
So would you agree that the defendant represents a substantial bit of income for you?
For me personally or my business?
For you personally?
No.
Well, if your personal income is $85,000 and he's giving you $20,000, you just don't consider $20,000 to be significant. Is that
He's
correct?
not paying me personally. He's paying my business.
So in the end, if he's paying, who owns your business?
I do.
So in the end, does the money go back to you?
Not all of it. I have employees.
So you say that he is a friend of yours, correct?
Correct.
How close of a friend?
Speak time to time, not often. Sometimes I don't hear from him.
How often do you talk to him?
Once every other month, possibly.
Once or, so you're aware, and I just want to back up, fair to say that the defendant is a pretty big person within the rap world entertainment industry.
You can say that.
Well, I'm not asking. If I'd say it, would you agree to it?
Sure.
And would you agree that his girlfriend, significant other, she's even bigger than he is, right?
Sure.
For someone like you, would you agree that being in a good relationship with people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, that is a positive for your career? Is that right?
Well, I only do business with them. I don't do business with his significant
That
other.
wasn't my question. Those were striking answers.
Sustain.
Listen to my question.
Sure.
My question is, would you agree that people like A$AP Rocky and Rihanna, given the business you're in, that getting in good with them is positive for your future business?
Sure.
And in fact, that's why as soon as, according to your testimony, as soon as you finish that call with A$AP Rocky, you called the defendant, right?
Correct.
And in fact, it's fair to say, you did this call because you wanted to set up Relly to see what you could figure out, what might end up helping A$AP Rocky with this case, correct?
No.
So when you set this up, you said you wanted to video, you wanted to audio record. That sounds like you got some planning involved, correct?
I didn't set anything up. I was there to mediate the situation.
So you just decided that you were gonna call him up, chat him up, and then immediately after that call, even though you only talked to him like every other month, you're like, yeah, I think I'll call A$AP Rocky up.
Well, he was calling me numerous times first.
Who was calling you, A$AP Rocky?
Really?
That's not what I asked you, most of the strike. Yeah, you know what, I'll
Wait a minute, he misunderstood.
All right, listen to my question.
Ask the question again.
What I'm asking you is, you're telling me you rarely talk to A$AP Rocky. You talk to him maybe every other month, right?
Correct.
But as soon as you spoke to Relly, the first thing you do is call him up and let him know, hey, here's what I got, right?
Correct. It's a situation between them two.
And you were looking to parlay your calling Relly to see if you can help A$AP Rocky and ingratiate yourself with him, correct?
No.
Well, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if A$AP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him?
No, I'll be fine.
That's not what I asked you. Listen to my question. If A$AP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting that 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward, correct? Grounds?
first question was, it wouldn't be positive. He answered that.
That's not a legal objection.
Just state the legal.
It's a different question. First question was a different question.
It's not a legal objection.
Just, hold on.
Courtroom. It's a courtroom.
Read the last question.
Your Honor, we don't have a still objection.
You do the trial?
No, I didn't do it. He's misleading the witness. The first question that he answered was a different question.
That's not an objection, Your Honor. It's not
No, I
an
just did.
objection.
Objection misleading. There it is.
That's not a legal
Both
California
of you
objection.
stop. Both of you be quiet. And the answer.
Question, let me ask you something. As you sit here today, would you agree that if ASAP Rocky is convicted, that very likely that's probably not going to be a positive for you and your income with respect to him? Answer, no, I'll be fine. Question, that's not what I asked. Listen to my question. If ASAP Rocky is convicted, you would agree that you might not be getting the 20 grand a year that you estimate you're making from him going forward. That's when there was an objection.
It's a fair question.
You understand the question?
Objection's overruled.
Can you ask it again?
Sure. You testify that you're making approximately 20 grand a year. You said your income's $85,000 a year. I'm just asking, you would agree that if he gets convicted, you would agree that probably does not portend well for you with respect to continuing to get 20 grand a year from him, correct?
Sure.
Sure, is that a yes?
Yes.
So-
Technically, yes.
You would agree that no matter what actually happened in this incident, your motivation, your goal, as you sit here, is you don't want your friend to get convicted, correct?
No, my goal is to tell the truth.
That's not what I asked you. Do you agree that as you sit here right now, that whether or not the defendant committed this crime or not, you don't want him to be convicted?
Technically, no, I don't want anyone to go to jail, so, no.
So what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
The objection.
Grounds.
It's a fair question.
Your Honor, again, he doesn't, he just says objection and then he gives no grounds.
All right, well, in any grounds, it's overruled. So,
Okay.
so the question can be asked.
Ask again?
Please read the question back.
Question, so what you're saying is that even if it is proven that the defendant assaulted the victim in this case with a firearm, you agree that you do not want him to be convicted, correct?
No.
So a moment ago, you just said you don't want anybody to get convicted and go to jail. Now I've just asked you whether you want the defendant to be convicted, even if he committed a crime. You said, no, I don't agree that I don't want to convict. Which is it?
If he committed a crime, sure. Justice, right, needs to be served, so.
So as you sit here today, your position is you're just an unbiased person coming in here to do your civic duty.
Correct, I was friends with both of them, so.
Well, you weren't really good friends with Relly, correct? You're much closer to the defendant.
I was friends with him.
Well, you were much closer to the defendant, correct?
Correct.
You said you flew out here, is that right?
Correct.
I assume, was that first class or business?
Business?
Nice lie flat seats, I assume?
Sure.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't there. So does sure mean that's what happened? What does sure mean?
Sure means yes.
Okay, if you can answer yes or no, and just make it easier with my question.
No problem.
Okay. So you flew out yesterday on a lie flat seat at the expense of the defendant and his lawyer, is that correct?
Correct.
And you came here not because you have any financial motivation, but because you simply want the truth to come out, is that right?
Correct, because someone said the audio recordings weren't real.
So let me ask you something.
what you just heard, those were snippets of approximately 30 minutes of conversation, is that correct?
Correct.
And during those 30 minutes of conversation, at any point in time, did Welly ever tell you that the shooting did not happen?
No.
Did he ever tell you at any point in time, you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to get his money, but I made the whole thing up.
No.
In fact, isn't it true that what he was telling you was that that man shot at him and really wanted to make sure that he got his for what happened? Is that correct?
That's what really said.
And you weren't there, is that correct?
No.
Correct?
Hold on.
That was a double negative. You weren't there, were you?
No, it was not.
And you don't have any idea whether or not this incident happened or didn't happen.
No.
So here's my, did you ever ask Welly? Hey, I'm sorry, did you ever ask the defendant, hey, listen, this guy's saying you shot at him. You ever ask him what happened?
Objection relevance.
You ever ask him what happened?
I don't recall.
So you are having conversations with Welly, which you're taping, and then immediately calling the defendant to report what happened. And you're telling me you've never asked the man, hey, did you cap 2 rounds at him?
I said I don't recall.
Well, is that something you think you remember?
3 years ago, I don't recall.
So you're telling, I just want to make sure I understand this. Your testimony is, yeah, I'm recording him and I'm well aware of this situation that happened. And I've talked to the defendant about it. I talk to him every couple of months. But I've never asked him, hey, Relly's accusing you of shooting him. Did you do it? You never asked him that.
I don't recall, no.
Well, isn't it true? You didn't ask him that because you don't want to know the answer.
Objection, Your Honor. The state's testimony, it doesn't recall.
It's cross-examination.
Yeah, it's a fair question or question.
Isn't it true that you didn't ask him that question? Because you don't want to know the answer.
Like I said, I don't recall, but I might have asked him.
So now you're saying you might have asked him if he shot Relly, but you don't remember the answer?
I said I don't recall me asking him that question, right?
So let me be clear. I want to know, has the defendant ever discussed with you anything about the shooting?
No.
So then your answer would be, if you ever asked him about it, would be a definite no, correct?
Sure, correct, sorry.
Then why is it a moment ago you just said, I don't know, I don't remember?
Because I don't recall.
So, do you understand the difference between no and I don't recall?
Yes.
So no, would you agree, would mean he absolutely never mentioned anything, and I don't recall would be, I'm not sure. Would you agree with that, those definitions?
You can agree to that.
And my question is, don't you think that as you're taping Relly for somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes, getting information about this incident and about what he intends to do, and then calling the defendant back immediately to report what happened, that you might have had a conversation with him about, hey, dude, what actually happened? Did you shoot the guy? You're saying that didn't happen, you never asked?
Never asked.
Are you curious?
No.
So you don't have any interest at all as to whether or not the defendant actually shot at Relly?
Doesn't make a relevancy objection again.
Sergeant Manager. And that belongs within the subject.
So would you agree, your position is that you are talking to Relly and he is telling you about what he intends to do in terms of getting money from the defendant? Would you agree?
Yes.
Did you ever say to Relly during any of these calls that you recorded, hey, Relly, how come you're getting money from him if the shooting never happened?
Never asked that.
Don't you think that would be a legitimate question to ask them?
No, I was just hearing your side of the story.
Well, and in fact, you would agree that there is nothing that Terrell has ever said to you, nothing, that in any way indicates that the shooting did not happen. You agree?
I agree.
Would you also agree that whatever efforts Relly makes after the shooting, however much money he asks for, whatever calls he makes, does that change what happened during the incident?
Objection.
What's that?
Sorry, man.
Well, let me ask you something. I'm asking you. You're taping him and you're reporting that conversation to the defendant. I'm asking you, is there anything about Relly's statements about suing the defendant, trying to get $30 million? Is there anything about those statements that you are aware of that changes what actually happened the night of the incident?
No, I think I answered that.
So would you agree that whether or not Relly sues for $1, 20 million, 100 million, 20 gajillion dollars, that in the end, either the shooting happened or it didn't? Would you agree?
Yes.
And it's your further testimony, despite all that, you've never had one conversation or asked him one question, the defendant, about what actually transpired.
Objection is made.
How many calls in total did you record?
2.
2 calls? Now, you said that you were upset because the idea that Relly was coming into court, you said you were offended by his line. Is that correct?
Yes.
When you were taping his calls, did he know you were taping?
No.
Do you think that friends tape other friends' phone calls?
Sometimes they can.
I'm asking you, I'm not asking you physically. I assume, sir, that if somebody wants to record a call, I didn't ask whether it's technically possible. I'm asking, do you think that a friend records their friend's phone calls when that person doesn't know it?
Objection, he gave an answer.
That's not a legal objection. It's not.
Yes,
It's an
yes,
objection,
an
no
answer.
question. It's speculation, and what friends do is irrelevant. Ask another question.
You called Terrell a friend of yours, correct?
Yes.
Do you think that it was being a friend of his to tape his phone calls without his knowledge?
Yes.
How was that being a friend to Terrell?
Sometimes friends do things like that.
You mean sometimes friends betray friends by taping their calls and then calling other people to report what they found? Is that what you mean?
That's more than a call betrayal.
Argument.
So, when is the last time that you had spoken to the defendant prior to immediately calling him after the May 2022 phone call?
I didn't talk to him.
What's that?
I said I didn't talk to him prior to really calling me.
No, so, well, you talked to him before, so I'm asking the last time. When did the last time be?
I'm not sure.
When is the first time, so when did you first find out about the whole incident, the shooting? When did you find out?
From
about it?
Relly in 2022.
No, I'm not asking when you found out from Relly. When did you first hear about the shooting?
When Relly told me.
So you're saying you had never heard about this shooting that happened to your friend, ASAP Rocky, until May of 2022?
Correct.
So you're saying you speak to him every other month, you're aware that that shooting, that incident happened in November 2021, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that even though your friend was involved in a shooting, alleged shooting, ASAP Rocky, you didn't hear about it for 5 months?
I heard about it from Relly first.
And you said the first time you heard about it from Relly was in May of 2022. That's what you just testified to, right?
Yes.
So when's the first time you talked to Relly after November of 2021?
I'm not sure.
Well, give me an estimate of when the last time you spoke to him was.
I said I'm not sure.
Well, here's my question. You would agree that the shooting involving ASAP Rocky, that was a big media event. Would you agree?
Yes.
Didn't you say, wait, what do you do for a living? Well, let me just get this right. You basically work on people's boosting their media profile, correct?
It's not what I do for a living.
What do you do for a living?
I'm not sure if you heard, but I run a technology agency and we build websites, software for brands, creatives, artists, musicians.
Right, and you testified, quote.
And part of that, if you want me to get into it, sometimes people offer things like Relly did to help with their social media.
You are very involved in the rap and entertainment world, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm not a rapper. I don't make music. I don't produce beats.
That's not what I asked you.
You asked if I'm involved in rap.
Are you involved in working with individuals in the music, rap, and entertainment world?
No. Might be 10%, 20% of my client list.
So it's 10% or 20% of your client list, but ASAP Rocky is approximately 20 to 25% of your income. I just want to clarify that, correct?
You said, is my client list rappers or in the music industry? Big question.
So here's what I'm asking you. You're telling me you've never heard of this incident until May of 2022.
Until Relly told me.
You're telling me that Relly is contacting you saying he wants you to boost his media profile and he's naming outlets like Rolling Stone magazine, correct?
Yes.
So wouldn't it be your job to be monitoring what's going on in the media with individuals that you're talking to?
No, it's not my job.
So let me ask you something. Your sworn testimony is, Relly told me about it for the first time in May 2022. That's the first I heard of this shooting, correct?
Yes.
Let me ask you, given what you do for a living, does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
So let me ask you something off the sidebar. This doesn't need to be on the record. Concerns of schedule. Come on up, please.
Well. Wale has not disappointed. I will say. Our boy is on the stand holding his own. I will say it does get a little fuzzy when you talk about how much Rocky has contributed to his career versus his income. I think it gets a little tricky there. It gets a little fuzzy. But at the end of the day, regardless if he's siding more with Rocky or not, that's really on that call. And really specifically said suing him was his game. And I think that's very important to hone in on. But the prosecution, I think, is actually doing a good job of pointing out what really did not say in those calls. He did not say that he didn't get shot. He didn't say that it never happened, which is two things that they need to have him say in order to truly debunk or steer away from the elements of the charge. Because again, y'all, all of this, I'm suing him, I'm extorting him, I'm getting paid. It really has nothing to do with the charge. So I think that Wale is holding his own. He holding it down. He doing a great job. But Wale's testimony does nothing but just continuously hurt the credibility of Relly, but it didn't necessarily take away from the elements that they need to prove. So it's entertaining. It's entertaining, friends. Like I'm gagged, okay? It's super entertaining. But I don't know. But I mean, the man went to asking him like, Did you fly in, business class? Like, was you sitting pretty? Like, he doing a whole lot of questions. He asking a whole lot of questions and ain't none of his business. And I'm waiting for Joe to know what the hell he objected to. I don't need you to be yelling objection so that the state can yell grounds every 5 seconds.
Mr. Sajemi has a flight out tonight. Should we go well past 4:30? Is there anybody who could not go till 5:30 tonight? And it's merely to accommodate his flight. We want to try to get finished with him today. Is that okay with anybody? Is that okay with everybody? Kathy's willing, everybody's willing to stay, but I don't want to, if one of you has a commitment, I don't want to interfere with your lives. But if Mr. Sajemi wasn't flying, you're going back to Paris?
Yeah.
So when's your flight?
6:30.
6:30
Yes.
tonight? 6:30 p.m.? That might be a lot better. All right. Again, I apologize to you all, but I want to get finished. We all want, yes. 39?
Quick phone call for my right.
I can't hear you.
Can I just make a quick
Of
phone
course.
call?
Why don't we take a break now? Kathy, if you all can stretch your legs, if you want to make a phone call, make a phone call. Let's resume at 10 minutes to 4.
Your Honor, clearly, did J.A. inquire just privately? I'm guessing it might be difficult for the jurors. I'm just hoping that we inquire in a more private setting, so they're able to.
If you can't do it, can you please let me know? It's okay. I know this is a big ask. Don't be shy. I'm seeing no hands. I'm going to assume that everybody is.
CV, you stretching again. You're gonna hurt your back. He already confirmed that they paid for the flight. They wanted him there. I don't see what. It's not a big deal that they flew him in. In my opinion, I just know that. I just know that. I mean, what the state was trying to do is basically prove that they paid him off in order to get his testimony. I mean, so when you say that is his business, whatever. I think he had already kind of proved his point, or the point that he was trying to establish, or the doubt that he was trying to create when he asked him about his income and how much of it was truly, brought in by ASAP Rocky. But my girl and her maid, yeah, they fly people in all the time. How many times have they flown in? How many people did they fly for YSL? But my girl made a good point in here. I want to find her comment so I can throw it up here. I meant to start. My girl Draco made a good point. She said, I agree with him. That's my business. Then my business may have made 1M, but my take home ain't going to be that much. For tax purposes, he's smart. I like the point that you made, Draco girl. We're gonna have to put that in a 1 minute recap. Yates says this case needs to go. Allison, I absolutely love having you in the chat. Like you are an attorney, and sometimes I don't be knowing, and I be wanting to ask somebody, but my attorney friends all on TikTok. So I'm absolutely happy that you're in the chat with us today. I'm absolutely happy that you're here today. Rocky didn't say he didn't shoot the gun. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like that's where I think the points about who was the aggressor and the pieces about justification kind of come in. So I don't know what the jury instructions are going to say, but maybe there is some type of instruction there that's going to allow them to find Rocky not guilty if a few other things have been established or put out there, and that's where Riley's character is. And that's where Riley's character is flawed. He recovered 2 cases, but on tape he said he shot him 5 times. The police didn't find any cases because the gun was fake. So T-Boss, it seems like you are buying the prop gun theory. It's nice to have you in here because I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. See, told y'all the clown has entered the chat. Who please talk about you now? He's the defense witness. Why would they pay for his flight? They absolutely wouldn't pay for it. The state also pays for people's transportation and hotel stays when they have to testify. So Rocky paying for it don't mean nothing. This is wild and embarrassing. Allison, do you want to come up here and commentate with me? Let me give you the link. I know you're not doing nothing. I'm finishing up I'm actually working too, y'all. Okay, because let me tell y'all how my job, they got a week's worth of work out of me today. A full week's worth of work out of me today. Been working this whole time and keeping up with y'all. I believe it was a prop gun because he wouldn't have been running towards him or after him if he had a real gun. He ain't that brave. He ain't that smart either, City Gold. Here's my thing too, and I was thinking about this as I was driving back and forth because y'all know this CBB playing in my brain sometimes. CB was kind of caught up on the fact that it was a 9mm pistol, 9mm shell casings, and then the magazine clip with 9mm bullets in it. How do we know that the gun that Rocky had in his hand was a 9mm? It could have been a 40. It could have been a 45. It could have been a 380. How do we know that it was even a 9mm? The gun has never been produced. So we're saying that he was shot with a 9mm because Relly said it was a 9mm? Because Relly said he found 9mm shell casings? What y'all think? Tell me what y'all think. What y'all think? We appreciate you, girl. We love it. Girl, because y'all out here doing the Lord's work. Do you realize what you are saying? I do realize what I'm saying. I'm saying that we don't know even if I understand the charges. Having the gun, shooting the gun. Right? Right. Those are the charges. But when you say he shot a real gun and casings are found, all you're saying is that you found 9mm casings. You're not saying what gun those 9mm casings came out of that were found by the victim, not the 7 police officers that were there. How do we know that the gun that he had in his hand was even a 9mm? 40, 45, 380. Those are all the guns that I know of, though. Okay, y'all. So I can't tell you the other gun because that's all I know. Case dismissed. T-Boss. Okay, I see you. Be sure to like the live, y'all, and subscribe to the channel. Share it with others. Keep engaged. Thank you. I absolutely do. Thank you, Cindy. I absolutely do appreciate y'all. I hear exactly what I'm saying, CB. And I'm gonna show you something real quick, okay? Because I'm trying to figure out. He talking about he went. Let me make this bigger. He talking about he went to Dunkin' Donuts and got a brown paper bag to scoop up the bullets. But baby, it looked like he didn't have some scissors too to cut out some nice little squares to sit these bullets on to take the pictures of them, because he used the pen to scoop the bullets into the bag because he want his fingerprints on them. So help me understand, because these are the questions that I have as a juror. I need to know, because the math just ain't math. And Poe really. Poe really. Okay. Tamper with the evidence. Okay. They better have another witness, because if really is it, this case is over. I'm no gun expert. But the shot fired sound like a sort of pistol. Took me back to my track days. Right. Like, how did he know to stop at Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag? Super detective. That's a good argument. Thank you, Sarita. Super detective. Let me call Yates. I'm finna call Yates and see if she gonna come get on this her. I'm finna call Yates and see if she gonna come get on the live with us. I'm about to FaceTime her. I don't think we got that much more court anyway. Yates. Yates ain't FaceTime me since last year. Oh. Okay, so Yates is coming. I want to know how far the shooter ranged from the scene where he supposedly got the shot, because he could have went and got the bullets. That's why it took him an hour. So today I was looking it up. Okay, don't even worry about it. I was already looking it up. So what we need to do is figure out. I need to go back and see what street did they say they was on. What was the street name? Selma and Vista Del Mar. Okay. Yeah, I know I'm typing it up. Okay. Yeah, it's traffic right now. It's traffic in them LA streets. So it's say 40 minutes. But it's literally an accident in this. Let me show y'all. It don't look far though. Now it say 40 minutes, but y'all see it. So, let me make it bigger. I don't know if I can make it bigger. Y'all see it. Let me see if I take myself off of it. Can y'all see it? Okay, that's nice. Can y'all see it? Okay. So no, Selma and Argyle. But that paper just said the screen just said, hold on now. It say, okay, let me go back to what I was, let me go back. So really like 15, 20 minutes though traffic is given. That's what it's giving, Cindy. Hold on. Because let me see. I'm about to go back to this one. Share this tab instead. So this is where I got the streets from. This is where I got the street from. Selma Vista Del Mar. So I'm gonna go with what I see, CB. I'm gonna go with what I see. Now that's Selma. This is Vista Del Mar, and with traffic, it says it's taking them 39 minutes to get over there. Okay, we're gonna check this again in a little bit to see if that's true. If that's true or not. Once the accident clear, okay? Because it's given he went to that gun range, and this is the LA Los Angeles Gun Club, the one that they talked about. Okay, and we're gonna see. We're gonna see. Okay, Allison, give us the lawyer take. What are you thinking?
Which part? Because the whole thing is wild. Like it's so embarrassing to watch prosecutors, especially the prosecutors, acting like this. Like because I haven't been able to watch this whole thing because my own court schedule's been nuts. But I mean, this is when he yelled grounds multiple times. I'm like, is this how you act in every case? Because it's very embarrassing. I think if any juror was on the fence then those phone calls, in my opinion, that's reasonable doubt for me right there. I mean, if there was any hesitation, that's enough for me.
Any hesitation on what? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Huh?
You said if there was any hesitation on what? I missed it.
Like if any juror was on the fence, then those phone calls, in my opinion, would be enough.
Well, really was only the third witness. This is the fourth, and so I'm guessing we've got plenty more to go.
Who else do they have?
Who
all have they had so far?
They've had a witness from the 7th floor of her apartment. They've had one of the police officers, and then CB says, so your theory means nothing. Your opinion means nothing then, because your opinion is a theory as well. You theorize that your theory is that he shot the gun. That's the same as the state.
Hold on. You can't. Okay, and so I am someone who I have not watched the whole thing. I haven't done jack shit research. I haven't done anything. And literally just based on today, I'm like, because originally I was like, I mean, he probably did it, but like, can they prove it?
Exactly.
And then, but after listening to those phone calls, I'm like, ugh, that right there is showing that people around Relly think he's kind of shady. They don't trust him as far as they can throw him. And that's why they're doing this. And so I think the questions that the prosecutor, when the prosecutor was like, oh, so you just record your friends without them knowing. And I think it was D Wood that said it earlier in the comments. Yeah, when you have a friend that is kind of shady, you can't fully trust what they say. Absolutely. If I'm in a one-party state, hell yeah, I'm recording. I mean, that's especially when you have that much money and when you know someone might kind of be out to try and get some of that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing the exact same thing.
I was wondering if they showed footage of him going back to the scene. Not yet. And so I'm waiting for that to be introduced through, I'm guessing, another one of these witnesses, girl, because they haven't even introduced the photos of the bullets yet. They
haven't?
No, we've only seen them in opening argument. They haven't introduced them yet.
Oh. Interesting. Because that's...
Mm-hmm. So I'm curious about it too, but I'm assuming that the bullets, the pictures of the bullets are going to come in through the officers who interviewed him or who he turned them into when he went to the police station. So that's just my assumption.
Because when he testified, did he go through the whole, I picked them up, I gave them to this officer?
Well, he took them to the police station. And I think, it's probably documented in some type of report, XYZ, who... Look at... I'm sorry, look at Yates's face.
Okay. All right.
I mean, how many times have you seen a witness go collect their own evidence and turn it into the police? Like, how common is that?
I've seen it happen, but it's not common.
And it's been accepted? Really? So without
here's the deal. Has it been accepted? Yes. Does it go well at trial? No. Because then it's one of those. So it's either, in my opinion, the argument is either they created evidence to bring to the police and it's not actually what happened, or it's the police are so incompetent. I mean, similar to the YSL trial where Hogan didn't find those shell casings and then another officer went back and all of a sudden found them. And so you've either got someone fabricating something or you've got police that are so incompetent that they can't even do their job properly.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those, in my opinion, both of those things are an issue. Because neither one of those is good. Because you're either saying that the police didn't do anything properly and that this whole thing is a botched investigation, or you've got an alleged victim who just wants money and preying on someone else's downfall. Neither one of those are good.
What was interesting too is that when the police officer testified, they didn't necessarily like prep him, but they did have him say like, well, the day of, they told him like basically that he would be testifying, and I'm gonna call it in the void. And I'm calling it the void because it's a place that I would imagine police officers don't go when they hit the stand. They wanted him to testify in the void and say, yeah, I could have left something, or we could have not seen something, or it's possible that we could have missed this. And I felt like that was very interesting because you're willing, police officers being willing to say that their investigation wasn't good.
Here's the deal. I would believe in, like, if an officer's willing to say that, I would believe them more in that situation.
You would believe them more in the situation that they didn't find it?
An officer who's willing to say, it's possible that I missed it, I would believe them more because, again, and this is coming from someone, I don't love the police. I don't automatically believe what they say at all, and I take every report with a million grains of salt. But someone willing to admit that they're human and that it is absolutely in the realm of possibility that something was missed. Again, do I believe it in this situation? Probably not.
I mean, it was 7 of them, so he can say they tried to miss it all they want to, but with 7 people.
There were 7 of them?
Yeah, there were 7.
Okay, I'm sorry. 7 people are not missing 5 shell casings.
Oh, there were only 2.
I thought there were 5 shots.
No, there were only 2. But he got on the phone with Wale.
Didn't he say that he was shot at 5 times, though?
What? Oh my gosh! So I don't know if y'all followed the Ole Miss trial or not.
Wasn't that a mistrial?
Yes. It ended in mistrial, and so Jaylee was a student down in Mississippi, and he was alleged to be unalived by somebody he was hooking up with, and the body had not been found. So they had declared him to be unalive, and we went and sat through the whole trial over here, and y'all, it ended in a mistrial. But everything led up to him going over to this guy's house, and child, like his whole digital footprint just disappeared on his mother's birthday. So
that case is wild.
It is wild. And look, you see, y'all see my loyal Taylor gang members in here like OMG, what? Because the guy who he was alleged to hook up with, him and his family is they're basically like prominent people in the area. It's down in Mississippi, so everybody pretty much knows everybody because the towns are really, really small.
Taylor, what do they own?
Well, they are
a funeral home.
No. I think they own a church, but they were friends with a family who owned a funeral home, and it was a rumor that y'all, wait a minute, they didn't send me the article. A necklace with his name on it was found on some remains. Oh my God, y'all! I didn't got a link.
Okay, so he had connections to people who owned a funeral home, had a crematorium. And I think that was the speculation, allegedly, on the streets down there.
Okay, y'all. I'm gonna have to get off of here because. Okay, local authorities acknowledged the necklace was found with human remains and have yet to be identified through DNA. In a text, Carroll County Sheriff's Clint Walker acknowledged a picture of a necklace, but said he had no comment. The Oxford Police Department says late Monday afternoon it was aware of Carroll County investigation, but would not comment until identification.
That's so sad.
Wow, that is sad, but I'm happy. I told y'all, Jay Lee had been speaking from the grave the whole time. He had been talking from the whole time. I knew he wasn't gonna let that boy get away with it. Yep, and the alleged killer is out on bond. He on an ankle monitor though.
Okay, and that's again, as a defense attorney, I hate to say this, but they need to, because a lot of ankle monitors are actually they are not really actively monitored at all. They're just not. They need to be monitoring that.
Mm-hmm.
That one needs to be monitored. Yeah. Taylor's talking about Jay Lee.
Yes, y'all. So if y'all don't remember, we watched that trial. It was the Ole Miss murder, and we are going to be watching the. Yep, and it was in hunting grounds. And what was interesting is that he ended up like in that case too, y'all. He ended up like going to his parents' house the day of. He was caught driving Jay Lee's car into another complex and then running away from it. He actually got picked up by somebody else. He was picked up by somebody else and was dropped off, and then he went to his parents' house because he actually owned he had like his own little business where he used to move furniture for people. He actually got his box truck, went over to his parents' house, got a shovel and a wheelbarrow. He ended up going back over there later that night, leaving his phone there, getting in his car, driving off, and then coming in the box truck and then coming back. It's just crazy.
It has not been confirmed that it is that person's remains, but there was apparently a necklace with his name that on the remains.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that they've like actually confirmed. I mean, that makes it very probable that it is, but
yes, it was crazy.
Everyone in the audience has a reminder, no problems without
I appreciate it. And I think everybody today will appreciate it.
On the plus side, traffic will be slightly better.
Traffic is never better.
It can't be worse.
Have you ever been on the Santa Monica Freeway at midnight? Traffic is never better. All right, we are back on the record. All parties, jurors, and counsel are present. Mr. Sacchini is on command.
Your Honor, we're going to mark our next exhibit, People's 20B. It's a DVD that has 3 audio recordings on it.
Are these the phone call?
Yes.
All right, the DVD is 28.
Okay, and then the first call that we're going to play is the May 12, 2022 call with the court redactions. And so the transcript of that will be 29.
All right. Your Honor, can the jury be instructed that they are not to try and speculate what was redacted, what wasn't redacted?
Yeah, I had told you earlier that there are things in the transcripts that have been taken out. The things that have been taken out have no bearing on any decision you have to make. So that's why I didn't take it. What we provided to you is what will assist you in your decision.
Well, these guys now get a chance to ask a couple of questions first. Mr. Genie, have you actually heard the full recordings of what you turned over?
Yes,
When's the last time you heard them?
this morning.
This morning. So you heard them in their entirety, is that correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that what the defense played was a tiny snippet overall, those recordings?
Yes, the recording was 30 minutes, played what, 3 minutes, so yes.
And I just want to be clear. Even on the part of it, whatever part was edited that the jury isn't going to hear, at no point in time did Relly ever say to you, or imply, or infer that the shooting did not happen. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that in every interaction you've had with him, however many there are, since the incident occurred, that he has always been very clear in his position that the defendant shot at him and that he was hit?
Yes.
All right, we're gonna play these to make it easy. You would agree that when the defense played you the calls, they started with them out of order. The first snippet they played was from August, and actually your first call was in May. Is that correct?
May, June, July, August is the correct order of dates, correct? Yeah.
Or can we say May, June, July, August? I thought we only have 2 dates.
I'm giving you the sequence of dates, right?
Okay, no,
A
I'm
month, right? So-
You know, so let me just inquire, I'm getting a little confused what you just said. So my understanding is there are only 2 calls, one in May
Correct,
and one in August, is that right?
yes.
But you just said May, June, July, and
Let me
August.
correct myself. I'm giving you, you asked me, was May before August? I said yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
right? So May,
understood.
June, July, August is the
Got it.
sequence of dates.
So,
Yeah.
understood. So I'm just making clear, we're now gonna play this. What we're gonna play, you would agree, this is chronologically, meaning this is the first of the recorded calls, is that right?
Yeah.
And before we start, it's your position that Relly called you and you called him back, all ready to record, is that right?
Yes,
Prior, when he had called you, at that point in time, you didn't know what he was gonna say, correct?
no, it was just a lot of calls.
Right, but so what I'm saying is, at the time he calls you, in May, you don't know about the shooting,
No,
correct?
correct,
Okay, so the first time you find about the shooting is during the May 2022 call, and because you don't know what he's gonna be talking to you about, you have no idea why there is gonna be any value in recording him, is that right?
no, but there was a numerous amount of missed calls, kept calling him, so.
Here's what I don't understand. Why, if you don't know anything about the incident, anything about the allegations, why are you taping a call with your friend?
Just to protect myself, just to have, just oversight.
Why would you need to protect yourself from a friend when you know nothing about any incident that he was involved in?
Seemed weird.
So you're saying you got repeated calls from somebody, your friend, Rel. You didn't know what it was about, and so your response to getting repeated calls from him was to go, you know what, I'm gonna call him back, and I think I'm gonna tape him and not tell him, is that correct?
Correct,
And you're saying that was done because you felt you needed to protect yourself, is that right?
correct.
What were you protecting yourself from?
Just whatever was said. I mean,
So do you typically, when you get missed calls, you call people back and you record them?
they're being weird, yes.
What is weird about a missed call?
10 missed calls in 2 minutes, weird.
So when you say if someone's being weird, you didn't talk to them, correct?
No, but there might have been text too, but I don't remember.
Just blew it? Yeah. Time to move on. All right, let's play. I want you to listen to this. I'm gonna ask you questions about it.
Your Honor, when we get to the last page, it didn't print out, so I will pull it up on my computer.
So there's a page 16?
There is.
Yeah, I don't think any of this has.
No one has it. That's why I said I'll pull it up on my computer.
All right, so it'll be on the screen.
All right, I'm gonna start the recording. And the file name is IMG_0786 redacted.
This is the May 12, 2022 call?
Yes.
Yo, bro. Shit closed in, my bad. I'm in my girl's shit in bed, so it's good. Oh, shit. That crib. What happened, bro? trying to pick sides and I'm mad at both y'all niggas for letting that shit happen, bro.
Stop. Did you hear what was just said?
Yes.
You just said, quote, "I'm not trying to pick sides and shit." I thought you don't know anything that's happening.
Like I said, there might have been texts prior.
No, what you testified to, sir, was that the first time you ever heard anything about that incident was when Terrell called you. And I'm reading this, and it says, quote, "I'm not trying to pick sides and shit." So I want you to explain to me, if you didn't know about it before this call, what in the heck is that comment about?
Objection, Judge, argumentative.
Sustain this.
Please explain what you meant by, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit, if you did not have any prior knowledge of the incident.
Just trying to mediate the situation, that's what I meant.
How can you mediate a situation that you know nothing about and have never heard of?
Like I told you, I might have received the text from him, so yeah.
Do you recall me asking you prior to the break, 3 different times, and again after the break, whether you had heard anything about the incident until you talked to Terrell on May 12, 2022, and you responded each time, "No, this was the first time I heard of it." Do you recall responding to that? Sorry, Ron. It's loud because this court knows I can't hear, so my apologies.
Yes, but I thought you were specifically talking to the phone call, so, yeah.
Wait, can you repeat that, please?
You can repeat your question, I'll answer it.
So what I'm asking you is, I asked you 4 different times before the break, 1 time after the break. I confirmed the first time you had ever heard anything about this shooting incident that happened in November was during the May call, with Relly. And yet the first thing you say is, I'm not trying to pick sides and shit. And then you say, in testimony today, I was trying to mediate. So my question is, how can you be talking about not picking sides and about mediating when you never heard of what happened?
I think I answered this where I think I received text as well. So, yeah, and what I mean by picking sides is trying to mediate the situation.
So when you say you received texts, so are you now changing your testimony and saying, yes, I knew about this incident beforehand?
Objection,
Repeat the question?
Are you now saying, yes, I was aware of the incident from November of 2021, prior to this phone call?
I'm not sure. 3 years ago.
Well, I want you to take a look at the transcript. I want you to look at page 2, and I want you to read again to yourself, and I want you to read starting at line 8 to line 11, and tell me if now you understand whether or not.
Yeah, I think I get your question, and my answer again is, I believe, I'm not sure if I received text messages about the situation, so, yeah.
So you're saying you decided to you recorded these calls. Did you save those text messages?
I'm not sure.
What do you mean you're not sure? Do you have those text messages today?
Probably not, and your definition of I'm not sure is.
Mr. Malone, are you gonna play with the rest of the?
I don't know.
I am, but I'm taking them one at a time, and then I'll start playing again. All right, I think it's easier to hit each point as it comes up.
You hit this one a lot.
Well, Your Honor, I'm trying to get, he just now said that there are text messages he believes. What do you believe was said in the text messages?
I don't remember.
Well, so obviously, if you knew about it, that would have meant that Relly would have had to have told you what happened in these texts, correct?
Possibly.
Well, when you say possibly, will you at least concede that you knew about the incident, given what you said, prior to you recording the conversation?
Can't confirm that, but I'm not sure.
And let me ask you again, since your memory's a little hazy,
is it, as you sit here, maybe you think you might have talked to the defendant about it sometime between November and May?
No.
So what would be your rush, sir, right after you talk to Relly, to call the defendant if that was the first time you ever heard anything about the alleged shooting, the lawsuit? What made you immediately pick up the phone and call Rocky?
I think I answered this, trying to mediate the situation, so send it over to him.
All right, who can you see, Clay?
Picking sides, that nigga 100% crazy and wrong. 100% wrong. And he got 12-year ills mixed up. I'm not, you gotta understand, Rocky been on his high horse for a very long time, you feel me? Yeah.
Would you agree, sir, that during this little section, that Relly is basically telling you, he is saying that the defendant was 100% wrong, and then he got 12 in ills mixed up in it?
I'm going to object.
Do you agree that in that section, sir, as you listen to it, as you read it right now, that Relly is telling you that Rocky has basically done it wrong?
Or I'm objecting again.
Can we get a
The words speak for themselves.
Exactly.
What, keep going, push the play button.
Your Honor, I'm gonna.
No, push the play button, let's continue.
No, but I'll do that, but again, I keep asking, he doesn't give grounds. We're lawyers. Lawyers give grounds. That's how law works in California.
I know how it works in California.
Well, Your Honor, I'm
Stop telling me how it works in California, how it doesn't work. No speaking objections. State of grounds, state objection and the legal grounds. Push the play button.
Doesn't do what he did. I don't have, he forced my hand, you feel me? I got over 20 missed calls between him, dudes. Why is Rocky going out his way to do anything like that? You get what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you didn't hear the story or whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out his way to call me 20 times that it was in Toronto with him? Text messages saying, link up, where you at? And all of this is because of, I pressed him about Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote him about.
Were you aware prior to Relly relating this information to you that there had been a pre-existing issue between Relly and Rocky regarding Josh?
No, I don't know his.
Did you know what he was referring to?
Not really, I don't know Josh. I don't know Josh.
But you agree that ASAP Relly told you that he, in essence, pressed Rocky about Josh and about him not doing right by Josh and accusing Rocky of lying. That's what he told you, correct?
Yeah, he's telling his side of the story.
All right, please continue.
He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation because he sees I text him about Josh. You feel me? Told him taking ASAP out my name. This was 7 months ago. I took ASAP out my name. You feel me? Yeah. He's a bitch. So he goes in and says, hey, Bari, let Bari influence him. A whole week later doing that complex car shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits up. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real money, 12-year ills is at his house. I hit Real Money the next morning. Tell Real.
You would agree that is ASAP Relly telling you that basically he is present for a conversation where ASAP Rocky is talking to Bari and is saying negative things about Relly, correct? That's what that means, correct? Well, it's not clear, and I'm asking the witness because the witness understands how he's speaking.
You've already indicated that you want a legal ground. Mr. Takapita said objection. He's about to state.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It's irrelevant what he believes Relly meant. That's the same objection I got.
Sustain.
Your Honor, I'm not asking what
The words speak for themselves. In final argument, you can put your interpretation on what was said. Mr. Takapita can do the same thing.
Your Honor, am I allowed to inquire the witness since they're speaking in a manner that is not necessarily easy for anybody to understand? I have to inquire, and what does that mean? I'm not asking,
But you're not asking what that means.
what does it mean?
What does what mean?
What does what you just heard, where Terrell tells you that just basically, and I heard you, but in Rocky head, he looked like a bitch because Barry had him on speaker. Rocky didn't know who else heard that conversation, but I heard him talk about it. And I told Rocky over the years, and if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me?
I can't tell you what he means. You need to ask Terrell.
I think it might be helpful if Mrs. Jimmy had.
I have.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah, I'm reading it.
All right.
So you're telling me, listening to that, you didn't understand that to mean that there had been a phone call where Rocky had been talking bad about Relly, not knowing Relly could hear it, and it's already been involved. That's not what you understood that to mean.
He's telling me something of the story, so sure.
No, I didn't ask you whether it was true or not. I asked you, is that what Relly told you?
Yes, I'm on the other side of the phone call.
All right, keep playing.
Funny, I heard Rocky bitch ass tell him I don't fuck with him. Woo-de-woo, you feel me? No fighting words, none of that. Just basically, nigga, I heard you. But in Rocky's head, he looked like a bitch because Barry had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me, and I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know. Stop rocking me to sleep. You feel me? Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I was supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say curse words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell real money, tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom, boom. Shit is related to him. Next thing you know, I get over 20, 30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the lodge. I tell him he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping.
Did you take from that, as you heard it, that Relly was now telling you that there was a dispute between he and Rocky that also now was bringing in Ills as well, and that it had resulted in 20 or 30 missed calls between the defendant and Relly?
Judge, I'm objecting again for the same reason I object to court's relevant, what this witness was from. Court, frankly.
Your Honor, it took it actually.
Stop, both of you, no speaking objections, don't debate. Do you know what this means?
I can't decipher what somebody, I'm hearing this side of the story, I can't decipher what they actually do.
Okay, all right, go on.
I'm not asking you whether you believe it or whether it's credible. I'm simply asking you, when you were told this, Relly was telling you that this dispute between he and Rocky had resulted in 20 to 30 missed calls between him, which is Relly, Ills, and Rocky. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Yes. And he's also telling you he's staying at the Lowe's, and he tells you that he finally answers because he's sleeping. Is that right?
He's telling me that.
Now, you said you've been watching this trial, correct?
Correct.
When did you find out you were going to be a witness in this case?
Just recently.
Well, a couple of days ago, correct?
Correct.
And you continue to watch the trial, is that correct?
Correct.
Didn't the defense tell you, hey, listen, you're going to be a witness in this case? You should not be watching the trial?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
For what grounds, Ron?
It's irrelevant. Just ask another question.
When you were watching the trial, you were hearing and listening what witnesses were saying about this case, is that correct?
Yes.
So as you sit here, you know everything that's taken place up to this time in this trial, is that right?
No, I didn't watch every minute of every hour of the case.
Well, you certainly know overall what has been transpiring in this case, correct?
Not overall.
Do you know
If I miss some days, how was that overall?
Do you know what the defense is in this case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware that the defense is claiming that it was a prop gun that was used by ASAP Rocky?
Objection.
What's the ground?
It's not relevant what Mr. Sajimi is aware of as it relates to the defense.
Have you ever seen Rocky with prop gun?
Objection.
You ever seen a prop gun?
No.
And would you agree, I'm just gonna ask you, but would you agree that in the world that you're involved in the entertainment world, in the rap world, if somebody is a concern about violence or a home invasion robbery, are you aware in your experience of anybody ever carrying a prop gun to deter that kind of conduct?
Objection. Speculation. Sustained.
I'm asking if he's aware. No speculation about it. Okay.
It's asking him to speculate. So,
I'm not in the entertainment world.
No, you don't have to. But he said he's not in the rap world. Ask another question.
We can do it.
I answered it. He's like, where you at? With a slick voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at? Nigga, I'm at the W. I'm not really at the Lowe's. You feel me? There we go. Hollywood Boulevard. It all look the same. You're like, no, you're not. Nigga, that's a bum-ass hotel. I'm like, huh? He said, show me outside. Okay. All of it looked the same. I'll show him outside. Wait, guys, I'll be here in 5 minutes. I'm like, alright. My girl like, what the fuck is going on? I'm like, I don't know. Yeah. He calls me. Else calls me. Yeah, I got all these text messages. What do you think is even done? You and a couple other people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really. And bro, that's what I wanted to ask you, bro. Like, why really though? You feel me? Why take it to the guys? You feel me? Oh, me? Yeah, they don't how to do it. Why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire. He blamed at me. I'm no longer on his level. Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Rocky had everybody turn on me.
What did you mean when you said, why take it to, the guys? What did that mean?
The police, I wanted to have them find a resolution outside of legal or police.
Would you agree that if Rocky shot him and hit him, isn't that a police matter?
Sure, yes.
Well, so why then are you saying, you know what, why are you taking it to the guys?
I think I just answered that.
So have you already decided what side you're on?
No, but I think when you're trying to mitigate a situation, the best solution is not all of this.
You used an interesting, you just said mitigate. Before you said mediate.
Mediate, I'm sorry.
Well, let's back up. You were trying to mitigate this situation for your buddy.
I spoke wrong. I was trying to mediate.
Let me ask my question. Who used the word mitigate?
I did, and I was wrong.
Motion to strike everything after I did as non-responsive.
Sustained.
You would agree that in using that term, that could certainly, if you could convince Relly to not cooperate with the police or authorities, that could mitigate the situation for your friend ASAP Rocky, correct?
I'm trying to mediate the situation.
How exactly were you trying to mediate the situation to help Relly?
Really just hear him out.
Hear him out on a tape call that you could then call your buddy ASAP Rocky about, is that right?
Mediating the situation to me was hearing him, his frustration.
Hearing his frustration, your friend, so you could report it to the true person that you had interest in protecting, correct?
Right. I think it was right to show the other person or show both sides when you're talking both sides. Yeah.
How many of your calls with Rocky have you made?
None, we didn't talk on the phone. Never talked on the phone.
Go ahead and continue, Plea.
Problem, technical problem?
Yes. I'm just gonna reopen it here right after that.
I'll ask some other questions in the meantime. So we don't waste any time.
Everybody turned on me. Everybody, bro. Yeah, everybody turned on me that day. Because, what the fuck am I doing? Spin on this block and go shoot up at the shoot him up? Where's my cripple at? Because he's a no-time bro. I'm not having nobody shoot at me when I'm taking it on the chin. And two, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire, nigga. You get what I'm saying? So,
At this point, Relly was telling you that Rocky had shot at him, correct? What you just heard.
I don't know what he meant exactly with, why wouldn't I, bro? He's a multi-millionaire, he blamed at me, no longer level.
Where he says, or do I cripple him because he's a multimillionaire, bro? I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You didn't understand that to me? He was saying that Rocky shot at him?
That's what he meant, I can't decipher what he meant, right?
You cannot decipher what he meant by, I'm not having nobody shoot at me. You can't decipher that.
Just stay. The words speak for themselves. Again, you can comment on them in final argument, or Mr. Zlomic, whoever does the final argument, as can Mr. Talakina. The words are there. Both of you can put whatever inference you want. Go on to the next question.
you think ignorant black nigga? These niggas everything, how to get money, how to do this. Do Rocky do that? Do you have a foundation for black people? Do you have a foundation for anybody? No, this nigga's greedy. You get what I'm saying? So I can't sit here and be like, oh, how you meet somebody like that, bro? You take away what they have, donuts. You feel what I'm saying? I'm not doing it on something like this, that, and third. On some holy shit, and I would have had a guy warrior. The same day, because he waved at me 4 or 5 times, I had to use pills as a shield while I'd be dead. I feel.
Did Relly tell you that he had to use bills as a shield or I'd be dead?
He said that.
Keep playing.
Niggas ain't trying to, like, you feel me? You're not trying to end slash and shit, get some paper or something, but what, you know, like.
Bro, it's too late. You told me suck a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit a John the same day. Bro, that's all I had. We had nothing but time, bro. Man, I got the best lawyer in LA and worry about my business. You feel me? He told John to stop contacting me. I sent him the picture of the bullets, sent him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga, fuck you. I feel, bro. So what am I supposed to do? I accept it.
So Relly is telling you that the defendant shot at him and then basically told him, F you, I'm not giving you anything. And your response is, he says, you feel me, and you say, yeah. What was the point of your response?
I'm consulting through a mediation, so.
So you're consulting to a mediation. Can you explain what you mean by that, please?
I'm mediating the situation, so I'm hearing him out.
Isn't it true that what you're doing is you are trying to make Relly think that you are on his side, while at the same time you are taping him and then immediately contacting the man he is saying shot at him, who is actually your closer friend. Isn't that correct?
No, I'm mediating the situation, so.
Keep playing. So you also say, this is on, you got it in front of you, you say, you gotta try to squash this shit, get some paper or something, or what? You know, like, you see that's on page 8, lines 7 through 9?
Yes,
You're telling him, when you mean get some paper, you're telling him, you gotta get some money from the defendant, correct?
I'm really just giving him options to mediate the situation so there's resolution.
Right, and the option you're giving him is you're basically telling him he can go get money from the defendant. That's what that means, correct?
No,
What does it mean when you're saying to go get paper? What does that mean?
I'm giving him options, right? Not just one option, which is,
So listen to me, I didn't ask you how many options you're giving him. Listen to my question.
you said, what does this mean?
What does it?
Line- Let me finish, right?
Sure.
So what does this mean from line 6 to 9?
No, let me be
That's
real
what you
clear.
asked, right?
No, this is what I asked you. Are you ready? What does it mean when you said get some paper or something? What does that mean?
It can be money.
What's that?
I said it can be money.
Wait, it can mean money or it did mean money?
It can.
What did it mean when you said it?
I said it can mean money.
Listen to my question. Are you the one that said that?
Yeah.
When you said it, did it mean money?
Yeah.
You were telling him you can get some money from Rocky. That's where you're saying you're trying to mediate, correct?
No.
No?
I'm giving options to mediate the situation.
Sir, one of those options is, you're telling him an option would be get some paper or something, correct?
Correct.
Now, let me ask you, up until this time in the conversation, has Relly mentioned that he is gonna try to be getting a bunch of money from the defendant?
I'm not sure.
Well, would you agree that it looks like you're the person suggesting he go get some money? We just get some paper, correct?
Giving it an option within the mediation.
And that's coming from you, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware that's exactly what he did, correct?
I believe so.
Well, you believe so, you're aware, you said, you taped him, he went and got a lawyer, and he ended up suing the defendant for money, is that right?
I believe so.
Move on. Keep playing.
Niggas shooting at me 4 or 5 times where I almost died or shoot his head. Now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's what he gotta agree. You feel me?
I feel ain't no way niggas could squat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
Bro, he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He was trying to reach out to me. He still can't reach out to me.
I feel with the legal shit and pulling out, bro, you know, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go about that way.
When he said on the top of page 9, he says, now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. He was referring to the incident with Rocky, right? That's how you took it, is that right?
Objection to what he interpreted, brother, saying this again, relevant.
Is that correct?
Can you repeat the question?
So he is saying the severity of this case, and he says, now coming with suing, of course, the severity of the case, he tried to kill me. So that's where he's going to. That's why he got to read, you feel me, and you say, yeah, I feel, ain't no way ends could like you feel me. No paper, no nothing, Rosie. You're saying at that point, he's telling you he tried to kill me, and you're telling him, hey, get some money, correct? As an option.
Trying to mediate the situation, yes.
That's not the question I asked you. Are you telling him to get some money as an option?
Not directly.
So what does it mean? What is indirect about you mentioning get some paper?
I think it's the way we talk. You really wouldn't understand, but there's a way we talk that puts out options, right? So, yeah.
So you're saying, you indicated that paper is money, and you admitted that you're telling him to go get some paper, and now you're telling me, apparently, I can't understand the way you talk, it means something different?
You're just highlighting the word paper.
No, you said the word get some paper.
You're highlighting the word paper, but if you look around it, there's certain ways we talk that I'm giving off different options to mediate the situation.
So you're basically saying that in order for anybody to understand this conversation, we gotta ask you to interpret, correct?
No, not necessarily, no.
Well, if you're saying that we can't understand the plain words you're giving, and you're further saying that you understand it and we don't, then it would seem that the only way we could understand would be to ask you to explain it, correct?
No, if I said the dog was red, you can understand the dog is red. With certain terminology in the way we talk, you wouldn't understand it.
I just want to be clear.
You've accomplished what you meant to accomplish. Push the play button.
I got a lawyer. When you get a lawyer, that has nothing to do with boys. And Jabari is his friend. He might as well thank him for him not being late in the field, because those are allegations. You feel me? He got enough, and you're part of the PR team. He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those are allegations. Jabari made it official. Yeah, so what's the next one? Jabari's getting sued too. Jabari's getting sued for defamation as a character. Cause everybody look bad, bro. I'm just trying to. He look bad. He did that, bro. I didn't call you. I didn't have a gun. He left his Hollywood house. Why everybody saying everybody look bad? Why everybody point the finger? Because when I take, bro, I got Hollywood. I got so many people. Niggas grew up together, bro. Niggas grew up together like that. Niggas hanging. He's in a mansion. Nigga, I pay my way around him every single time.
Did Relly ever tell you during any conversation that he had any gun or any weapon during this incident?
Not sure, no.
Not sure or no, which is.
Really himself?
Did Relly ever tell you during any conversation that during this incident in November 2021 with the defendant, that he, Relly, had a gun or any kind of weapon?
No, he never mentioned that.
In fact, he said, made very clear he didn't have a gun, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask the defendant if he had a gun?
No.
Keep playing.
That's him. He uses niggas. He used 12 year ills, nigga. That was the whole joke about the whole shit with Barbie and the whole thing. You get what I'm saying? The nigga asks if Barbie, is he coming to the complex car? Nigga, Barbie laughs at him like, nigga, you're not using me. Nigga, the next conversation went about how he got 12 year and ills on a jet or some whole shit. I feel you. Shit, wicked, shit, wicked, you fucking niggas grew up together, man, like, you feel me? Like, I made that nigga, fuck growing up, I made that nigga, not no 12, not no, James, he didn't know yet, James popped up at my crib, for a purple swag, I made that nigga, that's why you feel like that, bro, I've been powerful, I've been that. Jabari never did, bro, I put every last one, I just want that nigga to kind of end this shit, and, you know, behind that. He could.
So when you're saying you just want this shit ended, you want bygones to be bygones, you wanted to mitigate this situation, whether the defendant shot him or not, correct?
I'm saying to mediate the situation.
Did you hear what you were just quoted as saying?
Yes, I can read.
Okay, so my question is, when you're saying, I just want all you ends to kind of end this shit, and you know, bygones be bygones, you are saying you do not care what actually happened, you just want the situation to be over, correct?
No, it's not.
So what did you mean by that?
I think I asked you this. When you're mediating, you want to come to a resolution, and yeah.
So I'm gonna ask this question again because you're not answering it. These are your
Sustain.
Sir.
Don't editorialize.
Sir, these are your words. So I'm gonna read these words and I'm gonna ask you specifically what the words meant. You said, I just want you all ends to kind of end this shit, and you know bygones be bygones. What did you mean when you said that?
I think I just told you to mediate it and find a resolution between each other.
Move on, move on.
He's not answering the question. He's not
You just did, move on.
Thank you.
And when he shot at me, who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times, you gotta grab another member to protect yourself. He called me out my living space. Called me, told me to stop ducking him. He claimed that it's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance. He didn't tell me I'm gonna come to a gun battle. I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to chest bump me. He tries to chest bump me and then pull out a gun for self-defense. He's a pussy boy. Your man Ills is standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He ain't give me no seconds. Or she acting like that. And I got her all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. You did it all on camera, champ. So the world looking at me because of Barry's mouth right now, but in a few seconds, if I wanted to do an HBO or do anything, his whole career is fucked. Everybody's looking at me like the man.
That's what you, what's the end game, bro? Like,
The end game, I'm suing this shit out of him. That was my game, and regardless, I don't give a fuck about no police, nigga. I'm going against a multi-millionaire that's trying to kill me. So,
You were playing a small clip of this by the defense that only had the I'm suing the shit out of him. That was my game regardless. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that that clip alone, just by itself, doesn't put the rest of the conversation in context?
Objections to that.
Still no ground, John, right? Objection to that.
The objection is, that's an improper question, but that was an impeachment question, what I asked there.
That's not a legal objection. Your Honor, I keep asking you.
If you want, when the defense is asking questions, if you just want to say objection without a legal ground, I can probably infer what the legal ground is. I want to move the case along.
Your Honor, I'm just asking. The court has said they've ordered both sides. We're lawyers.
Right.
I can't respond when he doesn't give a legal ground. The court, it makes me an offer that I don't have to state a legal ground. That's not the rule of court. I state a legal ground because I'm a lawyer. He simply says objection.
So what do you suggest?
He give a legal ground, as you told him.
And if he doesn't?
Then the objection's overruled, according to the evidence code and the rules of court. The court knows that. I'm not telling the court anything the court's not aware of. That's all I'm asking, Judge. Just stay the ground. And instead we get along.
I heard you.
Okay.
Proceed.
All right.
Besides suing somebody like that, you feel me? Now he got to face the consequences of that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. It has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
like, splash that shit in the streets, type shit, like, money.
Yeah, you a street nigga. Bro, what the fuck?
I feel
You know what?
What did you mean when you said, I mean like squash that shit in the streets type shit? What does that mean?
I think that's another cultural thing that you kind of wouldn't understand that we use, where it's really mediating the situation among ourselves.
Your Honor, can you instruct the witness to answer the question? That's not an answer.
Yeah, and refrain from suggesting to Mr. Lew or anybody else what they would or would not understand. Just answer the question directly. Ask the question.
It's hard to answer someone.
Do your best. Okay.
Sir, I'm asking you, listen to my question, what you meant, what you said. I'm not asking you to respond that you were mediating. That's not answering the question. I'm not actually asking you to tell me that I wouldn't understand it. You said the words. What did you mean?
Meant to find a resolution.
What specifically does it mean? Squash that shit in the street type shit. What does that mean?
Keep mentioning what it means, and I'm telling you, within our culture, it needs to find a resolution. You wouldn't understand.
He's answered the question and move on.
And the resolution that you've already advised him of is get some paper, get some money, and keep the
I
cops
think I
out.
answered this. I listed different options as well.
What other option did you list? sir, besides get the money, what other options did you listen to?
Have a conversation.
Have a conversation. So you're mediating, and your solution is, after the victim has been shot at, your solution is he should either get some money or have a conversation with the defendant. Is that correct? That's your solution?
There's more solutions, but yes.
Well, I'm asking, what solution specifically during this call, other than get some money, did you offer to Relly to solve the situation? Maybe one.
I think just to talk. Mediate the situation, yeah, just talk.
You're aware that Relly has told you that they went to talk and the defendant pulled a gun on him and then shot at him a couple of minutes later the last time they talked. You're aware of that, correct?
But over time, people's sensitivity and their feelings kind of change, so you can come to a common ground and talk.
So your advice to Relly was, sit down with the defendant, whether he shot you or not, because times change, we need to keep the police out of it, and we need to settle this amongst ourselves. That's pretty much your advice?
Trying to mediate the situation so we can talk.
Okay.
So there's a better resolution than a circus.
Wait, a circus, or you mean a lawsuit where the defendant might suffer adverse consequences? Or a criminal case where he might suffer adverse consequences?
I just need a resolution.
What did you mean when you just said a circus?
Just really high publicity, public things.
Well, and in fact, you had this conversation in May. That was just a short time after it was publicly revealed. You're aware now, you've been watching the trial, you said, a lot of the trial. You're aware that originally when this case happened in November, that Relly was not identified. But in April of 2022, it went all over the media saying that Relly was the guy involved, calling him a snitch, calling him a rat. You're aware of that now, correct?
Time to move on. Were you aware of that?
I was aware when he told me in May.
When did he tell you that?
He told me about the situation on the phone call.
Go ahead, Plea.
And we just, this ain't no street nigga, man. We got 4 bodyguards, bro. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. This man running around with, come on. What street shit do he do, bro? This is a street nigga. You already know what happened. Everybody know what happened. We're talking about ASAP Rocky, bro. The case of Dior, like, come on, stop it. I'm saying this street nigga.
Man, I'm just trying to, cause I fuck with you heavy, bro. So, it's always love every time, nigga. And I fuck with
Yeah, but I'm
you.
trying to let people know, and the ones who's close by him, this ain't no, he ain't no gangster. Oh, bro, I'm doing, bro, this ain't no gangster. If this was a gangster, this would be handled in the streets.
So how niggas play?
Got 3 or 4 bodyguards on 24/7.
So that was like, listen, next though, bro, like niggas go to court, you feel me? Like, why not just
He's finished. He's finished. He got to do,
why not just ask for the bag, or,
I try to.
I want the court to understand that I will absolutely finish, Your Honor, by 5:30. I will be done. So I'm just asking the court, because I need to ask these questions, I'm asking the court for the same leeway that the defense got with Relly, who was on the stand for 5 days. So I will be done, I promise, by 5:30. So I'm just asking, as I'm asking these questions, that if there's a legitimate objection, it's the same. When the court is asking me to move on with a legitimate objection.
Because there comes a point where it appears to me that you fully explored the issue and it is time to move. You are accomplishing what you are intending to accomplish.
Okay.
And there's no reason to keep on that same issue. And again, at the end of the case, when you argue to the jury, when Mr. Tacopina argues to the jury, argue reasonable inferences.
Well, the problem is I need to confront the witness with what I'm saying. So I'll be done by 5:30, Ron. So the court does that. You have my word. If I'm not, you can stop me. With no argument, nothing back. So, what did you mean where it says, do you feel?
Didn't I answer this? I think it meant to mediate the situation and find a resolution.
It meant to keep this. You then say, right before you said, what's next though, bro? Like ends go to court? You're telling him what's gonna happen is This case is gonna end up in court, and you're telling him you want to squash it before it gets to court, correct?
I'm asking him what his process was, and he's telling me.
Okay, but
Bro, you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro.
Hold on, sorry. Does everybody understand that, that you don't have a page 16 in your transcription? It's gonna be up on the screen. All right, thank you.
I can make it a little bigger. And we need to.
can everyone see it or no?
No, we can't see it.
Are you able to eliminate the
Yes,
picture
yes,
and center it? Can you make it bigger?
I can.
Can everyone see it
How
now?
about that?
Also, it's also right behind, to your right. Your Honor, some jurors, if it's easier for them to see, can they stand and see?
Sure, yes.
On, if that's easier.
That one kind of goes in.
All right.
When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you gotta look, bro. I'm smart, bro. You gotta understand I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you. I feel, bro,
And this is right after this call, you called the defendant and told him what it transpired.
I'm trying to think if a niggas can like help out.
Correct?
What'd you say?
Right after you finish this call, you call the defendant and you tell him, here's what's going on, here's what Relly said.
Right.
When's the next time you talk to Relly after that?
Didn't we answer that? I think it was August 2022, right?
So what you're saying is now, whenever you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go, right?
Well, I think you're missing what I'm telling you.
Motion to strike is non-responsive, sustain. Listen to my question. So what you're saying is, the next time you call him, you got that tape recorder ready to go, is that right?
He called me multiple times and I missed that call him back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
Stevie, what he's asking you is a yes or no.
Got you.
So go ahead and ask it again.
The next time you call him, in August of 2022, that's the next time you spoke to him, correct?
Correct.
And you had the tape recorder ready to go, correct?
No.
Did you tape him?
Yes.
So you were able, he calls you, I'm sorry, you call him. You made the call, right?
Yes, back.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
I didn't hear it.
He said back instead of he's asking the
Right
question.
back.
Well,
It doesn't
the
matter.
whole answer is non-responsive. It calls for a yes or no.
Did you call him back?
Yes.
And when you called him back, you immediately were recording what he was saying, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's play the next call, please.
All right, I'm gonna ask to mark the transcript for the first part of the August 16, 2022 call as equal 30.
Which is the first part? Because there's two August 16th transcripts.
There, the first part is the audio file is IMG _07942. So it ends with a 2.
That's the first part?
And so that, the transcript for that audio clip will be
30.
30. And I have copies for the jurors I'll pass out. The staples aren't totally flat, so don't poke yourself on them.
Everyone ready? Anybody have a transcript? All right.
Yo, shit, nigga. Come on, shit, man. Where you at? Crib now. Shit, man. I just hopped on the computer and shit. I was gonna submit them links and shit. You know, the links you want to do it, or you want me to hit them shits? Yeah, it's shit. He probably the one from Rolling Stone, all those other publications.
Just pick the top ones, probably right, like TMZ, Rolling Stone shit.
And then when I give it, I know I'm sorry.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just trying to get that shit through, you feel me? So you got, it's a lot of.
Yo, what's your overall thoughts on that shit, though? Like, coming from that, like, Rocky, like, fuck all that other shit. You think I'm wrong, bro?
Bro, like, you feel me? Because niggas don't even know I be talking to you, bro. So, like, real talk, like.
So on page 2, you start off by telling him, you suggest right off the top that you're gonna submit those links. Those are links to the media stuff that you and Relly are talking about, correct?
Correct.
So you're telling him, you're gonna get his story out into the media, is that right?
Yes, that's what he wanted.
But in actuality, while you're doing this, you're taping him, and after this call, you're gonna tell the defendant exactly what he told you, is that right?
Correct.
And in fact, on page 3, you straight lie to him, and you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I've been talking to you, bro. You're saying the defendant doesn't know that you're talking to you, correct?
Niggas doesn't mean the defendant. Niggas can mean people.
Listen, I'm not asking you what it can mean, I'm saying what it meant here is you are.
I'm telling you that.
I'm not asking for any education.
Ask him what he meant by it.
What I believe you meant by it, sir, was you are telling him that Rocky does not know that he's talking to you, correct?
I think I just answered that, where niggas, another cultural thing.
Most
means
strikers
people.
non-responsive.
Doesn't mean the defendant.
Just a minute.
Listen to my question. Isn't it true that by saying, in this time, during this conversation, not in general, when you say, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I'm talking to you, bro, you are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to him.
No, and there's also plural there, so defendant is singular.
And right after that, you literally say, so like real talk, like I'm even trying to play both sides. That is referring to Relly and the defendant, correct?
I think I just answered where niggas to me in this.
Motion to strike is non-responsive. Please instruct the juror to answer the question being asked, or you won't go home today.
You mean the witness?
The witness, excuse me, yes, Your Honor. I'm being as vague as I can, but I want my question
It's
answered.
very important that if he asks you a yes or no question, that you ask yes or no, and don't volunteer.
Sometimes he's not answering.
I understand that.
So I try to give my.
Well, what he's asking is yes or no.
Can you ask again?
Isn't it true that when you said, bro, like you feel me, because ends don't even know I be talking to you, bro, so like real talk, like I ain't even trying to play both sides. You are saying to him that the defendant does not know that you are talking to Relly.
No. Just told you.
No, that's not what it meant. So you're saying, no, that's not what it meant?
No, because
Objection, asked and answered.
I literally just told you. I never.
Stop. The objection sustained. Then ask him what he did mean.
So I want to ask you what you meant specifically by that comment, and I'm not asking for a general statement about mediation. What did you specifically mean by those words in that comment?
People, friends, niggas with an S is plural, didn't mean the singular to the defendant.
So what did it mean when immediately after that you say, I ain't even trying to play both sides? What side are you talking about?
Which line are you saying, so I can read?
It's directly after what I just read to you, page 3.
Yeah.
Lines 8, and it goes through 12.
Yeah, that line doesn't have to do with the first one, right? It's just me saying, within the mediation, I'm not trying to take both sides.
And by both sides, you mean the defendant and Terrell, correct? Those are the two sides.
Correct.
So when you are saying, I'm even trying to take both sides, right after saying that basically ends don't even know that I'm talking to you, bro, you are saying the defendant does not know that I'm talking to you, and I'm not trying to take sides.
Objection has been answered, sustained.
Go ahead.
I don't, you know, I ain't even trying to play both sides, but there's a genuine nigga that means well, you feel me? So, like, I honestly think it just looks like bad on both y'all niggas' names, you feel me? Like, it doesn't even matter, like, real shit, it don't even matter how, like, what went on, it's like, really what the...
See, I'm not even looking at it like a person's name. I'm looking at the circumstances, you know what I mean? Yeah. Cause I'm still, you gotta understand, I even still try to reach out to these people, to John and all of that, like I could have went straight to the boys and did all that extra shit in the beginning, you know what I mean? Yeah. Nah, really, bro. I just think that his fame and his legacy, like, and like how my lawyers.
What was just played, where Terrell told you that he didn't even reach out to the boys originally. You agree, he's telling you that he didn't reach out to the police originally.
Can you start referring me to the line so I can read what you're reading?
Sure.
Probably, thanks.
Sure.
Your Honor, objection lacks foundation, speculation, lacks personal knowledge. He can't speak to what the witness, what the other witness.
Well,
conversation means.
Mr. Najimi just asked to be referred to a line, so do that. Mr. Blue, which line are you referring to?
One moment, Your Honor.
And on page 4?
1 second, Your Honor. Lines 2 through 5, Your Honor. With respect to the objection, the witness has repeatedly stated that I can't understand what exactly he means in these conversations. So I have to ask him because he refuses to acknowledge the plain words.
You're entitled to ask,
So what did you mean by that?
well, that's Terrell Efron.
Isn't it true that what Terrell was telling you was that he tried to keep the police out of it and handle it without their involvement?
Your Honor, again, objection, same objection, speculation, lack of foundation. He can't speak to what's in it.
That's what he said. Can't tell you what he meant.
But the way you took that is he's telling you, hey, I could have went straight to the boys. That means I could have went straight to the police, correct?
Yeah.
Okay? But he says he did all that extra shit from the beginning. So he's telling you, I could have done that, but I didn't. That's what he's saying, correct?
That's what he said.
Okay.
I could restart, Your Honor, I think it's close to where we paused.
It froze again.
Fame and his legacy, like, and like how my lawyers were saying, it's the fact that it's my skin color, people thinking that I'm supposed to be at a certain, which is like crash, like people expect black people to be crash test dummies. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, I feel like, oh, you a hood nigga, oh, you supposed to be like this, like, what? Yeah, what you thinking? Like, I think niggas should just resolve that shit peacefully, quietly, like, you feel me? Like, and just like, that's what I tried. I tried. He didn't even reach out to me or nothing. Like, this is nothing. Like, he's still thinking that this shit is a joke. He's gonna find out when he go to preliminary hearing, and that's when his people are gonna try to reach out because they're gonna realize how bad this shit is. How much money you looking for? Like, it's not how much I'm looking for, it's what I'm suing for, what stands in the bracket to what it is. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But that comes with a lot. It comes with a lot of different reasons. It's 4 different lawsuits.
I feel what you thinking. Wow, how you thinking that shit look though? Like, you feel me? Like,
What you mean?
like just like, you know, from the perspective of just like outside looking in, you feel me? Like
Oh, I feel good because I know who this is. I know he never looked down to nobody. He really not who people think they like. When the smoke clears, he's not that person. You get what I'm saying? So if he would have did, you gotta understand. I knew Rocky before anybody. He knew my brother died. He knew I was fucked up. He knew Tom Bates was fucked up. He knew a lot of people. He knew everybody's situation. This man is Mr. 6 months. You know what I'm saying? He come around, he tell you, yeah, he gonna fix shit, and he don't even have to put money to fix shit. And then guess what? You don't see Rocky for another 6 months. He got new bodyguards, he in new set situations. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like he robbed people to sleep so much. How can you even feel sympathy? You get what I'm saying? Because when do I get my sympathy? You get what I'm saying?
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Why you don't just take like a couple eggs and chill? You feel me? Like,
it's not to me. That's not the way how it goes. When you do a lost law, try to do it that way. You see what he said when I sent you that? What you call it?
yeah, I feel. How about now? You feel me? How about now? You feel me?
It's too late. It's too late. My lawsuit is filled in already with the like. The niggas like when I went to the lawyers filed gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime.
So there's no way you could like withdraw the lawsuit type of shit and then, you know, or just settle type of shit, you feel me?
No, he would settle and then that means that I would go to court or wouldn't do anything and then he have to go against the state and it would be way less. Yeah, man. So that's attempt murder. That's not like me and you thrown together. We had an argument and then a fight broke out and a gun came out. He purposely knew what he was doing. Yeah. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me, fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit. If I was to put that out, when I sent you, if I was to put that out to the world, bro, they would laugh at him. I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know the too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to fire on me. That was the worst thing ever. He should have had somebody who did that because when you do that, that means not only are you jeopardizing your career, you're jeopardizing yourself and everybody you're around. So you gotta take that threat out. Because that's the only way I would think. Yeah, man. Like, who gets caught after somebody fired on you 5 times, bro? Nobody. Yeah.
Even if niggas like settle, you feel me? Like, none of that shit come out.
None of that could come out there because I can put it up, but then that's what I'm signing the NDA for, and that's what my lawsuit takes place. You get what I'm saying?
So why don't niggas just do that? Like, you know, you're trying to get waiting
to go to the hearing because he don't know. Rocky don't even know the shit I sent you like that.
I mean, I would probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like, so.
I don't even want to know message relay like that because he had over years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, when you see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're going to do here before I even get a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. Like, to like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, to the shit.
And I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on, him thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Because people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It just trickled down at everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you didn't do it, you feel me?
Your Honor, I'd ask you to mark the second portion of this call, the transcript as People's 31.
All right, this is what's, the audio is IMG0791.
This is roughly, yes.
All right, so the last transcript is 31.
And it is a much shorter call. That was part two. This one's 07942. This one's 079. Oh, yeah. Yes.
This is part of the August 16th call?
Yes. I think it's, as he said, the end of the call, because he had to cut it up.
I'm trying to think if the niggas could like help out and like try to talk to the nigga. You told me to like, bro, he's not even a talkable person, bro. I'm gonna be honest, especially with this type of state of mind. He got 2 more days to go to court. I mean, I would probably talk to him and shit and figure out, you know, like some. I don't even want no message relay like that because he had more than bro. I had over years to reach out to me, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. He chose to do that. Like, and we see what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted also me hitting up John to try to figure out what we're going to do here before I even get up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro. Like, so like, some people is like that. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, shit. And I don't want to jeopardize what you have going on and thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Plus, a lot of people start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you didn't do it, you feel me? Like, everybody work for him. You feel me? So everybody who worked for him, but he did that because he's stingy, bro. I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happened to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, the niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, this ain't something like, it was a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me. Yeah, niggas not trying to go to jail, that's what I'm saying. Like, niggas can find some resolution, but they thinking about how much you want to get and shit, you don't even know. I already know. I'm in 30 M's. Yeah. That's crazy, son. Oh, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm in 30 M's. That's why I'm not like, you feel me? I'm a smart nigga, bro. I was gonna say, what the cops gonna say? You feel me? Because niggas are trying to go to jail type shit. Like, he's gonna have to deal with that and his political ties and everything else. Because once I walk away, when I get my cash, the case is way weaker. It's just like a domestic violence case. If you was to hit your bitch and your bitch wants to keep on going through with the situation, you go down. But if you're not there, then you're going against the state and it's way weaker. At the question, what's going on at court? You feel me? Like, isn't that just against the state type of shit? If I'm not there, if he pays me out through my lawsuit, I'll walk away. And then it's going to be behind me because I'm doing another highway to relax. You get what I'm saying? They're going to be scrambling to find me because now they have to go against Rocky, the state. And here they have evidence in this and that, but it's not going to be the same when he puts it into a jury and you don't have a complaining witness. You get what I'm saying? So now they're going to have to offer him a deal.
You repeatedly, during this conversation, kept going back to saying things like, and could drop the shit, meaning the lawsuit, correct?
Yes, I'm giving out options to mediate the situation.
Would you agree that with what I just played to you, there are approximately 10 different times where you suggest to Relly that he could drop this shit, drop the lawsuit? Would you agree?
it was an option to mediate the situation, right?
Would you agree that in what I just played you a moment ago, this is on page 4 of the last transcript, he says, like, this ain't something like it was a fight and punching you. I could sue you. You're going to jail, bro. You're fired on me. And you respond, yeah. Ends not trying to go to jail, though. That's what I'm saying. Like, ends could find some resolution. You are saying to him that ASAP Rocky doesn't want to go to jail, and you are saying you want to find a resolution that involves money, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
I'm saying when people are charged with things, guilt, if they're not guilty, or if they're guilty, sometimes the repercussion is jail.
So,
And let me finish. And I personally don't like seeing people go to jail. So
do you have a problem with people going to jail if they shoot at somebody?
no.
You don't want them to go to jail even for that, correct?
No, if you're guilty of a crime, you should go to jail within the justice system, right?
So your position is, I just want to be clear, because you said both. Your position is that if ASAP Rocky is guilty, if he did this, then he should be convicted.
Objection.
He's already said, he said previously that he did not want anybody convicted of any crime where they went to jail. This goes to, that was the first 5 minutes of his examination. I didn't clarify. So this goes to his bias and
Stop. Read the question back.
Which question?
The last.
can I just re-ask? Make it faster.
Yes, definitely.
Isn't it true that whether he committed this crime or not, you do not want him to be convicted?
Objection.
It goes to bias.
I think I answered this. If you're committed of a crime, there's repercussions, guilty and not guilty.
You're not answering the question.
Listen to my question.
Okay.
If he committed this crime, isn't it true that even if that's correct, even if he committed the crime, you do not want him to be convicted?
If he committed a crime, then he should be convicted.
And you're saying that's what you want, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you said that you were here to mediate, right?
I think I said it 10 times now.
Yeah, and mediate means you talk to both sides, right?
Yes.
So when you tried to mediate with Jarrell on May 12th, and then you called the defendant, tell me about the conversation you had with him where you were mediating.
Who's him?
Rocky. Tell me about that conversation.
It's argumentative, and he's yelling at them.
Oh, no.
Well, the conversation is I'm hearing his side.
And what was his side? What did he say?
He really just said it was really just an argument, and they felt differences between situations.
He admitted to you that he had shot at Relly, correct?
Incorrect.
Did he ever tell you during that conversation, hey, listen, it was a prop gun? Did he ever say that?
No.
Well, if you're trying to mediate and you're trying to figure out a resolution, and you talk to one party and you've heard what they have to say, then don't you have to go back to ASAP Rocky and say, hey, listen, Relly is saying you shot him. Did you not say that to him?
Mediating sometimes is hearing both sides and giving some options.
So what was the side he gave you for what happened? What did Rocky tell you happened?
I just told you.
No, I want to know specifically, what exactly did he say happened?
The objection, is there a reason he's yelling at the witness?
What exactly did he tell you happened?
I don't recall the specifics. I just told you the general overview.
You don't recall the specifics of whether ASAP Rocky told you whether he shot the defendant or not, the victim or not? You don't recall that?
No.
Yes, answer.
So he might have told you that he shot the victim, you just don't remember. Is that correct?
Incorrect.
Well, so you just said you don't remember. Now you're saying, no, he didn't tell me that he shot him. So if you don't remember, how do you know that's not what he said?
Well, I don't want to be wrong.
Well, so that's what I just told you.
Fair question.
As you sit here, sir, you said you were trying to mediate this dispute between Rocky and Relly. You talked to Relly, and Relly gave you a lengthy version of what happened on that November night, correct?
Correct.
So my question to you is, if you're going to mediate, you have to have asked Rocky what happened, correct?
Correct.
So what you're saying is, I asked him what happened, but I don't remember what he said, correct?
Correct. I said I don't remember the details.
And let me ask you, if he would have told you, hey, I shot him with a prop gun, you would sure as heck remember that, wouldn't you?
Not necessarily.
So you would not remember if ASAP Rocky was saying, hey, everything Relly said is not true, I shot him with a prop gun.
I don't recall specifics.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking this question, that if you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Relly or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad.
Objection to relevancy of what this witness understands is bad for Rocky. Your Honor, you can let that question go.
That's not speaking of objections.
Oh, okay.
The question,
Read that question back.
the question goes to bias. Bias.
That's not about bias.
What's that?
It's not about bias. Listen to the question. It's asking for his opinion of what happens to him.
Sir, this is the long speaking objection.
The question is designed to elicit an answer, and the answer could go to bias and interest in the result of the trial.
The question you brought back.
Yes.
So as you sit here, you would agree that you understand, as I'm asking this question, that if you admit that ASAP Rocky either told you he shot Relly or admitted that it wasn't a prop gun, you understand that will be very bad for you.
Is it a fair question?
Yes, I understand.
Is it still your testimony that as you sit here, that you have testified as an unbiased witness? Is that your testimony?
Yes.
You said that you don't recall specifically what ASAP Rocky told you during this mediation, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something. Do you believe, as you sit here, whether it's true or not, do you believe that it is reasonable that you can have a mediation with ASAP Rocky about what happened during this incident and you have no memory of what he told you? Does that sound reasonable to you?
Yes.
That sounds reasonable.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Was this a formal mediation, sir? Were you a mediator?
This is this is direct examination.
Was this a formal, you just asked a million questions about this mediation. Were you performing a formal mediation?
No.
Okay. Now, let's get back to something. Sir, you were brought in here by the defense to authenticate 2 tapes, nothing more.
Objection, this is leading.
Why were you brought in here by the defense?
To
That's gonna
verify.
call for speculation.
Overruled.
To verify.
Overruled.
To verify audio that was said by the victim that wasn't me or him.
Okay. That you heard Mr. Efron say was fake?
Correct.
That's why you brought here?
Yes.
You were cross-examined for 2+ hours.
Objection, that's argumentative already.
Sustained.
So all those questions that you were just asked for, how many minutes it was, sir?
Objection, argumentative question can't be considered.
Right? You can
The
ask
question
the
hasn't been asked yet.
The
The question hasn't been asked yet. It's premature.
All the questions you were just asked by Mr. Lou. Did he once ask you?
Objection, argumentative.
Did he ask the question?
You've got to let him finish the question.
Your Honor.
You've got to let him finish the question.
You all right?
No, don't talk to each other.
Here's the question. Did Mr. Lord asked you once if you fabricated those tapes, like Mr. Efron swore to the jury.
Objection,
No.
objection, it's irrelevant, it's also outside the scope.
Overruled.
No, he never asked me.
Never asked you that. There's two things, by the way, on these transcripts that were, played that I would like to just ask about. I'm not gonna replay them because I want to get dry here in 5 minutes, okay? On page 7 of the, transcript prepared by the district attorney, which was the May 12th, 2022 transcript. If you find that, let me know, sir. You have one to say, that May 20.
May 12, 2022, page 7.
Yes, sir. On the top,
Line,
226.
what does it say?
Where Mr. Efron says, and this was played right for you and the jury, whether I cripple him because he's a multimillionaire, bro, I'm not having nobody shoot at me where I'm taking it on the chin. And 2, I'm not about to spin on Rocky's block. I'm already a millionaire. And then you say, word. See that?
Yes,
Okay. So there he's telling you he's a millionaire,
yes,
Mr. Efron. Are you aware that he testified in this courtroom that what he told you was not true there?
Objection, relevance, it's also improper.
Sustained. Sustained.
On page 13 of the August 16th, 2022 transcript, and it's the 974-2, like this. 974-2, so August 16th, 2022,
Which page were you at?
page 13. Again, sir, this was played for you, the jury, and it's not played again, but I'm just gonna read it. The top attribution to Mr. Efron, lines 2 through 6. Mr. Efron said to you in this recorded call, he chose to do that, like, and you've seen what I just sent you the other day, how he reacted off of me hitting up John, trying to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even hit up the lawyer or anything. Did you see that?
yes,
Did you hear that?
yes.
And who do you understand John to be?
Rocky Gold manager.
Okay. And he's saying here, he hit up John before he even hit up a lawyer, right?
Yes,
The first question I asked you, one of the snippets I said to you earlier, and it was played again by the district attorney, and don't worry about the transcript, is that Mr. Efron said to you, you heard in the courtroom, well, when I was asking you questions of Mr. Lewin, you know what I'm saying? You asked for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You remember that?
yes.
When Mr. Efron said to you, and you just heard it, I'm getting 30 M's, the DA won't find me, I'll be relaxing on an island. Were those words fake, or was that a second?
I was gonna start from,
You didn't put those words in his mouth?
no,
This is outside the scope of cross, I never asked about any, I never asked about any, actual whether the words were real or not.
All right.
It's outside the scope, motion,
Overruled. He's not gonna be able to come back for any more questions.
And are
Whether
you
it's outside the scope or not, it's a fair question.
sure, sir? You didn't come here to authenticate these tapes. You can get 2 business class tickets for 13-hour flights over a 30-second period.
objection,
From Paris.
leading and argument,
All right.
it's leading.
It is.
Why did you come here again, sir?
to verify, lies that were told in my name. and
Why?
Because audio was played to the victim and he was saying they were fake, so I wanted to confirm that they were real.
All right. No.
I have 2 questions, Joe, all right.
2?
Yes.
Okay, what's question number 1?
I need
Question
to
number
say
one
my
is?
question. Question number 1 is going to be, in answering the questions that you were just asked, does any of the questions, do they change what happened on the night of November 6th?
Objection. It's no personal.
The answer is obviously no.
Well, well, Your Honor,
Nothing is,
when you say it's obviously no, it doesn't mean.
the question goes without asking, without saying. It can't change what happened in the past. Ask question number 2. It's an irrelevant question.
One moment, Your Honor. As you sit here on that witness stand, answering questions, isn't it true that with every question you've been asked, you have been thinking, how is my answer going to impact whether or not that man is convicted? Yes or no?
No.
All right, folks, thank you again for staying over. We'll resume tomorrow at 10:30. Please don't discuss.
Today was the longest day ever. If you hear water in the background, I'm sorry. Morley got to take a bath. Okay, I'm not sorry. Morley got to take a bath. But child, let me tell y'all something. I guess I'm gonna just have to give y'all a 1 minute recap. So be on the lookout for it. I want to post it on TikTok. I'll probably also post it on YouTube. If you don't have a TikTok, make sure that you subscribe to my channel and like the video. Shout out to everybody that's watching over on X. We had 220 people watching right now. So shout out to everybody over on X and 88 people that are watching from YouTube themselves. So thank you all again for tuning in with me, because it's not often that we get to watch the whole trial. Like today was a different type of day because I usually have to stop, once they break for lunch. So today was crazy, and stay tuned for my 1 minute recap. I'll see y'all later.